ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of some NA Div 2 action. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you here once again today. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. A brand new day of NA Dota. How the hell are you doing?
Doing great. We had a pretty great time last time around. We've got some good matches lined up here today. Keen to see what happens. You know, our first series starting off later on is going to be Nexus Titans up against Tilted Boys. That's already potentially one of our determining matches to find our bottom two here. So it's going to be a big one for both teams to start off.
It certainly will be. It's hard to know who's actually going to be a favorite in that matchup as well, because both teams haven't exactly looked the hottest. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that one does go. Wouldn't be too surprised to see it going to a third game between those two, but we shall see. I mean, both teams have shown signs of brilliance as well, so it's kind of hard to know. But we do have a recap at the very least of the previous day of NA Division 2, so we can have a look at that and see exactly what did happen. And of course, Green Esports were up against C-Dub last day around. Jonathan, this team, at least the side of Grin, they never cease to surprise me because they're able to always find one game of practically any team, but they don't ever seem to be able to find the second game.
Yeah, it's been a little bit rough going. They've always had impressive performances throughout their series, like finding at least a game up against a team like C-Dub, which is currently one of our favorites to get promoted right now. And they've been looking pretty consistent throughout this DPC tour outside of their one loss coming out. I think that no one expected C-Dub to lose to Tilted Boys. Outside of that, I mean, they've been really strong. But Grin, take that first game. It was a pretty long haul series as well here, Mike. I believe we had a 52-minute game 2, game 3 a lot faster to make up for game 1 and 2, but it went the distance between both sides. And, well, Grin, they did try a couple of funky things, right? They tried to do so off. They throw it mid by game 2, and they throw it offline, sorry, in game 2, and it looked like it had some potential. Again, it allowed them to kind of drag on, but just not enough. And you had the AM counter here as well from C-Dub on the offlane. So you had a lot of quirky back and forths. The laning phase for C-Dub probably not feeling the best with the offlane AM up against something like the Naga, but you know, they do manage to make it work. I believe that was actually the support Dusa, if I'm recalling my game right now. Like that was a pos 4 Dusa and a pos 3 LC there. So you know, they're making that tech work, trying to make it work at least.
Yeah, I mean, somewhat. I mean, the first game worked out for it, but the second and third game, not so much here for Grin. But unsurprisingly, C-Dub do find a victory for themselves, which I believe did keep them in the top 2 placement here with wildcard. So the C-Dub, it would have been a little bit upsetting to lose to a team like Grin, who are currently sitting in last place, to say the least. But it was only game 1 that they lost. Game 2 and 3 was perfectly fine. So Grin were unable to find a way to try and match these boys in the second and third game. Well, it's another sad loss for Grin, but they always tend to have smiles on their faces anyway, so then they'll be too concerned by it. It's just another learning experience for them. C-Dub, of course, earning a rightful victory. I believe right after that we had Tilted Boys, which were versed in the cut, which you and I were casting, of course. And well, Tilted Boys have been having a pretty rough time too. I mean, they get 0-2'd here in this series against the cut. You know, I can't say that was unexpected, but I was kind of hoping for a bit of a better performance here from Tilted Boys. It just isn't happening for these guys. As good as they look every time they play, they just are unable to find a victory.
Yeah, it's like what, I believe, who was it in chat? Was it B-God? B-God was saying, you know, a competitive performance isn't enough to get you promoted. A competitive performance across every team isn't enough to keep you in Division 2 as well. And on the side of Tilted Boys, they've always looked competitive, but they don't manage to close it out in a lot of series. They have at least won one of their tougher matchups here for the side of Tilted Boys, so they did manage to get that 2-0 over the side of C-Dub. So that does keep their hope of staying in Division 2 open, as, you know, this next matchup against Nexus Titans, arguably an easier opponent to find that win over in comparison to C-Dub. They've still got their series up against Grin as well, I believe, to close out the tour. So chances are Tilted Boys should be able to stay in, but again, like, they could have made the road here in Div 2 a lot simpler. There's some gelling issues, it feels like. You know, it feels like there's still a little bit lacking in terms of execution by the mid to late game. It does feel like the more experienced teams have been able to exploit that pretty damn well.
Yeah, they certainly have. Tilted Boys. I mean, again, this team looks like it should be really good. It's just a couple issues have made it so they have not really kind of done the way they should have done, I think, in terms of performance. And I mean, the Cut obviously were the better team going into this series, I think. I don't think anyone's too surprised about the Cut winning 2-0, but again, Tilted Boys are one of those teams where you would at least expect a one-game victory here, as we are seeing Scourge McDuck just completely clean up. It's on this Medusa, which he got 2 games in a row, right? He did get 2 games in a row, which was very surprising for me as well. So the first game, it's like they had no way to deal with it, and the second game, they could deal with it a little bit better, but it still wasn't good enough.
Yeah,
Giving
game
Medusa
1 they had
away.
that Morphling counter. It's interesting to see teams let this through. I think we've seen this far more often than you and I would expect. But I suppose going in from your first phase into the second phase of bans, you sometimes just leave it in. You know, you're more worried about your own core matchups. You feel like perhaps there's a pocket solution, something like the PL. Of course, this game not quite the game for that, but a Beastmaster on hand. And this next series, we did have the American Goons up against Wildcard, which we expected to be pretty competitive, and we did get 3 games out of that one. It did feel like, for the most part, though, that Wildcard were stomping for both games. And American Goons did manage to stomp game number 2. It's weird. Like, game 1 was a stomp, then game 2 was a stomp, then game 3 was like the actual game for the series here.
Yeah. It was basically a best of 1 in that game 3 at that point. It felt like the whole series was a best of 1 in some senses. Of course, game 1 did go the way of Wildcard, but I believe game 2, Goons kind of found a way to deal with Wildcard. And to be fair, game 2, you can make the argument that Wildcard kind of drafted themselves into a corner because they did end up giving the Morphling away, but they picked Void this time, which, I mean, the Morph Ags has been proving to be extremely busted in this patch. Just that minus 70 attack speed with the stat steal is proving to be way too much for most heroes to deal with. In fact, I believe it was Kezu who tweeted out today that he's kind of sick of seeing this hero, and I know you were complaining about it the last day we were casting NA Div 2. So, at least in game 2, the Morphling ends up working out, but I'd say because it was up against a weaker POS 1 in the Void, it was a much easier time for Boris to make that happen. Wouldn't be very surprised if we see more Morph coming out today, though.
Yeah, it's been a really good hero. The build-ups feel good. Your one issue is maybe laning. If you get bullied out in your first 2 levels, it does feel pretty bad. And that is Morphling's shortcoming. First 2 levels just don't feel amazing. Arguably up to level 3 now, depending on the lane matchup, can feel pretty rough. So I'm keen to see if that's something a lot more teams start to remember. Of course, the one thing I did enjoy seeing from this series was Sammy playing these safe lane like that was pretty damn sick. In this last game, of course, it did end up being Monsters off lane, but Lycan as a hero, I think, is something that's been undervalued for the past few weeks on this patch. Definitely when it came out as well, not something that was highly prioritized, but we see the effect. In off lane and in safe lane, it works out for both games for Wildcard. And really, that first game when it was safe lane Lycan, I just loved what I saw from Sammy. The stat build-up, the fact that it's universal. He didn't go for Wolves. He just went for Howl, Feral Impulse. I actually tried it out. I was like, this is a sickening amount of damage. Lycan is pretty damn fun.
Yeah, it is a fun hero, and I think with the Harpoon build-up, it makes it even better. As we do get to see the standings after all those games, of course. Wildcard still sitting in first place with an undefeated streak of 5-0. And then you have CW 4-1 sitting in second place clearly, and then, of course, Ravens and the Cut sitting tied right now, 3-1 scorelines. And then you have the bottom 4. Of course, Nexus Titans and Tilted Boys are tied up with a 1-3 scoreline. Then you've got the American Goons at 1-4, and then you've got Grin at 0-5. So there you are, John. I mean, it's, Nexus Titans and Tilted Boys, they are tied in 5th place. In fact, the American Goons are also tied with them in 5th place. So the winner of this matchup will be able to escape those ties and make it up to 4th place just by themselves. So a pretty important matchup for either the Tilted Boys or Nexus Titans. Obviously, the win means a hell of a lot in terms of just feeling a little bit safer going into Div 2 next year. But yeah, that's the standings there, John. Obviously, again, you did kind of say it, but there's a lot kind of going off this series we're having today. And, well, there's the schedule you're looking at. Tilted Boys versus Nexus Titans coming up first. And then Ravens versus the Cut should be coming up second. And that second series should be pretty hype as well because it's pretty hard to predict who could win between those two because both Ravens and the Cut are also tied in third place.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth. Should be pretty competitive matches coming out here. The second one definitely going to be probably a closer matchup in Ravens versus the Cut. I feel like either or can kind of take that depending on who wakes up on the right side of the bed today. For the first one, Tilted Boys up against Nexus Titans. I mean, it's a tiebreaker basically for our bottom two. Granted, you've got opportunities down the line to correct, but it does feel like, at least for Tilted Boys, having that win over C-Dub does give them a better position in comparison to Nexus Titans finding their own win over the side of Grin. Because, the side of Tilted Boys still have to play Grin. So, theoretically, that could be just a freebie for them coming out in that booster scoreline. So, it's kind of more make or break here, I believe, for the side of Nexus Titans, I want to say. Like, they've got to be able to find their victory here, otherwise it gets a lot harder to see that road to climb up and maybe a little bit more complicated in trying to stay in Div 2.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think Tilted Boys, you definitely don't want to lose right now if you're Nexus Titans at least, because Tilted Boys have got the much easier series against Grin later on. Though again, I say easy against Grin. They've looked good 1 out of 3 games, every single best of 3. So it's kind of hard to know if you are going to pull off that victory because that could be the first one Grin could find later on. So it's very, very hard to know how all that will pan out. But there is certainly some exciting series coming up here in NA Div 2 in the last week of games. And well, this is the week where we have the most games coming up. So anything could happen. But this series for sure does feel like the loser of this will probably just be relegated out of Division 2. Unless Grin can beat Tilted Boys later on. But we'll have to wait and see for that one. For now, though, you'd rather just win this series if you can and just avoid that situation altogether. I believe we do also have a team comparison between these two teams ready to go, so we can have a look at that and see what the stats are saying, Jonathan, because stats do matter. And it does seem like Tilted Boys, on average, are doing substantially better than Nexus Titans.
Yeah, they've had much better games coming out. I think their 2-0 win over C-Dub also kind of maybe inflates these averages just a little bit more. I think for Nexus Titans, we've seen some games where I believe they were the team we saw GG out pretty early in one of their matches. It's been a little bit rougher overall. Their game state's just not been as smooth. Whereas for Tilted Boys, it feels like we've seen a lot more shining moments from them. We've seen Skyward pop off. Volodka and Ferta have been very stable cores. So I do favor them when it comes down to it. And the stats do reflect that as well. Just being a little bit better across the board, even here on our GPM, building damage, and XPM as well. So again, I feel like Tilted Boys have just played a lot better. They've looked a lot more competitive in comparison to Nexus Titans. But who knows? Again, Div 2 right now for NA, it's probably the closest it's been in a long time. And maybe Nexus Titans just suddenly wakes up and becomes the best team in the world for a series or something.
I mean, I'd love to see that, John. I highly doubt it, to be honest with you, but I'd like to see it here today. That would be a great surprise for us, I'm sure. Tilted Boys, I think, definitely should be the favorites. So as we can have a look at the player comparison between these two teams. I believe we are looking at the mid laners of both sides, so seeing exactly what's going on there. And of course, you are going to have Volodka versus Desperate. The stats are very skewed here as well, John. Volodka well and truly in the lead when it comes to the numbers. Yeah, I mean, I kind of guess we already talked about it, but the performance of Tilted Boys throughout all their series have been substantially better than what we have seen from Nexus Titans, at least. And you do kind of see it reflect here in the position 2s.
Yeah, I think it's been, again, a lot more consistent coming out from Volodka. He's looked like he's gotten a good grip as to what he wants to get done in mid. And he does set the tone for his team quite nicely. It does feel like a lot of that aggression out from Tilted Boys tends to come in from connecting with Volodka's hero, along with Ush and Skyward. Like, that's the trio that makes things happen. Door as well can kind of tag along there. So I've liked the activity coming out from Volodka more. I think Desperate's had rougher lanes. His laning phase is a little bit tougher to come out of. His impact in mid game has, when you have a rough laning phase, your mid game can kind of get impacted as well. So it's just a cascading effect. Just a rough time overall for the side of the Nexus Titans there. So I do like how Volodka plays again. For me, when I see Tilted Boys, Volodka and Ferte have been like the shining stars of that team, along with Skyward when he gets stuff like, say, his Spirit Breaker coming out. But I don't know, like it's been rougher for Titans. I can't quite say the same thing. I can't quite get as much to highlight from the Titans as I can with Tilted Boys.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. Really, really tough here. As we can have a look at the most picked heroes between these two teams. Maybe there's some similar heroes being picked up here between the two. So let's have a look at that and see exactly what the heroes are that are so contested. And apparently not. Apparently they're actually very, very different here between these two. So we don't have one hero that both sides seem to prioritize here in their most picked. So there you go. Apparently against Tilted Boys, you got to watch out for that Bat Rider. For Nexus Titans, maybe consider banning out Wind Ranger. But no similar heroes.
Yeah. Not quite. I think Tilted Boys have just been throwing the Bat Rider out much more frequently, flex between Skyward and Ush, although for the most part we do see Skyward pick that up. And I think the side of Titans, well, we've seen them do some funky things, like no one else is really picking up Weaver. They've run into the Broodmother as well on the safe lane for Kiritsugu. So I'm keen to see if any of those slide out. I think the Broodmother was pretty impressive last time when we saw it from Nexus Titans on the pause one. It looked like it could get a lot done. And I think for the side of Tilted Boys, well, it's almost as if I want to see teams ban the Bat Rider against him just to see something else on Skyward. I feel like the Spirit Breaker is a lot more impactful in scaling. From
All right, looks like I'm back. Are you...
Yep.
All right, here we are again. All right, well, it looks like we're fine here. We did have a few issues there for a moment, but we are back. Anyway, as we were saying, Jonathan, probably ban out the Bat Rider, or maybe don't, because you're going to allow the Spirit Breaker to come through here for Tilted Boys, but nonetheless, there you go. I mean, I think overall the point is Tilted Boys should be looking to be the favorites here up against Nexus Titans, but truthfully, I don't think anyone knows what the hell is going to happen because these two teams, again, just haven't had the greatest time throughout the tour.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest time for either team. And again, with how competitive this division is, it does feel like either one can kind of find that win if they're just on the right side, like waking up on the right side of bed almost. It's like a coin flip with some of the upsets we've seen here in Division 2. So I'm keen to see what's allowed through in the draft. I'm keen to see what does change up, whether or not we get that Bat Rider coming out here, whether or not we get stuff like the safe lane and Broodmother for Kiritsugu. Heck, I want to see some more Lycan. Neither team has been picking that up. Again, it's relatively new tech on, say, the safe lane. The off lane, we still see it from other teams, to be fair. But that safe lane Lycan, man, I'm a very big fan of it. I think it's been pretty cool. And I think it's been fun. I got to play it a couple times. I'm like, yeah, this is great. His Feral Impulse talent, I think, is what kind of breaks him, because it's all based off your base damage, your stat base damage, and to have that percent increase on a universal type, it's kind of silly because you're building stats anyway. Like at most games when the Lycan hits like 20 going into 25, you have at least 280 damage with decent farm. Then you get your talent. You basically have double damage rune every single time. It's kind of nuts what Lycan can do as a safe lane, Mike.
Yeah, it certainly is. It seems pretty damn strong. I wonder if we do see it again today. I don't know. These teams may not be well versed or well practiced in the hero in a position 1 role, but it didn't seem too hard to play. Just build a harpoon, build some stat items, you'll be just fine as the Lycan. So I know, we'll see. We'll see if that's where we're going to head here. We have not started Game 1 draft quite yet, so we won't exactly know where both teams are going with their drafts until they naturally do start. But, of course, there is that Morphling hero that everyone seems to be complaining about as well right now, which is probably going to be highly contested here in this matchup, I would hope, because the hero does seem pretty busted with the Ags. And, most polls 1 seem to be suffering from it, so... Yeah, you tend to not want to play up against that hero right now if you can avoid it, as we do have the draft now live, so we can head into that and see exactly what is going on here with this Game 1 draft. Tilted Boys vs Nexus Titans. What are the priority banouts, I wonder? We shall see.
Yeah, again, whether or not you want to give Tilted Boys stuff like that Spirit Breaker, stuff like Doom, Bat Rider, that's something we want to see if Nexus Titans prioritize. For now, no. Broodmother being banned out from Tilted Boys, so we're not going to get that treating the Kiritsugu Broodmother safe lane. Nexus Titans taking care of that Morphling you just mentioned, Mike. So everything off the table right now. Bat Rider's still there. Doom's still there. Spirit Breaker's still there as well. Techies, which we've seen slide through quite often, is also a very viable option to ban out here.
Yeah. Let's see what Tilted Boys want to get rid of next. I think the most picked hero that we saw in Nexus Titans was Wind Ranger. Not really thinking that they're too worried about that, to be fair, though. I mean, Wind Ranger's been pretty hit or miss. Does tend to be one of those heroes, so... I highly doubt we'll see a Wind Ranger ban, and there you go. They'll ban the Techies instead, which is a much more standard kind of ban to have. And there's your Undying ban coming out from Nexus Titans, so... What's the first pick? Are we going for the Bat Rider, or are we going for the Spirit Breaker first pick here for Tilted Boys?
I mean, it's either or. Bat Rider has been a high priority recently for Tilted Boys, but I feel like that Spirit Breaker has been a lot more impressive. They go with the Ench instead, breaking all expectations here. So that should be... I actually don't remember them picking up the Ench at any single point. Should be Doors Hero. Last time they ran it as well. At the least, that should be our early pause 5, which I don't mind too much. It still does well in lane. I am curious what its laning partner will be. Titans, they go into the Pugna Timbersaw. So you have a pretty good way of just keeping your front line healthy now. You've got a mid that can pretty much dominate a lot of melee matchups. You can run it off lane here as well for Zor. So it's open enough. This is, I believe, the first time we're seeing Nexus Titans pick this up. They haven't been able to in any of their previous matches. So it should be rather interesting to see them play this out. Of course, Tilted Boys just straight into a Bloodseeker. That's your Timbersaw counter. Rupture him up, ensure he can't chain around. Feels pretty uncomfy for the Tim. Granted, if it is an offlane matchup, I don't think that's actually that big of an issue. Although, to be fair, with an Enchantress Bloodseeker lane, like Enchant into Blood Right's pretty good. Impetus shots kind of make short work of Timbersaw across every stage of the game. So even outside of the Bloodseeker, in laning phase, you already have an answer in the Ench, if it is a side lane Timbersaw.
We'll see if it is going to be the case here. We've been seeing a lot of Bloodseeker popping up as well, so none too surprising to see this hero come out. Did hear as well, I can't remember who it was, but they do believe, I remember someone tweeted out recently, I believe it was a pro player tweeting out the fact that they believe, no, in fact, it was Coach Clairvoyance that said this. Tweeted out that Pugna appears to be the strongest support right now in the game. So I don't know how I feel about that, but it has been being picked up pretty damn often, right? Like this Pugna duos with the life drain, and I mean, it doesn't even need a Stormbrother to be really effective, right? Like most heroes seem to be more than happy having a Pugna there to just life drain them up throughout a team fight. And some people seem to believe Pugna might just be the most broken hero in the game right now as a support.
I would disagree heavily with that. I think Pugna's strong. We've seen a lot of really bad Pugna lanes. Pugna Doom's a highlight. And I'm trying to remember if Army Geniuses actually ran a Pugna Doom lane. I think they did in the DPC. They're one of the teams that actually just straight up gone for it. Although, to be fair, no. They tend to run the Pugna off lane for DB. So they didn't go into the atrocious Pugna Doom lane. But Pugna has quite a few shortcomings. Like it can have some pretty bad lane partners that it doesn't really do well with. And in terms of win rate, I mean, Pugna's at 52% at 167. Not bad. No, pretty damn good. Techies is at 342 picks and a 56% win rate. So just by the numbers, Pugna definitely not the most busted hero.
You're always going to compare something to Techies.
Because,
wait, wait,
you say something
talking
like
about
Pugnus the
Pugna.
strongest support. Yeah, you're saying something like Pugnus the strongest support. It's not. Techies is still arguably the strongest support. It's just facts, Mike. Just facts.
I don't think it is.
All right, fair enough.
The 4 hero needs a
Well,
buff.
you look at 52 to 56, and you tell me, Mike. I guess Mats is Australian Mats are upside down as well.
It's wrong, John. It's wrong. It's all wrong. All the stats are incorrect. Pugna's definitely the strongest support, John. We need to know if
That's fair,
Pugna buff
that's fair.
techies again.
That's
Third
fair,
hero
that's
pickup.
fair.
Next time they are
To be
thinking
fair.
about this one. What's that, John?
This is not the best Pugna game as well. Pugna Disruptor support duo. Not the most synergistic, but it does give you some team fight, which you do lack. A little bit of hold, but a glimpse, static storm, and kinetic field. I mean, just the fact that you pick Pugna into Enchantress first pick as well, it's like pretty bad. Like, yeah, even in a lane where you try to decrap up and try to be annoying, which we don't tend to see too often, but in some lanes it does feel necessary. Even that's not going to have value. Like, at least a decrep to save. You've got the enchant to dispel. So you have answers here from Tilted Boys. Tilted Boys just going for the Doom Rubik. This is already a pretty solid lane coming out. Up against a Disruptor, you don't feel too bad as the Rubik. You can trade with your Fade Bolt. Almost seems like Nexus Titans might have to opt for that good old Static Storm build-up, which... the Thunderstrike build in lane, which it's still good. It doesn't feel as impactful in comparison to having higher levels in the Glimpse and Kinetic Field. So, I don't know. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Tilted Boys. I think their lane duos of Bloodseeker Ench, of Rubik Doom just feel really solid. They can force out Nexus Titans to show this flex on the Timbersaw as well by kind of revealing what they want here. Should just be perhaps your safe lane. But again, like, Nexus Titans are holding on to what they can get done with the Timbersaw pretty long. They go to Monkey, which lanes into Doom fairly well, to be fair. Like, the first few levels do feel really good for a Monkey King to run down. So that is one way to take away that strength in the lane from Tilted Boys. Just have a strong laning presence yourself. Monkey King plus Disruptor does give you a way of playing with Glimpse. So you have the forward vision from the Tree Dance at the very least to catch heroes out.
That it does. Final banouts here between these two teams, Tilted Boys and Nexus Titans. So Nexus Titans obviously looking to ban out a mid lane, and it seems like Tilted Boys are looking for the same thing. So mid lane is to be banned here between these two. So one hero that we haven't seen very often recently is the Void Spirit just kind of disappeared, I feel like. At least for the last week, I can't say confidently that I've seen much Void Spirit coming out, which has been surprising me to say the least, because the hero has not been changed that much. But apparently Void Spirit's just disappeared. Like, even now, it's just not banned out yet. Like, maybe you'll get rid of it now, but it's just shocking to me that we just haven't seen this hero pop up at all.
Yeah, I think it's been kind of funky to not see it slide out. I guess it's just down to... Timbersaw early picks kind of make a Void Spirit mid pretty hard to pick up. And it is a priority by the second phase of bans. Although, again, that trend's also kind of been bucked recently with a lot more support and safe lane, off lane bans into the second phase. You see Tilted Boys banning out the LC, so they're expecting the Timbersaw to be mid here. And to be fair, I think you still have a lot of ranged options to kind of deal with the Timbersaw in the mid lane matchup. Stuff like Quap, stuff like Puck, and still in the pool here as well. Something like a Magic, a spell casting Lina could be pretty viable. Tilted Boys banning out the Puck themselves. Trying to respect a little bit of some flex here in Nexus Titans. Yeah, you still have a lot of options. Like, again, as you mentioned, Void Spirit's also left in the pool. Although, I think if Tilted Boys pick it up, you just run the mid Tim. That's what makes it tricky for Tilted Boys here.
Here's the final pickup. We're going to see the snap buy coming out here for Tilted Boys. So that should be a mid snap we're looking at. It can feel very, very busted in the right hands. Mind you, the last couple of times we've seen a mid snap buy come out, I don't actually believe it worked out for either of the sides that ended up picking it up. But here you go. Tilted Boys is going to give it a crack.
Yeah. Gonna be a pretty tough lane for Lubka into the mid Zeus. I don't think that's the most playable lane for a Snapfire. You've got some good dodge into Zeus. You have to be pretty on point with your cookie and pretty on point with your positioning to get a good scatter blast off to harass out a Zeus. By level 2, once he's got Heavenly Jump, very sustainable lane for Zeus. As long as he holds on to that spell and uses it well, and you can keep clearing out the waves, you can keep applying some soft pressure onto the snap. And the real important thing here is just mana management, rune control. The Snapfire will have a lot more to play with an early stick and a magic wand in comparison to a Zeus. The Snapfire just not... It spams spells, but not as frequently as the Zeus spams Arc Lightning. So you should get a lot more value there from Volodka with some burst regen on hand. But rune control is really the big one. And that's where we have to see both sides kind of kick it into gear. Perhaps just help your mids a little bit more if possible. You do have lanes that are pretty self-sufficient from Nexus Titans, like Timbersaw and Monkey King. Arguably, you can leave alone by the time they hit level 3 or 4. So this Pugnant, this Disruptor, can make moves onto the mid by the 6-minute mark just to help Desperate keep building up that advantage here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how this one does go. Nexus Titans up against Tilted Poise. Game number 1 should be underway rather soon. It's again, I'm having trouble kind of picking a winner here between these two because they are sitting at the same scoreline, and they're both teams where they could make anything happen. It's kind of in the case in most of their games. So let's see how it does pan out. Game number 1 here between Tilted Boys and Nexus Titans now underway. So we should be able to throw to that and see how it all breaks down. I would say I have a bit more faith in the draft of Tilted Boys this game around, but again, it's pretty hard to tell because either side can pop off pretty quickly.
Yeah, you can kind of go either or. I think it's really down to how much you can get out of your lanes. I feel like if you get a good start in Nexus Titans, if you have this fast build-up in the Monkey King, the early activity coming out from Nexus Titans can be a little bit overwhelming. You've got Bloodseeker Doom on side of Tilted Boys. Hex, even a Snapfire needs time to cock up, right? You're gunning for your level 20, your level 25 talents. You have pretty decent magic output early on, but you don't really have the best hold for something like the Kisser. So it's not like you have a natural connection to look for that burst play. Your frontliner in the Doom is going to be waiting for like a blink up after his usual Midas Octarine Vanguard sort of build up. So the activity for Tilted Boys is the one thing I can see slowing down. And that is something the side of Nexus Titans so can...
It's the worst
Why
voice
I hate...
Nexus Titans, they're going to get 2 for 2. Mike. It's not hate. It's not hate. I just don't like it.
You just said you hate the voice line.
I do hate the voice line. Yeah, I know, but I'm saying it's not. I'm not hating on a genre of music. I just hate the actual voice line.
It is a nice one for distraction. Hey, I thought you loved all of these mind games, distractions, all the stuff with voice lines.
Oh, I do, but it's
you're a very
me.
inconsistent man, Mike. You're an inconsistent
No,
man.
I do. There's no psychological damage you're doing with that voice line. There's nothing you're doing. It's just annoying.
What's happening to you? Isn't that psychological damage?
No, this is annoyance. This is annoyance, John.
That is part of your psyche, Mike.
It would probably make me want to win more, honestly, if I heard that.
There you go. We'll see if that motivates anyone here with a voice line spam from Volodka. We are taking a look at mid lane. Volodka up against Desperate on the Zeus versus Snap. Going pretty decently for Volodka. Not quite what I expect, but I suppose you can actually just leverage your right clicks here as well. And Desperate does have to come up close to get some right clicks off. The Snapfire feels a little bit better in those kinds of trades. We're not seeing Desperate spam out onto the wave as much. Volodka is doing a good job of just pulling back. So addition of the creep wave, not quite ideal for Desperate to get max value, but at the least he hits level 2 without dying, so Heavenly Jump is ready in case he is caught out. Well, he's always got the bailout now.
Yeah, he should be just fine. A nice cookie from Volodka. Not going to amount to much. Because down at bot lane, you've got Ash and Skyward. They're going to be up against Kiritsugu is what I was meant to say. And of course, Nature Lover on the POS 5 Disruptor. This lane, it should be pretty favored towards Kiritsugu here on the Monkey King. Kind of hard to say that confidently, though, knowing that the Doom just seems to catch up no matter what lane it has, from what we've seen.
Yeah, I think this holds steady actually for the Doom. You just have to play a lot more defensive, but you can always go back and devour. Just play with Scorcher to clear out waves, and Nature Lover has to be careful with his spacing.
I love the fact that you can just dive as this hero. Pop on level 1 Scorched Earth and suddenly you're a god. Apparently, his Nature Lover taking so much damage there from the Doom and the Rubik, but will be left alone for now. Of course, there is that final side lane. Top lane, you've got Fuerte there with Dor, and of course Zora and Thane are going to be up against them. This one, I mean, it's hard to know because you have the inbuilt region of the Thirst, so it's even for Zor, like at these earlier levels, it's kind of hard to deal with Fuerte on the Bloodseeker. So you don't even see Zor bothering to pop the Whirling Death. He just holds on to the mana.
Yeah, just playing a lot safer. I think your real issue here is not so much the Bloodseeker in as much as it is the Enchantress. Like, Dora's just cutting off Tina, preventing any sort of Nether Blast plays, and just free damage.
Yeah, Thane is gone. Fuerte going to be handed over the first blood here, and tip immediately out from Ush from the side lane, the opposite side of the map. So there you go. A nice setup there from Dora, and I'm sure Fuerte will be very, very happy with that kind of start.
Yeah,
he's mid lane.
More than happy.
Desperate almost going down as well. Barely able to heavily jump before the final attack came in.
Yeah, it's looking a lot dicier than I'd expect for Desperate. Again, Volodka is a really strong mid. We saw that in the mid matchup in our player comparisons, but to have this strong a start over the Zeus, a little bit surprised Desperate isn't able to just try to play it safe with Arc Lightning and clear out. Getting caught out by the Cookie a couple times does offset that start for the matchup for the Zeus, so that is something you have to take care of. Even down bot, the aggression's still kicking in.
Yeah, she's going to be okay to survive. Skyward, though, he did keep going, and now he might be in danger, but actually manages to get himself out. He did not have the glimpse up here for Nature Lover, so he couldn't opt to go for that. At least Kiritsugu now, feeling like he's zoned them out, can just freely farm without any kind of contest. Mid lane again, another Cookie landing here from Volodka. Sadly, he had no follow-up spells to throw out, but he's going to be able to secure himself a nice little water in there. Is Desperate going to try and do the same on his own side of things. And this Zeus is just not having the best of times, I'll tell you.
It's, again, a little bit surprising. Not able to just sit back. Oh.
Yeah, he's dropping. Volodka, though, diving a bit too deep. He's going to die for this.
That's maybe a little bit optimistic to go under the tower there. Almost managed to still nail Desperate.
I'm sending you back to the 7.
Yeah, now Ush going down bottom lane. Kiritsugu able to take that one out. So the Monkey King really starting to take control here on the MK, and Kiritsugu off to a pretty damn good start. I mean, he's 28-9 in terms of CS with now a kill on his hands, and they have not really been able to do too much about this MK whatsoever. They're going to try now. A bit of damage being dealt. Kiritsugu, who will have the Boundless Strike to force them away, but he still goes down. Skyward able to secure the kill now.
And they had enough damage flying out there. Maybe a bit of an overextension on the Monkey. It's still a pretty good time for Kiritsugu overall. Again, do matchup for Monkey King, pretty stable. And this is the point where you can kind of leave that lane for Nature Lover for the most part. Like, you're pretty secure, and a Monkey King can start to help out mid a lot more. Maybe look for that 6-minute, 8-minute power rune coming up down the line.
Vayner almost goes down top lane. Meanwhile, mid lane now Skyward has rotated, but Volodka's going to drop again. Thunder God's Wrath proving to be enough here to take the kill, as Ush now dropping down a bottom lane. So they're just making a hell of a lot of rotations that aren't amounting to anything here for Tilted Boys. Like, Skyward rotates mid, but his Snapfire dies, and then a second later his Doom dies.
It's just not the way you'd want this to go for Tilted Boys for sure, but this is to be expected from the side of Nexus Titans. Like, the lane matchup's a lot better outside of Desperate's lane. It is showing up that way, and Desperate with those 2 kills kind of makes up for that earlier death. So the early aggression onto him. So they're pretty happy with this outcome. And this is one concern for Tilted Boys. This draft from Nexus Titans does kick off a lot faster. It's not going to be sitting back and farming. Although, to be fair, Kiritsugu is looking for the Battle Fury, and they're looking for the Wisdom Rune here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Thana could be in a bit of trouble topside as well. Like, there's just mess happening all across as both Wisdom Runes are going to go the way of the Dire, it seems, but both kills are going to go the way of the Radiant. Dawn and Skyward both dropping as Nature Lover topside is going to, rather bottom side is going to be in a bit of trouble, and Kiritsugu is actually the one to go down. So they actually find the Monkey King over the Disruptor, a much better target. While they lost both supports, but finding the POS 1 MK and getting both Wisdom Runes is still going to feel very, very good.
Yeah, you're much happier on the side of Tilted Boys off the back of those trades. Looks a little bit awkward coming in, but yeah, you get the Wisdom Runes, you slow down the pacing, you get a free lane for Ferta up top, who is starting to cop from the harassment of Zor. Let's be a bit cautious.
Chains forward, Chakram is not going to land, but they have the Decrepify. Chains forward again, but Ferta is still running, still Thane is going to have the damage. Just before they get into the Roshan pit, make sure he does go down. Volodka in the meantime, mid lane, going to be chased down here by Desperate. Does now have a shield rune on the Zeus, but is not looking to go back in and dive the tier 1 tower. Even bottom lane, Ash was dropping extremely low on the Doom. Does barely manage to get his way out of that.
And then Nexus Titans are starting to apply that early pressure, which is what you want to see with this lineup. They've got to play pretty fast. They have to suppress this farm that Tilted Boys want to bring out with Doom Bloodseeker. Even to an extent the Snapfire as well. It's going to need some build up. They're already applying good pressure up top. Tana with a level 2 Nether Blast. Not the biggest damage, but consistent enough that you are getting a lot out onto that tier 1. And I don't see Tilted Boys kind of grouping up for their own push anytime soon. Like, the Doom can't really frontline for you too well up against the Monkey King. At the very least, you've got Doom up and running, ready to go. So you can kind of try to connect with that, try to get a good spell use off. But the Titans are the ones that are looking to really start running around here, take control of this game. You've got Thunder God's Wrath ready once more if they make an aggressive move forward. But they do clean up that top tier 1. A little bit of a clump up from Tilted Boys down bot, but they are under vision. Like this ward spotting out Door's rotation in, so they might not be able to find too much for their effort here.
I mean, they might just want the tier 1 tower at this stage. But that tier 1 is sitting pretty healthy at the moment. Kiritsugu is already ready for a defense here on the Monkey King. Just waiting for supports to roam in. I say supports, it's got Desperate there as well in the mid Zeus. So it wouldn't be the easiest team fight here for Tilted Boys to try and take. Ward's down, though it is going to be spotted here. Lift Up is not going to place Nature Lover on the cliff, but they can still chase for the kill. Doom is out. They actually found Kiritsugu on the Monkey King, and he's going to drop. That's a nice start here for Tilted Boys, but they are looking to perhaps drop themselves now. As Ash still dropping quite low, should go down. Desperate on a triple. Looking for Volodka. They should have another. Though where's the mana? Nobody's got any mana to throw out any spells here on Volodka. It seems like Volodka's going to be fine to walk out of there. But it's still a 3-for-1 trade. They'll have their Monkey King go down, but they'll find 3 for their trouble. It's still a great team fight for Nexus Titans.
You don't mind that too much. You're holding on to your objectives. Bot tier 1 gets to stay alive. No openings coming out for the side of Tilted Boys. They force out the Doom from Ush as well. So you know that's not going to be a threat for the next minute and a half, and that's an opening for you on the side of Nexus Titans. They can just kind of get aggressive off the back of it. They don't have too many long cooldowns to wait for. Thunder God's Rat is probably one of the longer ones, but it's just a bit of a bonus overall for these fights rather than a necessary thing. Phylactery up and Desperate. The Arc Lightning spam is pretty damn annoying now.
There goes bottom lane. Skyward goes down. Thana able to take that kill pretty easily on the Pugma. A 2k advantage standing now for Nexus Titans. Can't say I was quite expecting this kind of start here from Nexus Titans, but they are looking very dominant here in this game 1. At least for now.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of work out from the laning phase. They're getting a lot of early aggression on the side of Tilted Boys. It's time to kind of default back to a bit of stall. Volodka's going to need farm on the Snapfire. Once the Atos is up, that could be at least one way to connect with your Rubik and your Ench. Ush has to recover, and you need your Bloodseeker to kind of kick into gear as well. So all of your cores have to default into playing a little bit slower, maybe outside of the Snapfire here. That's a lot of time they have to stall out for 2 cores And the side of the Titans, well, they don't need to wait too much. Gritsuga's still working towards his Battle Fury, but you've got lane control coming out. You've got early aggression and presence with a Timbersaw and a Zeus. Take that bot to one and look for more up top.
Yeah, top lane, that's a big pickoff. He does get caught and he's down. Door moving in to try and get something now, but he might just be the secondary kill. The nice setup here from our Snapfire. Volodka might be able to trade as he does get a Doom off onto the Zeus, but the kisses are all missing. There you go, he finally goes down. But now you might have Volodka going down himself. Zor will just continue chasing, though actually misses a Chakram, misses the chains.
All right, I'm thinking that's based. All right.
And Volodka's actually going to get out of here. Who actually wins the team fight?
I'd say that's better for Tilted Boys coming out. I mean, you do lose your Bloodseeker, but you're giving a lot of kills out to Volodka, who does have to get that early farm to provide tempo for the team. So this is the hero you want to kind of be on top for the next 10 minutes in the Snapfire. More than happy to feed that gold away to her while your Bloodseeker just defaults back to farming anyway. So you don't mind that too much. You get punishment onto the Zeus. Desperate, just going a little bit too far forward. Not respecting that Doom from Ush. And they're perfectly happy on Tilted Boys. With the Atos up for Volodka, allows some self-setup for the Atos, some follow-up stun to kind of get control for Kisses to follow through, more stats as well. So it is a pretty big pickup here for the side of Tilted Boys. Nexus Titans, though, smoking off the back of that here.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to head down towards the bottom lane, looking for Ferte. He does make his way out, so instead they're going to have to go after Door. Door is just going to drop very, very quickly here on the edge. No real chance of survival. Desperate now being very, very active with the Phylactery up on the Zeus. Just so much more damage being provided here from the mid Zeus now. Certainly a timing the Tilted Boys don't seem to be able to deal with very effectively. Got to try and play the avoid game here against Nexus Titans until you are ready yourself. I suppose they do have a bit of a greedier draft with the way things are going. So take more time, get your farm going. Mid lane is being forced in right now, though, by Nexus Titans. They will make the jump in onto Door. Door is able to walk away, but now Skyward in trouble. He'll be alright. Even more TPs coming in now for Tilted Boys to try and hold on to this mid-tier 1. Rod of Atos is going to hold down the Zeus, so a nice setup from Volodka, but Desperate is still just walking away. Now the Static Storm comes in from the side, so you have the kisses cancelled. Ash is trying to dive in, commits the Doom out, deny out from the Pugna now, as Ash will finally go down. Meanwhile, the Zeus should drop here to the damage of the Doom, eventually, and he will. The very strange team fight between these two sides.
Yeah, it's a lot of forward movement out. Good saves to try to stall out that death on Desperate. Allows him to at least get off the Thunder God's Rat in the middle, provide him the softening up nuke to open up those kills onto the Snapfire and Doom. This time, a lot better for trade for Nexus Titans, finding those two cores. And they can keep going for this push as well.
I mean, they're going to find Zor in the mid lane, so Zor's going to find Skyward. The mid-tier 1 tower, it should just be dropping. And well, this is why I think Pugna's still considered one of the strongest supports here, because the Nether Blast as well, the push you offer as a POS 5, or even a POS 4, it can feel pretty ridiculous. Like, they're just doing that much damage to a tower over and over again on a 5-second cooldown. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, it is a lot of push. There's a lot of value in that. Ferta getting chased down here.
Yeah, top lane, Ferta. A big pick off if they can get it. He doesn't really have the greatest ways out of this scenario, and he's just dead. Zor able to take another kill. The Timbersaw's been having a really good time this game, and this is one of those games where you thought the Bloodseeker should do decently well against the Timber, just having that Rupture counter, but it has not worked out that way whatsoever.
No, definitely not. I mean, he had to Rupture up the Monkey King just because that was the initial chase down, so that leaves Zor free to just dance around there. And in the lane, it's not really that good. Like, it's a solution down the line for sure with a Rupture, but laning phase, yeah, you can sustain out with Tourist, but the output of Zor just gets incredibly hard to deal with once you have that Chakram up. So you're shoved away pretty early once Zora is allowed to get some solo EXP out.
Bit of a jump in on Volodka. No real chase though. Volodka is going to be just fine. Ash looking to find perhaps a doomed target. There's your kisses out now. Volodka's hitting nothing with these. Desperate eventually gets hit with them, but is completely whiffed. Fuerte, alright, they've lost the Bloodseeker. Well, what was that? Zor now gonna jump in. Door is gone.
That
But how did that happen?
he was stuck in the kinetic field somehow. I don't know why he was in that position. Maybe he went for the Watcher, the disabling Watcher, but
The
a
Watcher.
little bit too up front. Yeah. It looked like he was right next to that objective and does get punished for it. Your Bloodseeker's not safe here until BKB. Like that's really the one key thing up against. Even just the Timbersaw alone, the BKB is very justifiable, but you're up against a Zeus, you're up against a Pugna, there's a lot to worry about here. So you will need some self-debuff immunity for Ferta. He is opting for the Mjolnir first, so probably just feels like maybe damage up front, but I don't know if he's going to be tanky enough to try to run someone down here, which is really the main concern for the side of Tilted Boys. No one to frontline just yet. Ush, he's got the Midas, he's got the Vanguard going for a pipe. Once you have the blink up on the Doom, that's the bigger timing. Allows you some way of controlling these fights yourself. Volodka being flanked from the rear here.
Oh, just Desperate, and that's a big target to take down, but Desperate is actually not dropping. Haven't got the damage output yet. Blood Ride is there. Rupture committed for a day. He can get the drop in time. All right. Desperate does die. That's a big one. Nature Lover gonna try for a TP up. The Doom is committed. Ush is not messing around. Ensure they can find any kill they can get. So the Nexus Titans, they do lose 2 targets. That is a good news for the dire end of things, because things have not been going too well for them. Fuerte now being chased down here by Zor. Zor, however, missing everything. And in fact, now Fuerte thinking about turning back around on the Timber, but you don't have Rupture. And Zor has his Pugna behind him, so chances are he's probably just not going to die here, but they lift him up again. Chase him down. Bloodride is there. It should land, but no, it will miss. Kiritsugu with the Boundless Strike, and the Wukong's going to turn it back around. And now the chase is on for the Bloodseeker. They'll find another. Zor, he might finally die, or maybe not. Thana will just heal him up. That's so rough. The thing was, they spent this whole time chasing a Timbersaw, as if they could actually kill him.
Yeah, it's a little bit optimistic, especially while Rupture's down to look for Zor. To be fair, I mean, Zor did make it look like he was a viable target. He was missing most of his spells in that chase down. So Tilted Boys feel like they have the opportunity, but they just don't have the output. They don't have that protection yet with the BKB. You do see Ferte queuing that up now, so he does change his mind about that Mjolnir rush and realizes the BKB is a necessary component for them to look for these openings on Tilted Boys. The Titans, though, they're playing really damn well. They know that there's no way the Pugna gets punished in the backline outside of the kisses. Volodka might actually really have to just try to gun down Tana first. And that is one shortcoming in this draft from Tilted Boys, right? Like, no easy initiation until you've got the blink up on Ush. No real high mobile hero to rip through a backline. Support like the Pugna. And that just complicates these fights because you get max value from the life drain, from the nether blast and these pushes. Like, there's nothing to punish that squishy little hero in the backline here.
And there certainly isn't. There goes your top tier 2 tower, just being focused down now by Kiritsugu. The Tilted Boys having 0 answers towards the team fight of Nexus Titans. So Nexus Titans down 9k ahead. Desperate. Mid lane, gonna find Door on the edge. Door really looking like he has no chance out of here as Nature Life are even just dropping the Static Storm. No care in the world. Door will die for the 6th time this game. And I'll tell you, John, with this kind of draft from Tilted Boys, like, you're relying on a position 1 Bloodseeker to make the comeback happen for you guys. That never feels good. Like, this hero feels like absolute trash in the best of games, let alone in a game like this.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough going for Ferta. Once BKB's up, perhaps you have some of that early presence. Really, for Tilted Boys, it's down to also hitting your level spikes in Volodka, which is a ways off from happening. Like level 20, 25 is when you start to feel really good about your core snap, when it can start to pop off as a universal hero type, but it's way too long for that. Like, you have to keep stalling. Again, it's down to the timings of these cores. Doom, Bloodseeker, and the Snap to an extent all need a lot of time to cock up, and your early to mid game momentum was really just down to Volodka and no one else. And, you know, his mid lane, in terms of CS, was fine, but those two deaths really impacted his scaling into that mid game coming out of the lanes. And that just means you don't have a hero to connect with the Tilted Boys. You don't have anyone these two supports can really play to try to set up for kills outside of the Snap. And the Snap is really focused on just the kisses. You don't have the best AoE lockdown to maximize that. All you have is single target control right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a pretty rough time, to say the least. It's Tilted Boys. I mean, they're not out of this game yet. They've still got time to try and find a way of making a comeback here in this game one. It's just looking very, very tough with a 10k disadvantage. So, well, now Roshan's going to get started here from Nexus Titans. So, a pretty big kind of boost for them. I don't think Tilted Boys can really afford to try and force a fight here at the moment. I mean, you do have now the BKB up on Ferte, so you could think about it. But even with the BKB, I don't think Nexus Titans will care at all for it. They'll just continue taking the Roshan. Thane are going to keep him very, very healthy throughout all this. And Roshan's going to be taken very simply. Like, there's just no contest. No counter fight to come from Tilted Boys. But they are smoked up now, but it's way too late.
Yeah, not quick enough. They've got the blink to reveal on Ush. So they could probably take a fight with the blink BKB up on their Doom and up on Ferta as well. Just need to find a good hero to start off things here.
Yeah, I mean, they're moving in. They're going to try. Nexus Titans doing a good job of just backing off. Thunder God's Wrath going to give the vision as well. Zor not actually look at the front line, but rather just let his Disruptor die by the looks of it. The Glimmer Cape is really saving his ass. They actually can't deal with him. The Decrepify as well, just not letting anyone hit. It's Volodka already being chased down through the BKB by Kiritsugu. Volodka, I mean, he's going to try and cookie over the damn the pond, but it's not going to work out. This door goes down as well. 2 down for Tilted Boys, not even a team fight, just individual pickoffs happening here. They just look like they had no chance to begin with.
Yeah, a couple of things went wrong there for Tilted Boys. Ferte ran into that tree line where the ward had vision on the path. So they get early vision onto Bloodseeker. They pop the Thunder God's Wrath to know the positioning, to know if the smoke is up. They see it doesn't show anywhere else. So they back off, they get themselves a stronger position, they break up this fight, and Tilted Boys aren't able to initiate. I guess you've got this Blink Doom available, but Ush doesn't see in when he can viably target first. And that just means you can't take the fight. That is your one big opening for these engagements. Just Blink Doom up, but Ush can't find it. You know, the backline's very well protected. And even when it comes down to Doom targets, like, you can't Doom a Monkey King with Aegis. Maybe the Seversaw could be big.
With them, they do the Desperate up here on the Zeus, so they do find that. Desperate kind of getting caught with his pants down to the die. Jungle ends up going down, but that's only 1 kill, and Desperate, I'm sure, won't be looking to make that same mistake again. So the rest of his team still getting together, proved to be way too strong, and you see top lane, Kiritsugu, has been ruptured up to make sure Ferte can just walk away from this situation. So he cannot afford to man-fight the MK1v1. I just don't see at what point this game gets any better for Tilted Boys. It's just looking harder and harder as time goes on.
I see one timing, like 2025 for Volodka. Maybe a Mjolnir and see a Basher up on Ferta. That's when things can start to open up a little bit more. Until that point, it's not going to be that easy. It's not going to be easy at all for Tilted Boys. I think you're under a lot of pressure for Ush to try to get something done with a Blink Doom. Maybe he needs that War Stomp from the Centaur Conqueror, and just to have a little bit more of that initiation here. Something like the Ags build-up on Ush can be pretty impactful as well. But again, it's just so much farm. Just way too much farm necessary on Tilted Boys. And there's no sign of stopping here on the side of Nexus Titans as they do smoke up.
The top lane, they are going to head over to Ferte. Luckily, the kinetic field is going to give vision and information over for the Bloodseeker, knowing that they are trying to move their way up to that area. So mid tier 2 tower going to be focused here by Nexus Titans. Not going to take him very long to take that one out. It is gone.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Nexus Titans not looking to go high ground yet, I don't think. Maybe looking to just reset their HP mana pools first. Minute 20 left on the Aegis, but it looks like it may never really get used. Like that tier 2 mid tower might be the best objective they actually get out of this this Aegis. So gonna run it into Volodka now. Smoke up immediately from Tilted Boys is broken here in the mid lane by Kiritsugu. Meanwhile, Volodka, forced to BKB TP away, will make it out. Mid lane, Kiritsugu actually moved in onto Ush by himself. Unable to find the kill so far, but does jump in again with the Primal Spring, and Ush is just dead. Unable to walk away from the scenario. Skyward, Boundless Strike gonna land. He will also be down. Verte's trying to rush in. A nice cookie on Desperate gonna cancel the TP off. And now Kiritsugu is dropping a little bit low, but he still has the Aegis. Like now the rest of the cavalry do show up, so Nexus Titans don't really have too much to be afraid of. They are stronger in numbers. Though I must say, losing that Zeus might feel a little bit painful for him.
Just a bit too far forward there in Desperate. A really good cookie out. Good control to just stop Desperate from trying to TP home. They find some good punishment. That's enough to stall out the high ground. It just would, how low its time is, not the comfiest for the side of the Titans to try to go for objectives. But the map is naked still for Tilted Boys. They're not able to capitalize as much as they'd want to over that Zeus kill. They will smoke up now, so perhaps they can hatch someone out, but no stragglers remaining from Nexus Titans here, Mike. They've all kind of bailed out onto their side of the map across the river. So it doesn't feel like you should be able to find something off the smoke. And that's unfortunate. Like, you want to be able to start to get that ball rolling while the Zeus is down, even a few seconds without having to worry about Thunder God's Wrath is big. But just good map awareness from the side of Nexus Titans. A good understanding that, you know, play it safe, back off, don't get too greedy in farming, and just don't give any openings out.
Well, Zor, they are going to find the Timber, but he's a pretty tough target to deal with, so they'll walk away from that. Thunder God's Wrath going to give all the vision over onto Tilted Boys, so they do immediately need to get the hell out of there. It's not very, very safe for them. But they are going to stick around, maybe looking for an entrance into a fight. Verte's going to find a double damage, so now they're very tempted. Probably the best chance they've had all game to get a successful team fight to go their way. Question is, can they actually find a good team fight for themselves? Right now, they are baiting in the mid lane with the Bloodseeker, but I doubt the Nexus Titans will try to make a jump in when they see the double damage there on the BS. So instead, it looks like the lines have been drawn out through bottom lane, and Tilted Boys, they are going to try and maybe start to push out through the bottom. Better than nothing, at least right now for Tilted Boys.
Yeah, just get some laning pressure, maybe find a tier 2. So you've got an opening, just in case you find a full team wipe somehow. Try to gun for a tier 3 down the line. Side of Nexus Titans, so I'm no pressure, right? They just shove in top, force a response out. Already one into Doom heading up there. A TP cancellation, just not wanting to overcommit on just fixing over lane. That will leave them a man short on the side of Tilted Boys, but see if the side of the Titans do decide to push forward. And they are coming in now, but the back off's already there, although Ferte.
Well, he's in a bit of danger here as the Bloodseeker. He's going to be forced to BKB TP away. He's alright. It's a long TP, but he's alright. And I guess they do force the defense out from Nexus Titan. So at least you don't have to worry about any high ground attempts happening here from the Radiant end. You know that they have to push out the bottom lane again. But I guess for Nexus Titans, they are probably waiting for the next Roshan anyway, to be absolutely fair.
Just no pressure. I mean, you're in cruise control right now for Nexus Titans. You can choose to do what you want in this game. You've got control. Longer Roche respawn at 2 minutes. You might find a pick off.
Mid lane. Looks like they're going to find nothing here. Even the Thunder God's Wrath being committed, though, no, they do get a glimpse. The visual will be enough for Nature Lover. Was within range for the Ench. I mean, maybe they could force a buyback from the Ench. Like, it's 40-second cooldown. She might not even need to buy back, to be fair, because it is just a +5 Enchantress, but we'll see if they can force something.
They already used forced out the BKB usage on Volodka, so it's down to 6 seconds now on that debuff immunity. Not the best feeling in the world. I don't think you've gotten enough from the BKB. At the same time, at least you're minimizing your losses here for the side of Tilted Boys. Your concern still lies in the fact that you really can't do much in the map. Good forward vision coming out from Nexus Titans, watching both of the jungle entrances right now, the triangle and that top jungle area in their control. A minute left till Roshan. At the very least, you've got this cheeky little mud golem keeping track on side of Tilted Boys, but will be found out and taken out. And with a respawn in a minute, should head down bot. The Tilted Boys trying to make their way down this corridor again.
That they are. The option's going to be committed. Who have they actually got with that? It's going to be Zora on the Timbers. That's a great start. Zora is gone. Buyback is available. Problem is they cannot deal with Kiritsugu, so they lose their Bloodseeker. Kiritsugu just man-fights him. Ferete, I'm not sure what the idea was. I think he thought maybe we could deal with the MK, but that was not the case. As Volodka barely able to BKB away with the TP. Nexus Titans able to find another great team fight. Even chasing down Door now. Primal Spring is going to land. Decrepify is going to be out, and that means that Door is probably also just dead. Nature Lover will take it.
Damn, they'd find the pickoffs, so now they've got the attempt for high ground. Even with Roshan up, you have nothing to worry about. Granted, Doom is still available in Usher to respawn, so you still have some options here. You also have the stolen life drain ready on Skyward. It can be impactful in a couple of these fights if he does hold on to that one.
Oh, Skyward lift up, has got Kiritsugu. There's no Aegis up. He did not finish off Roshan, but the Pugna, it's proving to be a bit too powerful. This life drain. It's just so much HP regen coming out for Kiritsugu. There's just nothing they can do about it either. They have not been able to find the Pugna at all this game.
Just no backline repper coming out from Tilted Boys. No mobility on mid. This is where that Snapfire last pick kind of surprised me. You know, you still had a couple of Spirit Brothers left. They just respect the fact that, yeah, the Timbersaw could be flexed onto the mid lane. So they opt for the snap to be safe, but I don't know, like you need something highly mobile. Just rip off these really squishy targets and back. Like not just the Pugna, even the Disruptor's been getting a lot of value here. Nature Lover hasn't died that many times, only 2 deaths. Roche up top, smoke out from Tilted Boys. They will want to contest, but it's not a full commitment yet from Nexus Titans. They are a little bit scattered around, but they've got the gate to go through at least.
Yeah, they do. Problem is, Nexus Titans, I mean, they are hanging around here. Fuerte going to kind of reveal that the Bloodseeker has moved in with his team. Static Storm going to be dropped immediately. They actually have found Skyward on the Rubik. Nature Lover, though, going to get caught out on his own, but there's a Wukong's command coming out now. Fuerte needs to run. Volodka jumped in. Volodka's down. Here we go again, the life train versus life train situation. Skyward trying to suck the life out of him, but Dana putting it right back in. Fuerte, he might actually have a chance now. He's got the kill onto Kiritsugu, but he's down. Ash still trying on the Doom. Thunder God's Wrath going to hand over the vision as now Door shown up again against Desperate, but he is just taking him down anyway. Buyback's coming out here from Tilted Boys. None of it's going to matter though.
No. Like a lot of committal from the side of Tilted Boys getting 3 buybacks out. And overall, it's still a massive win for Nexus Titans. You do manage to get a good Doom off onto Kiritsugu. You don't manage to pin down the supports. It takes them a while to rip through Tana. So the life drain does a lot in the middle of that. And, well, now you've got Aegis up and running on a Monkey King. who will have Wukong's in 16 seconds back up, BKB in 20, and like they've got that opening for the high ground for sure. The Tilted Boys, they're down without Doom for a little bit longer. Ferte can try to get something done in the middle of this, but without that Doom, it just feels like your tools for the fight are not quite there.
Pretty rough here for Tilted Boys. Top tier 2 tower, top tier 3 tower going to be under siege again. Nexus Titans. The top racks now taking a lot of damage, and Ferte, I'm not sure about that. Like, he moves right up and close and personal here at Kiritsugu. Just, I'm not sure what he's trying to do with the Bloodseeker. And he's down for 2 minutes. This game's just as good as over. I'm just going to try and jump in now for one last shot. He's down. Door still trying to go. Meanwhile, Volodka's has been caught by Kiritsugu, so he's down. No buybacks on those guys either. Glimpse back on Skyward. He will drop to boot. Door is the only survivor. Not for long, though. He's going to get bound to die by Desperate. And GG is called. A pretty messy game for Tilted Boys, but Nexus Titans looking very clean here in this game 1.
Yeah, they make it look pretty dominant from the side of Nexus Titans, which honestly isn't the result I'd expect here for this matchup. I felt that Tilted Boys were favored coming in. They've shown us a lot better games coming out. Nexus Titans, it looked like they fixed their issues. Like, you know, they come out with this draft, they keep scaring them with the Turmosaw mid, so much so that they don't manage to pick a mobile mid here for the side of Tilted Boys, ending up with a Snapfire up against the Zeus, which theoretically the Zeus feels better in, but Volodka manages to eke out in CS, but then dies a couple of times to the Zeus as well. It really just stemmed down to the fact that for the side of Tilted Boys, you had no aggression. Right? Like, your support duo doesn't really make solo plays without any court to connect to. Connecting to Snapfire is less than ideal with these two supports, as they don't have the best hold. They just get run down after the laning phase, and well, their lineup needed so much more farm. Like, they need to keep stalling that game for as much as possible to try to get that scaling up on the Bloodseeker and the Doom, and it just never comes out.
Yeah, they sure did. It was a very tough kind of game here for Tilted Boys, and they just really never took off. Like, there was some very awkward team fights taken as well. Fuerte, he had a couple moments where I was very confused as to what he was trying to do, and you know, it was a pretty hard game for him, to be absolutely fair to him. Like, we had this one good moment where he finds a bit of a double kill, especially killing off Kiritsugu, but they just had no kind of game here, Tilted Boys, especially being unable to do with the Pugner of Thana. He just live training every single team fight, just keeping everyone alive. They had no answers towards this. It's a very tough game. I mean, I hope they rethink everything for game number 2's draft here from Tilted Boys' end, because that was just way too one-sided between these two teams. It was a pretty straightforward game for Nexus Titans by the seams of it.
Yeah, I think for Tilted Boys, maybe look for more aggression coming out from the supports. Maybe some way of closing the gap as well for Volodka. It just felt like they couldn't find any way of dealing with that backline, as we've mentioned many times before. Nexus Titans finding this win, and our MVP will go out to Zor here on the Timsaw. He did fantastic work on that Tim. Even if in the couple of times where he missed all his spells, he just created this bait for Tilted Boys, right? Like, you think, oh, you know, the Timsaw is not touching our Bloodseeker at all. We've got the opening, but the side of Nexus Titans would play off the back of this front line really well. And he managed to make good work of his lane. Like, Timbersaw in that lane, first 2 levels can feel a little bit rough, but you never saw that opening. You know, he was allowed to just have the 1v1 versus the Bloodseeker, which isn't too bad for Timbersaw at all. And they just get that ball rolling early. Like, they get the push in, they get a lot of presence out, and just no solutions coming out here from the side of Tilted Boys.
I mean, there certainly wasn't any solutions this game around for Tilted Boys. Nexus Titans taking a pretty clean game number 1, but I do wonder if they can do the same for game 2, John, as we are going to head into a short break. And of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with our game 2 draft between Tilted Boys and of course Nexus Titans. We'll see you all again very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between the Nexus Titans and, of course, Tilted Boys, and it is MLP Dota and John X Fire, and we can get straight into draft number 2. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Game 1 not going very well for Tilted Boys. What do you think they need to change things up here to try and pull off a Game 2 victory?
Well, I do want more aggression, maybe a way of jumping the back line here from the side of Tilted Boys. They do start off the draft rather differently, not too much in the bans. I mean, they take out the Timbersaw, and again, respect banning that Brood, which we have seen Kiritsugu play quite well. Nexus Titans taking care of the Morphling and Dying, but they do get to pick up the Bat Rider now for Tilted Boys, so that should be our Skyward hero on hand. It should give them better time in lane. The hero still crushes a lot of dual lanes for sure, even despite the nerfs. Like, the damage output is still there on a Bat Rider. And although they do pick up the Rubik, so I'm guessing now that's actually just Skyward Rubik again, and maybe some like the off-lane Bat Rider coming out here for Ush, which still does work. Like, this dual lane can run down, it can look aggressive, it does have a lot of play, and it doesn't take as much farm to get online. And the Bat Rider now, viable Boots of Bearing Carrier, even as an off-laner, it can maybe build an early Vanguard as well. That's something we sometimes see from the Bats into the Octarine. So I don't mind this too much for Tilted Boys. I think it sets a lot better tone. It's maybe a little bit faster in comparison to the Doom Rubik last time around. Nexus Titans, though, they start with the techies, Mike, and that hero is still up there in terms of being strong. Granted, I think last time we did see the power of the Pugman for sure highlighted, but the techie should allow Nexus Titans to crush their lane even harder now, especially in that off lane, depending on what duo they pick up with it.
Yeah. The thing with techies as well is no matter how much they nerf it, like the issue with the hero might be the fact that the proximity mines just give so much information to your team, and you don't need to do anything. Like, you just place these mines down. You just gotta watch out for the sound cue. Once you hear the sound cue and you see the mines explode, you know somebody's around. And that has proven to be very, very powerful. As Nexus Titans, they are going to go into an LC pickup, which is a hero that, you know, while it got nerfed in 7.33D, I don't feel like we've seen it much even before that. It had slowly become more popular, but I'd still say it was not being picked up as much as I would have personally thought. Now it's picked up once again, and I think the hero is still extremely powerful, regardless of the recent nerf that it did occur. It is still very, very strong. So see how it does pan out here against the side of Tilted Boys. But yeah, I think I've just been very surprised that we haven't seen the hero popping up a bit more often.
Yeah, it's still a hero that does a lot of work up against a lot of melee matchups. It feels pretty damn good. I think in this case, you're picking it really just to have a Bat Rider counter and still have a solid off lane. Like, techies plus Legion Commander is pretty damn aggressive. There's a lot of magic damage to play with there. Easy to run down. If you're, again, laning up against a melee hero, it's going to feel pretty damn good for the Titans. And you always have a save for Lasso. You have a stable wave during these fights as well with Blink Duel. So I'm liking what Nexus Titans is bringing out. Again, they've looked a lot better today. Like, this is not the Nexus Titans that we've seen throughout this tour, I want to say. It's been a little bit more rocky for them, but the last game looked dominant start to finish. And maybe a couple of openings being given out to the side of Tilted Boys, but certainly the strongest performance we've seen out of Nexus Titans in the entire tour.
It was a very, very good game one from their end of things. I just wonder whether they can keep things up here in game 2. We are going to have to wait out the next ban stage to see where these drafts are going to go, but I think for Tilted Boys especially, you've got to be very careful with this draft, because this loss could just mean your relegation is going to be out for Div 2, and that is not going to be the greatest feeling, having to go through qualifiers again. So we'll think about this draft a little bit more heavily. Definitely don't want to see anything like a Bloodseeker coming out again if we can avoid it. So, I mean, even if the Bloodseeker was a decent pick and it wasn't his fault that they lost game 2, he did look game 1. Sorry, he did look very lost on the hero. So
yeah,
I think you're much better off going for comfort here for Tilted Boys, because Ferte, regardless of how the game state was, he was not looking too comfortable in the hero.
No, he certainly didn't. I think that was the first Bloodseeker we've seen come out from him in this tour at the very least. So Maybe not something that he feels too good about. Just felt like they had to pick it up to counteract, say, the Timbersaw, but even that didn't really come out down the line. Probably want to see something else. Maybe something like his PL Naga is still there. Illusion-based heroes do feel something like Ferta does excel at. He has pushed the limits of a lot of those heroes quite nicely as well. So I wouldn't mind something in that direction. Heck, if your matchup kind of works for it. Well, Illusions into LC is kind of meh, but again, with a change to overwhelming odds, it's not that bad. If you can get room for it, something like the Terrorblade can feel pretty good here. Matchup against the LC, as long as you have Metamorphosis, is pretty safe. You don't mind that too much. You have a lot of armor to sit through his right clicks in the laning phase. Your HP is pretty low, so you will need a stat padding item early on, but after that, in your Dragonlance Manta, you feel pretty secure as a Terrorblade in the game, so I wouldn't mind that too much, but again, it's rather open for Tilted Boys. But, I mean, just looking at the openings, I just feel a lot better about Legion Commander techies in comparison to Rubik Batrider. Like, Rubik Batrider still does a lot of work, but I don't know, like, these are two strong heroes on Nexus Titans. Techies in particular is pretty scary. They pick up the Doom on Tilted Boys, so what is this? A pause 5 Rubik, pause 4 Batrider Doom lane is still okay. It's maybe not natural setup for a Doom, but you can run down once you have Scorched Earth and Flamebreak Firefly up.
You can. Nexus Titans, the third pick for themselves, could just choose to go for a secondary core here. A secondary support. I have a bit of a think about this one. Obviously, no Pugner option for them as they did ban it out, but I highly doubt they wanted this game anyway. Let's change things up a little bit here for Nexus Titans. Still using a lot of reserve time though, only 25 seconds of this left.
Yeah, they did take a level 1 penalty if I recall right, so they didn't have too much to start off with in comparison, to be fair.
Oh, they're gonna go down the Venom route, are we? Alright, here we go. It's not the worst Venom game. Seeing a Doom up, you can just help your pause 1 win that lane, I suppose. I'm wondering if we see some really funky fluxes from Nexus Titans, as they do pick up the Terrorblade now as well. So you have a solid lane. Like, Reflection plus Poison Sting Gale can be pretty hard to deal with for that off-lane duo of Tilted Boys, which should be Doom Batrider now. I don't think you have that much presence up against a TB. When Metamorphosis is up, he runs you down. When it's down, well, Reflection plus a Venomancer can be pretty hard to deal with as well. So I don't mind that too much. There's a little bit of a weird flex for Nexus Titans, where you could run LC support, but LC support would rework LC is pretty atrocious, so I don't expect Nexus Titans to lean too hard into that. No, I highly doubt that's coming up. Tilted Boys, their 4th pick.
Radiant team back.
Alright, they're going to go down the PL route. This hero is another one that we don't get to see very often. It is against an LC, which is going to be interesting to see how this one pans out for him. I don't know. I don't mind the PL versus Timber, the PL versus TB, but the thing is, like, against the LC might be a bit of a tough ask.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. At the least, you have a dodge mechanic for the blast off Sticky Bomb here, but laning phase Doppelganger is not the lowest cooldown in the world. Chances are you're still going to get caught out by a couple of spells from the side of Nexus Titans. And I don't know, like, I did call out for an illusion here for Ferta. Even with a rework to LC, like, sure, you can't just overwhelming odds safely from the back to clear out the illusions, but at the same time, you can just blink in, and if you know which one's the real target, then you overwhelming odds, you duel. It's going to feel pretty good for the LC still overall. I'm wondering what Nexus Titans will have on hand to kind of help you deal with a PL, and what Tilted Boys will get in terms of trying to lock in the Terrorblade, because you do have decent magic damage on hand just with a Batrider support. That might be more than enough to kind of work that lane up against TB, but a stable solution down the line, which isn't overly reliant on the PL, would be pretty nice here. 2 Spirit Brothers being banned out, Leshrac being taken out by Tilted Boys, trying to protect their PL as well. What options are left for the Titans? Still something like a Puck, although it doesn't feel as necessary here. Pangalier's been left in the pool, although that is a little bit hit or miss up against the Illusion heroes. There's something like Quap that does look like it could be nice, especially with the Ags build up in your Shard. They go to Pango instead, so just a stable mid, a little bit of Illusion clearing on hand. And to be fair, like Pango, even with some of the tweaks he's gotten, he is still a strong hero, you know? You still see this hero pop up. You can go for a Maelstrom build if it feels necessary to deal with the Illusion spam as well. And up against most mid matchups, it's Pangolier. Doesn't feel like it really loses in a worst case scenario.
No, it really doesn't. It's Pango. It just does its thing. They're going to go for the Storm last pick here from Tilted Boys' end of things. So something pretty different coming out from Tilted Boys. I think the Storm, it's meant to kind of do well against the Pangolier, but I think it can just work either way prior to the level 6 mark. So it's, you know, it's one of those matchups where we've seen it many, many times, and it does kind of, it works either way. Like, you're just looking for the outplay potential against each other. So we'll see how this one works. At the very least, I think Tilted Boys did come out with a substantially better draft going into game number 2 here against Nexus Titans. And what is it, John? Skyward Pos
It's
4
a Skyward Doom, yeah. Not the
Okay.
Hush Doom with a Skyward Batrider. So they flexed that one. That is interesting. I suppose the Batrider could use the farm here. Doom can always fall back to Devour, and that does allow you to go for maybe a 1-3-1 build. And depending on what you need in the lane, you can run down. You can look to be a little bit more aggressive. So that could be a solution. I do agree with you. I think Tilted Boys draft is a lot better in this game, but I'm not sure if I'd say it's outright better than what Nexus Titans has. I think the Titans can still play this matchup pretty well. Their core-to-cores are maybe a little bit more awkward, and you should expect Tilted Boys to have a better time in the laning phase, but I don't think it's enough to shut Nexus Titans down from trying to hit their own timings. I think for the side of Tilted Boys, well, they've got to win out a couple of lanes, you know? Like, the mid matchup is the one that I'm really looking for Volodka to kind of kick into gear, because last game was not the best of times. Like, his Snapfire was doing fine in CS, really controlling the lane well, but he can't afford to give out any opportunities. This time, at least in the Storm, once you hit 6, you're pretty secure here.
Yeah, you should be. I mean, we can go into game number 2 now and see exactly how this is all going to work out here between these two teams, and see if we are going to a game 3 or not between Tilted Boys and Nexus Titans, or whether it's going to be a quick 2-0 here for Nexus Titans. So the PO is the big question mark, I think, on everyone's mind here for Fuerte, and against the LC it can be very, very tough, because that overwhelming odds just kind of deletes all your illusions. So it's not too hard to find the real PO in the middle of a big team fight, assuming the LC can break the gap and get that overwhelming odds off. We'll just have to see if that's going to be the case, though. I mean, it's easier said than done, I suppose. You know, sometimes it can be pretty hard to catch that sneaky PO.
30 seconds to battle.
Skyward going for a little sentry play. He drops a sentry by the tier 2.
Yeah, that's the creep trick. That's the creep wave trick that he's doing. So the creep wave's going to be dragged to the sentry now, which is going to inherently make it so the dire creep wave's going to push into the tier 1 tower. And it's going to reset the creep equilibrium the dire way. His top lane, Volodka, will take a bit of damage, but is going to be just fine. So now Skyward's going to try and block this creep wave down a bot lane. And he obviously wants the creep wave to push into the... Oh, maybe he doesn't. All right, maybe he just doesn't. Never mind.
Bit too far back, I think.
What?
To
What's
be
the
in
sentry
tower
for
in
then?
division. I think he wanted to, but it's too far back in the tree line that the creeps walk by. It's still hidden by the trees.
Yeah,
They
but
managed
then
to do that.
I thought he would just drag the creep wave back in that case. Just give the vision. I guess he probably can't though, right? Like, yeah, no, he probably can't. All right, he messed it up. Never mind. There you go.
A little bit of gold
Unfortunate.
wasted. Not the most painful thing in the world. We can take a look at our mid lane matchup before breaking things out in side lanes. Desperate up against Volodka on the Pango versus Storm. This one we've seen multiple times before. And the Storm should be a little bit happier. Volodka should definitely start crushing, but we saw Desperate as well kind of kick into gear anyway after a slower start in terms of trading CS. Shouldn't be fully shut down as long as he maintains spacing up against the Storm. Doesn't allow him to go for, say, double overload. Doesn't get hit by the Remnants. You should be pretty happy on the Pango. Less kill opportunities, though, for sure. When Storm hits 6, you can't do too much in Pangolier there, so EXP going to be a big part of this matchup.
Yeah, we see it all the time as well. Like, if you can hit the level 6 on Pango before the Storm can, it generally does mean you'll find at least one kill before the Volodka Storm can hit level 6 himself. But, well, for now, Volodka's well and truly off to a great start in terms of the XP department, so already one level ahead of Desperate. This is great news for him. Chances are he's not going to get caught by that level 6 timing of the Pangolier. Of course, we are looking at top lane, where you are going to see Thana being chased here by Dor and Ferte. It's going to be there with Zor on the position 3 LC. I do wonder whether you see Nexus Titans catching out this PL through the laning stage. It can be pretty hard without the duel up, of course, but at least, you know, you have a way of dealing with Ferte if he does get in with a bunch of illusions. Like, it is a lot of damage you end up dealing with that overwhelming odds.
Yeah, it is quite a lot of damage. It makes it really easy to find a real PL as well with the bonus damage you have on top using the illusion's current HP. So it should show you which one the real PL is just by looking at the health bars. Down bot, getting aggressive onto Skyward with a Gale and Reflection. It does have the TP back at the least. But that will leave Ush in a solo lane, which for the Bat Rider here, sure, on paper, you can Firefly, try to run down the Terrorblade, but you're up against Venno. There's a lot of slows on hand. There's a lot of protection to ensure the Terrorblade has his spacing, even when Metamorphosis fades. So it's not too bad for Kiritsugu. He is finding some good farm. You're not shutting down Ush, but you're going to have that stable start you'd want in the Terrorblade anyway.
Oh, but Desperate. Oh, it's a Fairy Fire. He's going to make it. Volodka very, very close to securing a kill here in the mid-storm. Desperate barely able to survive through the damage output. Now Volodka actually getting quite low himself, but did have a Tango and does use a branch, so still going to be just fine to remain in the lane. Desperate, the one that needs to be ultra careful here, as it does seem like Volodka is looking for the opportunity to get a kill onto him. Volodka himself probably should still remain careful himself though, because I mean he is still running low. Desperate, able to swashbuckle away. Volodka unable to claim the kill. But it feels like any moment now this mid lane is going to produce something. I mean, it might just be classic bait from these mid laners, but surely a kill comes out at some point.
Yeah, should. Theoretically. Again, you're doing a great job in Desperate to just control CS though. Despite maybe going a little bit more back and forth. He is pulling a bit ahead.
Bot lane, Skyward, he might be the one to drop first, and in fact he will go down first. Unfortunate, Skyward handing over first blood to the Venno. The Nature Live are obviously eventually going down to Ush, but still a pretty nice trade-off here for Nexus Titans.
You're more than happy. You get the bonus gold your way. You just get to start trying to scale up, or at least getting some utility on your Venno in lane. You have a lot of wards right now as well in that Venomancer, and you should be able to go for a bottle top-up, although Desperate.
Does eventually go down, Skyward. The rotation, handing over the mana so Volodka can finish off the kill, and Skyward actually gets the kill himself, which is kind of hilarious. But I'm sure the Storm's still very, very happy with that. It's not very often you see a position 4 Doom rotating like that to find a kill, but apparently that's exactly what happens here.
That's the kill they needed here for the side of the Tilted Boys. Yeah, you kind of did want to offset that mid and find some punishment for a Nature Lover not quite TPing in for a bottle refill. Granted, Desperate was a bit too far forward for that, so a little bit hard to pull that off. Zor trying to run down Dor.
Here we go again. Sky was rotated another time. This time towards the top lane, and it looks like they are going to find the kill. Zor ends up going down now. Ferte able to take the kill on the PL. Again, there's this +4 too. It's so awkward seeing him roam around like this, but it is working.
He's getting a lot done. Has the mana burn, has the scorched shirts. You can apply a lot of pressure early on. Ush solo is in a little bit of a maybe uncomfy position, but he's not going to be, again, fully zoned out by the side of Nexus Titans. Although you are allowing a lot of farm to come out for Kiritsugu. Good swing towards the back with a gate for Skyward. No vision to spot here inside of Titan. So he is free to kind of dance around. Like he's been all across the map, Mike. From bot to mid to top, back bot. Tour all over the world for Skyward.
Lane, desperate. A bit of a chase here from Volodka. Thor's going to show up as well. Desperate. No swashbuckle yet. Is going to try and run the other way, but he's just down. Tips out here from Ush. Really trying to get into the mental of our mid lane. Desperate. With Volodka now with the level 6 timing, just finding a very nice kill onto the Pangoli.
Pretty big kill with the movement out there to back them up from door. A little bit surprised the Titans aren't committing any TPs. To be fair, it's Venomancer and Techies. There's no easy way to punish an overextension like that. And that does lead to those openings coming out for Tilted Boys. Again, a much stronger start for the side of Tilted Boys in comparison to game 1. You've got some momentum to build up here from Volodka. And he is working towards his power treads into probably just the usual Witchblade, Falcon Blade build up on the Storm. 7-minute runes are up. Let's see if Nature Lover can steal it, but Skyward looks to be in position.
He is. Skyward able to take the Wisdom Rune away. Nature Lover still chasing him, or rather being chased down here by Skyward. Ush now going to show up. Nature Lover, well, might at least find a courier for his trouble, but he won't. Skyward to take the kill here on the Doom. I'll sort of pick up here between the two. At least does make sure that the Wisdom Rune does not go the way of the Radiant, which I think if Tilted Boys do one thing correctly, it is making sure those Wisdom Runes are not handed back the other way.
Yeah, they just ensure that they've always got their own secured. They know their timings well. And Dora getting run down a little bit by Zor.
I mean, Zor should eventually have this kill on the Rubik and will. This little pick up there is now Fuerte's pretty far forward. Does have the doppel. Zor will have overwhelming odds in just a moment, and now the blast off comes in, so the PL's gone. Very aggressive positioning from the PL, and it does cost his life. Sad part is he didn't even get the large camp. Centaur was still alive by the time he died.
Yeah, not worthwhile for the side of Tilted Boys. Again, they found some good openings, but they still have to measure back the aggression a bit. In some of their heroes, there is still punishment that can fly out from the Nexus Titans. It's not like you've got an overwhelming lead your way here for Tilted Boys either. It's a 2k lead for Nexus Titans here as well. Duel ready on Zor. Skyward is up top though, but is he not spotted out?
I mean, they're almost... Oh boy, Thana misses the blast off, got the wrong target, and now the rotations are here from Volodka to boot. So Zor, he's going to try to run. Thana already down, and Zor should just be dead as well. Skyward to take another kill for himself on the Pos 4 Doom. Very, very nice setup from Tilted Boys, ensuring that Jewel never came out onto Fuerte, and Volodka making some nice impact happen on the Storm.
Yeah, just shows up to ensure that they've got punishment up top. There's no movement you can really get out from the side of Nexus Titans. They're busy clearing out stacks. Now, Ush is a target here.
He's perfectly fine by the looks of it.
Yeah, they had a sentry to spot out Desperate on the Invis. He does manage to back off in the nick of time there. But the pressure is starting to ramp up. Mid is being pushed into Volodka and Dor. They're already getting it done. So they might trade away a bot tier 1, but at least you find mid. Bot tier 1 does allow easier access into Wisdom Room though, so not the worst thing in the world for the side of the Titans, but you are giving a lot of free space out for a Storm here.
Doom's out as well. Skyward's going to rotate from the back. They do not cancel their TPs to help out the TBs, so he's gone, and Despot's gone to boot. Very, very messy as Volodka mid lane will at least die for this, so they do find a Storm for their trouble. But yeah, I mean, Nature Lover literally just left his TB down the bot lane. As soon as he got doomed up, he just never canceled the TP. Stainer now going to chase down Door. Door copying a lot of damage here. Sticky Bomb's going to land. They actually have the proximity to mines himself here against the Techies, but it's not going to matter in the end. Thana able to get the job done. As Ash is going to try and take his own life away, but now the gush out. Whoopsie daisies. Ash is down. Skyward going to move in. Does have the mini stun. Thana will eventually die here to Skyward. But now Skyward's taking a hell of a lot of damage here from this Veno.
All right.
Luckily, Volodka is going to be around with the zip in. Does secure a kill for himself.
I'm honestly finding all these kills on Doom is not a bad thing to see here for the side of Tilted Boys. It does mean Skyward has higher net worth than Ush right now. Really brave to trade hits with a double damage techies, I have to say. No, good old Door trying to force the issue does get punished for it in the end. But you find a little bit, at the least, and to feed into your Doom. Top lane, you've got a little bit of a push going on for Zor. Does have the solo space to get that done. Fairtail already pushed back into the jungle. He's trying to work on the Manta. So you're at a fairly equal game state now, with all of those kills coming out from the side of Tilted Boys. The build-up, though, it does feel maybe a little bit faster for the Terrorblade. So you will have that item advantage coming in here. I think your one issue with Nexus Titans coming out of lane has been Desperate. Like, his mid has not felt great. He hasn't had the best time to kick off this game on the Pango. He's been a focal point for the side of Tilted Boys, and, well,
Is under attack.
Tilted Boys, I mean, they've already got the drums up. On Skyward, he's going for the Boots of Baron as well.
Jewel is out, top lane. They are able to find the PL again. I do love this little combination. Like, Zor just runs in, pops the overwhelming odds, and clears out all the illusions, and then Thana just gets the blast off and just places 2 proximity mines for the Jewel. It's a very simple combination. Bottom lane, they are at least going to find Nature Lover, but that's nowhere near worth compared to the PL going down. I think regardless of how things went in the lane, this PL is just not going to have a good time if this keeps up.
No, it's going to be a slower time for that build-up for sure. There's very limited map space for Fair to kind of try to play catch-up here. They're always applying that pressure up top. And they're trying to push in bot. They doom up an illusion from the Terrorblade. So that's a pretty big win for Kuretsugu.
It certainly is. He's going to be very happy to see that. Nice little bait there onto the Doom. At least it is a +4 Doom, I guess, so, you know. Could have been worse.
Yes, I suppose. Sure. Silver linings, Mike. Very nice.
Thought. He probably will eventually just die here. Just dying to the poison damage. Said the Rolling Thunder is going to connect and Dora is down. Desperate will ensure he takes the kill on the Pango. And top lane, I'll tell you, Ferete has to be very careful not to show on that creep wave because Zor and Thana, they know he's there. He just showed for a second and they immediately smoke up. It's such an easy kill if you can break the gap. No blink up yet on Zor, but they can use the blast off to try and initiate, and now they're doomed to come out with the mines. Just look how easy it is. 2 mines will do it. And Thana, all he had to do was land the blast off to allow Zor to run it.
Yeah. Daytime vision still there. Smoke outside. Just get the blast off going. He's going for Ags, Mike. Tana's going for... you know, that's actually genius up against a PL. And because we said it, you kind of want to Phantom Rush around. Your illusions want to run around. The Minefield sign means you won't. So that's rather
true.
Interesting that he's going for that rush.
It's kind of a matter of why not. Like, if you can afford it super early on, it can feel very, very hard to play against. It's like you just got to watch every single area you're trying to fight in. So it's it'll be interesting. I mean, he's going to have some very nice timing on it. Just needs about 2k or even just 1k gold to have it done, so not too far away at all. Nexus Titans just kind of biding their time here. And the only real high net worth on the side of Tilted Boys right now is Volodka on that mid-storm, to be fair. So to be quite happy just hitting creeps right now as Kuretsugu, knowing the PL's been dealt with quite a few times. Top lane, Desperate could be in a spot of trouble here because Ash is going to land the lasso and Desperate's just... Yeah, it's one of those deaths that that happen to you and you can't ask your team how that happened because you're right in front of the tier 2 tower. There's really no excuse for a death like that.
No. Like, they just made a couple of plays up top, so they should know that they were kind of set up to punish any play there.
Well, Ferete...
this time around,
they're trying to chase the PL, but Ferete kind of gets the hint that they're probably all around him right now because the Pango was caught up top lane. Yeah, he's just going to disengage and relocate somewhere else to farm.
He's still hanging around the area. They do still have Doom available in Skyward if they make a move here, but the backup is ready on Nexus Titans. Blink up on Zor as well, so easier gap closing for the duel.
Well, Skyward immediately jumped here. They just want to get rid of the Doom immediately, and they do. Nice little duel pick up there from the LC, and it's going to be another thing for Zor. Like, he's already up to plus 30. Now hitting level 10, so he does get the talent, but
Dire's bottom tower
he's having a pretty good game in terms of the duel start. So this LC, it is going to eventually start to feel like it's just another position 1 with how hard it hits. So it's the classic LC kind of game where it just keeps winning duels and just keeps getting more and more damage.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, just gonna scale up real hard here. Love that Zor's just gunning for the instant BKB as well. He just doesn't want to be concerned about any of the soft counters coming out from the side of Tilted Boys. Mid push coming out here from Nexus Titans with a Metamorphosis in Kiritsugu. Doesn't take too long to find out. Skyward TP's in, but
Has fallen.
can't really do much. He's trying to go for the Midas now into the Blink. And that does mean your Doom is going to have to play a little bit greedier, which means, again, less map space to share, maybe a little bit less room for Ferte and for Arsh to kind of try to scale up here. Zor.
Yeah, Lasso's out. Zor is still fine. So Volodka's going to move in with the zip in, but not doing enough damage quite yet here onto the LC. In fact, the duel's out.
no.
They want to turn this one around, and they've got him. Zor, he will eventually die, but he's more than happy to die with the storm. They will chase down Nature Lover. They'll chase down the Pango. Nature Lover will get caught with the lift, so he's not able to TP out. The Pango, though, I mean, he's very, very low to the damage that's been dealt here by Skyward. Desperate. Able to just kind of swashbuckle TP away, and is going to make it out.
Attack are scanning.
So, I mean, it's still a decent fight for Tilted Boys. I believe they only really lost the Storm. Not the worst situation in the world. And for Nexus Titans, they were off to a very good start with that team fight, but just unable to do anything after the Storm was down.
Didn't get the follow through that they'd want. I think the blast off whiffing from Tana was pretty big in allowing a lot of those heroes to still dance around there. Still with a reset, Tana. TP's down bot. Only needs one more part for the Axe. I'm keen on seeing if this is going to be enough to stop that PL. Because again, in a way, it's a counter to all the Phantom rushing around. It's going to be a lot of kabooms going off with a minefield sign. At the same time, it's also, it's not hard hold. You might have been better off with, say, arguably an Aether Lens. Maybe some auras here. Let's see. Smoke out now from the side of Nexus Titans.
Well, the question is, do the illusions actually trigger the explosions?
They should. I think it's every unit. At least from the spell's description, it is.
Oh, looks like they're going to find a Rubik. Free dual damage here for Zor. So he would have preferred a bigger target, but they can't find one. Doesn't matter too much. We'll take the free dual damage. Now up to 66. Top lane, there's a big group up here from Tilted Boys. Like, there's 4 heroes just hanging around this area. I think all just to make sure that this PO does remain pretty safe. And he is right now, but the problem is, like, he can't keep up in terms of the net worth when it compares to Kiritsugu.
It's just
Dire's
not
middle
quite
tower
there
is under
yet.
attack.
And the PL is catching up nicely. The Fusel does mean you have a lot of presence coming out here, at the least. But Kiritsugu is still in control. I like that he's going for the Lincolns, so at least one defensive item from all of this single target control. Gonna feel pretty damn big on the Terrorblade. Not too far off from that either for him. And they're working the map well, but they're keeping all the lanes shoved in here on the side of Nexus Titans. Tilted Boys, they still have this play opportunity for sure. It's a little bit harder with all the vision coming out from the side of Nexus Titans. Just a lot of great wards to watch the angles. D-ward will come out, but that's more than enough to drag Kiritsugu away. Oh, desperate.
Again, mid lane, Desperate gets caught. It was the second, third time he's been caught by himself. So that's your mid laner. He's 1-5-1 at the moment. It's a pretty bad game for the Pangolier right now as the duel is out, but it's on an illusion again. So Fuerte going to get away with his life freely. It looked like they had the obvious choice in which one was the real PL. Now they jump in on the Veno. Nature Lover going to go down. Volodka on a triple kill. Tips out. I don't know what Nexus Titans are doing. They just keep splitting up and giving the bad team fights away.
Tower is under attack.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's looking really shaky. This is more reminiscent of what we've seen from Nexus Titans throughout the tour. And, well, Tilted Boys is the kind of team that can capitalize on that. So after being behind for a bit, they equalize the game. 1K net worth lead for Nexus Titans. Not much at this point in the game. They have to be careful on the side of Nexus Titans. If they bleed out too much, this lineup of Tilted Boys does scale pretty damn well. And again, your peel, still going to be pretty scary despite being into the LC once items are up. You've got the Lasso that's always a threat. Desperate, he needs... I don't know why he won't go for it. He needs a Lincoln's. He's going for the Ags first. But it does feel like he's just getting caught off with all of the single target control. Like, if you could block at least one. Block the Vortex or the Lasso, you can always swash away. And give yourself time to try to Rolling Thunder out. Still, smoke out from Titans here.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, Thor's gonna get Rolling Thunder now, so he's just fine to get away. A very, very weird game. Top lane, Kiritsugu now by himself. Zip is there from... Do they realize they're up against the Storm this game? Volodka's gonna zip in. And you've just lost the TP.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
That's
I really don't understand. 40% bigger is the map, John. 40% bigger. And apparently
Yeah.
the top tier 2 tower is where they want to farm the whole game.
Yeah. This is again... It's one of the things with Div 2 teams, right? It's just inconsistent. Maybe a lack of constant map awareness. Maybe a lack of
I don't
understanding
think
of
you
how
need
to
to
play
be
a
part
safe
of a
game.
Div 2 team, Div 1 team to know that you don't farm in front of the T2 tower like that, John. I don't think you need to be part of any team to know that.
I'm trying to look for reasons here, Mike. Just looking for reasons.
Yeah.
Nexus Titans are inconsistent for a reason.
Okay.
That is one of them.
Fair enough, fair enough.
I don't know.
I'll go easy
I
on
know.
them.
If they lose here, I mean, to be fair, it's starting to look like they will, considering that you don't have a hard storm counter outside of a duel. If they do lose here, then I don't know what to think about this. It was a really strong game one showing. I don't think the Tilted Boys looked any better in the lanes, but mid-game decision-making of Nexus Titans has looked rougher. They will take Roshan here at the very least. Doesn't look like there's going to be any contest from the side of the Tilted Boys, but the way they're scaling up is pretty scary. Like, Skyward has a Midas, so he's going to have Blink up soon. Your Doom scaling up to be basically a core. You have that Blink up now, so Blink Doom's available. And for the Titans, we have to see cleaner engagements. They've got the Ags in Desperate. We haven't seen the effect of the Ags on Tana yet. The Minefield Sign's ready as well. We just need to see all of these tools connect. You know, just play as a team. You're still strong on Nexus Titans. There's no need to split off like this.
Oh, I mean, they're not so strong anymore. Like, Ferrete is third in net worth now. He's catching up very, very well. It's before he was, what, 4-5k behind this Terrorblade, but not so much anymore. Mind you, Kiritsugu at least does have an Aegis now going into a Butterfly, but you get into the stage now where the Aegis is going to come up on Ferrete. That Aegis makes it infinitely harder to try and go high ground.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Starting to question as well whether this Techie's Ags is going to pay off at all. You know, it's you know, the first item Ags rush feels like a bit of a meme at this point when you've given away the big lead you had.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
feel like it can still work, but
Dire's bottom tower is under
I don't know. With the way they're executing, it's... I don't have the biggest faith in it. I mean, they just need to play together. They just need to execute on top of each other. If you get the blast off into the minefield sign, I mean, that can change a fight, but it just looked sloppy across the board from the Titans.
Where's the party?
Zip in. Zor, not going to be spotted yet. Eventually Volodka will see him.
is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower is
T2
under
bottom
attack.
tower is going to go down. Nexus Titan's trying to set up for the mid tier 2. Big group up here from Tilted Boys though. Getting ready for a defense attempt. Yeah, you'd love your LC to be around though to go for a blink duel attempt, but that's not going to happen.
Dire's middle tower
So
is
this
under
push, it's an interesting push to say the least. It's like Dane is actually just preparing a mine area for his team here. So someone could just kind of jump in and die. Perhaps that's the idea, just try to bait them into this area of the map. And Ags has been dropped on the floor. Here from our Pango, I believe. Just casually dropped his Ags.
Dire's
What
bottom tower
is he
is under
doing?
attack.
So Thana picks it up now. I thought that was a bit of what is happening?
I don't know.
So pauses. What is actually happening? He just dropped his Ags and walked away. I thought it was a joke for a second. You're not going to use your Ags to bait somebody into the mines. That's a bit stupid.
Certainly is, Mike. I'm not sure.
Here we
Desperate
go.
gives the G. Drop something to your backpack, sir. Okay.
All right, he's got
does
it
get
back.
the eggs up. All right.
Was he meant to drop his? I guess maybe he misclicked.
I don't know.
I find it
Mike.
hard to believe it's tier 2 mid tower.
I'm having a hard time understanding anything at this point.
Yeah.
Which is so strange because the first 10, maybe 15 minutes felt really straightforward. And now it's just a gigantic question mark. And they take a tier 2. Age is still up for 1:40, so you have some time for a high ground siege here at the least. But yeah, we'll see if anything happens good for the Nexus Titans here.
Yeah, they're approaching high ground. They've got a butterfly up on Kiritsugu, so it's going to be a lot harder for the Piolas. There's your jewel coming out. Nice simple pick off here for Nexus Titans.
Radiant's top tower is under
The high ground attempt should be there. Like, there's 40 seconds without the position 4 Doom up. Tilted Boys, they have got the Ags on the PL, but Ferte is too busy pushing top tier 1 tower at the moment.
top tower is falling.
They can see that, but Nexus Titans are looking to go for the Tormentor instead, by the looks of it. So they're not going to stick around for the mid-tier 3 tower.
Top tower is under
They'll go for the Tormentor instead.
Dire's middle tower is under
Free shards to come out on somebody. Goes to Nature Lover now, so you've got the latent toxicity available. Still feel like they had the opportunity to just push in the tier 3 tower, because you could see the pure pushing top lane, but they decide better of it.
Yeah, they play it moderately safe on the side of Nexus Titans. Tilted Boys offer a smoke play. Doom still ready in Skyward. They've got an opportunity to get that lockdown onto 1. And Kiritsugi's not with your team anymore. So we'll see what the angle is. Titans going all the way across the map. They could actually find Kiritsugi. Not that much time left in that Aegis as well.
Yeah, rotation up. Kiritsugi, he's a big target.
bottom tower is under attack.
Aegis is going to expire. There's the Aegis expiry. He has not spotted out Tilted Boys there yet. Neither have Tilted Boys seen him, but they're going to run right into each other. In just a moment, by the looks of it, is Kiritsugu. It's going to be spotted here by Skyward. There's the zip hit. Kiritsugu is going to die.
Why? That's the only question I have in my mind, Mike. Why? Why they split off? Why?
Well, lines have been drawn out towards the bot lane now. There's so many mines in this area. My God.
Yeah,
I didn't
why
realize
not
how many
play
mines
there?
have been placed. Oh, I don't know,
Well,
John.
why split off?
You don't need to ask them, John. Nature Lover. Gonna get caught here, so nice easy pick off here for Volodka.
Dire's bottom
Why is he there alone?
He's pushing out the bot wave, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose so. Tilted Boys, I mean, they're certainly not the ones tilted here right now, Mike. Let me tell you.
No.
Nexus Titans looking a little bit confused. You know, all they need to do is play simple and
Oh,
clean.
Door's just gonna die. The mines. Pango's now caught out. Desperate just getting caught again. 4-man blast off is there, but Thana might just drop to boot as Desperate's gonna try and Rolling Thunder away. Will barely make it.
It does
This
work.
hack is actually doing a lot. Jordan come out now from Zor. Everyone just jumping in. What is happening? Oh, what a meme of a game, honestly. This game is such a meme.
It works.
What is
I
that?
knew it. You can't phantom rush. What do you do as a PL? It's so weird. Why, of all the fights, that's the one Nexus Titans wins?
It's just
I thought. Ah.
Don't worry though, John. They can't group up and go for the high ground yet.
Oh yeah, we'll go back. We'll take it back. We'll chill out. Lincoln's finally up for desperate, so he's got that protection on single target control. Let me tell you, the fact that was off a blast off, Bertana in the middle.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
He's a madman. I mean, I did say that's the play, but I didn't expect him to make that play and not die, but he does it. Insane player. A god gamer right there.
Oh, very good, desperate. Here we go again. Top side.
Don't believe it.
Desperate is 1-6-5 here on the Pango this game.
Dire's middle tower is under
Nexus
attack.
Titans. Still 65% win chance for their side of things.
Stupendous.
This PO is getting bigger and bigger as time goes on. Now the heart coming up here on Ferte. Ferte up atop, rather bot lane by himself as well, but nobody's jumping him at the moment. Rotations are there from Tilted Boys. Jump in, they've found a TP now, apparently. I can't believe that, I honestly can't. The Sword's gonna get caught now as well, DLC. Nature Lover goes down. Bane is waiting on the high ground. Just placing mines on the techies. Meanwhile, Tilted Boys, they'll rush through the bottom lane. Roshan's not up for 40 seconds, so they won't have that, but they can go for the bottom tier 1 tower if they do wish.
Yeah, Nexus Titans again providing some openings for the side of Tilted Boys. Tilted Boys obliges. And this could even give them a nice Roche advantage if you're not too careful. And we'll clear out the tier 1. Nexus Titans,
Radiant's
well,
bottom tower
now they have to
has
deal with a PL Heart. Zane will back off now, having enough fun with his minefield.
fallen. Radiant are
Very
scanning.
least. I wish I could give you more detailed insights, Mike, but quite frankly, I'm not sure what's going on anymore.
Well, what's going on, Jonathan, is Tilted Boys are winning the game. Nexus Titans are doing their best to not win the game by the looks of it. So Tilted Boys is
Yeah.
going to have first dibs on Roshan at the moment.
They should. Daytime for another minute 30 as well. Smoke out from Nexus Titans. Let's see if they don't whiff this one up.
Let's see. It's 5-on-5 engagement down at bot lane. Nexus Titans going to look to rush in. They'll look for the outpost high ground, I'm sure. In fact, never mind that. They're going to run right into around the Roshan pit. Tilted Boys seem somewhat ready for this, though maybe not, because Zor's jumped in with a jewel, but no, he hasn't even popped the jewel. He just popped his BKB. They will eventually find the Batrider, so Ash is going to go down. Skyward also getting caught out. Verite, though, going to jump back in with Velodka, still going for the fight. Apparently they found the TB. Kiritsugu going to be fine, though, as Verite now way too far forward. Verite going to go down. So 3 going down for the price of nothing. Roshan to the wave Nexus Titans.
That's the kind of opening you want. Jump in with that blink BKB. Even if you get lassoed up, you don't care. The Doom had to go on to what I believe was Nature Lover. It's not the ideal. With the Roshan up this time around with longer respawn times, that should be their opening to play. What is Velodka doing here?
Velodka, I believe he was maybe trying to go for an Aegis still, John. Didn't work out though, clearly, so maybe a creep skip now. Here we go, down through the bottom lane. Kiritsugu. I mean, it has been a bit of a fun game here between these two, I suppose. Some
Yeah.
strange activity to say the least, but maybe Nexus Titans just having a bit of a meme to themselves here. As we'll see how this bottom tier 3 tower push goes. Won't go for long because they are going to retreat again. Creep wave is being skipped by Velodka, so they don't really have much of a choice in the matter. They just won't risk it. They'll just end up backing off, going for the retreat and playing it much safer.
Just, bide your time here. Age is still fairly fresh. So not too much pressure coming out for Nexus Titans to find themselves an opening. Maybe start to gun down that tier 2 up top, which is holding them back from looking for full megas. You are in position for Gritsugu to just push in, take care of the creep waves. You've got a good ambush angle here from your 2 supports as well in the jungle. Although to be fair, the Titans are starting to play a little bit split up once more, but doesn't look like you've got the punishment ready on Tilted Boys. And for the Tilted Boys, and Volodka does have the full Orchid working into the Bloodthorn, so that's going to be massive. I think something like a Storm Ags here actually just seals the game for you. Almost. Like you get a good zip in with a 4-man vacuum, just a 4-man vortex, and you start to feel pretty good. Well, could be in danger though, but
should be in danger. Zip is there. Thana looking to slide up with the blast off, but is not going to be able to get it. And now the Lincoln's is broken with the duel, so Volodka is going to be just fine to get his way out of this one. Rest of the Tilted Boys are grouped up down at bottom lane, so it looks like they're going to go for the tier 2 bottom tower push and should be able to get away with it. It just seems like it's going to be a bit of an even trade between these two teams. This top tier 2 is going to be also forced out here by Nexus Titans. Neither side really looking to defend at the moment. So you may as well just go for the even trade.
Yeah, just get a bit of a push going here. No big concern. That does feel pretty good for Tilted Boys. At least opening up a little bit more map space for themselves to try to farm in. The Titans, though, should be eyeing for high ground, especially while they have a healthy time left on the Aegis. We'll get started with Kuretsugu.
He has got the Aegis up. He's available in the backpack as well. Metamorphosis is popped. Lasso is out. Kuretsugu going to be saved by the press the attack, though he's dropping rather low here on the TB, but does go for the Sunder. Onto a PL Illusion as now he's getting extremely low once again and might just die. That's the Aegis gone. Still has the cheese available though. The tier 3 tower going to be under siege. Meanwhile, the Doom is out onto the Pangli, who has gone way too deep. Silence is there just in case they needed it. Meanwhile, Kuretsugu dropping a bit too low again, it seems like, with the TB, though he is still pretty tanky. Jewel is out from an LC now, so Skyward's going to go down. Zor able to pick up a dual victory. Onto Ush they go, but the Lasso's going to drag him back into the high ground. And Zor is going to drop. So it seems like the high ground defense again has worked out for Tilted Boys.
Pays off to take care of the Aegis to find themselves 2 nice kills. Pretty far movement again from Desperate. Trumps the backline, isn't able to turn around and does get doomed and controlled up there. Nice set of kills coming out for the side of Tilted Boys. They've got that full Ags now on Volodka as well. So these team fights just get a lot worse for the side of Nexus Titans. A lot of AoE control coming in from the side of Tilted Boys. And for the Titans now, well, that's them without the Aegis advantage. They've got the full Daedalus up in Kuretsugu, at least, but there's a Butterfly now in the PL as well. So the Illusion's going to be pretty hard to contend with now from Ferte. They can just play the stall game, which is a concern for Nexus Titans. I don't know how to feel about this game going into, say, the R mark. Doesn't feel like it simplifies any further for Titans. Win probability still has them at 52% in the advantage here, but it is a close one. Tilted Boys, again, looking sharper coming out in game number 2. A lot more competitive. They've got the kill advantage overall. Although that's second time we've seen. That's the second time for Rubik.
Yeah, it certainly is. Dor's having a great old time. The full sight device is now up on this techies. Like he's actually pretty huge on the techies at the moment. So Tilted Boys, they're not out of the game. They're actually kind of in the lead here. Well, to be fair, 49% is the win probability chance for Nexus Titans, but they have not been able to successfully force high ground at all. It's just the constant defense has been coming in here from the boys on the Dire. And Nexus Titans, they might just opt to wait for the next Roshan again. It's kind of the name of the game, is just play it safely. The next Roshan's still going to be a while away, but they can just try and wait for it if they so wish.
Yep. No need to rush too hard. Just kind of sit out, wait it out. You know, the side of Tilted Boys can pretty much punish you on the high ground with Lasso, with Doom, with the AoE Vortex. There's a lot of play here from the side of Tilted Boys. And Titans. As you allow this game to scale on, I mean, Skyward is basically just a core. Octarine up now on Doom. Pipe of Insight there as well. BKB Ags afterwards. Like, the AoE Doom is going to be a massive issue. Because that does mean blasting off and trying to get a minefield sign. It's not going to be feasible for Tena.
Where's your minefield sign again? Tilted Boy is just going to TP out of it.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Kuretsugu, he's going to get caught immediately. Lincoln's is broken. Doom is out. Skyward, going to get jumped here by Desperate. Meanwhile, this TV is not backed off, apparently, so he's just going to drop. Press the attack will try to help him out, but he's down. Kuretsugu going to lose his life, as they will at least find Ush as a trade, but now they've got no real great way of dealing with the PL. Spherte going to jump Thena. There's the minefield sign again, and the jewel out, collecting with the real PL here, so they do at least get the Phantom Lancer, apparently. Still the boys, still trying to run. Nexus Titans on the chase. Veloci just going to turn around casually onto Desperate. Desperate still fighting though, has drained him of all his mana, but now Skyward's jumped in. Stun is out again. Ash is going to buy back on the Bat Rider, but it might look like it's a bit too late because Velotka is about to drop to the damage output and should eventually go down. Meanwhile, Zor is able to make his way out of there. Skyward actually takes down Desperate. Apparently Velotka survived, by the way, as Nature Lover goes down. And now Skyward finds another.
Yeah, this is... And they lose their Terrorblade very early on, Kuretsugu, and just getting controlled up. The backup just a little bit slow to try and save him. Tilted Boys find a punishment. Sure, it cost them a couple of buybacks, but it's not the biggest deal in the world. You will control back in the game. You hold on to your high ground here. Inside of Nexus Titans, well, the one silver lining is that Roshan is, you know, it's not an instant spawn, 40 seconds away. Not the longest either. You won't have your full lineup ready. But at Roche, Tilted Boy should have control. Play around it up top. And a Roche here for Tilted Boys. I don't know how you'd contend with it on the side of Nexus Titans. We have seen the power of the minefield sign. It is pretty impressive what Tane has been able to get done on that techies, but I feel like they're just not in positions you want to take here. For the side of Nexus Titans, not respecting that jump capability coming out from Tilted Boys. And that is giving Tilted Boys a pretty good shot at this game. And Roshan spawning up soon, Mike, and they're in position for it.
All right, Tilted Boys. Roshan now officially up. Not being scouted quite yet, but they can go back and look for it, I'm sure. Meanwhile, Thana putting some mines in the other Roshan pit. There's actually getting some minefield signs down around the outpost, or rather the twin gates. The Skyward seems to want to start Roshan here. Whole team is making their way over. There we go, Roshan started. The PL will eventually get there. And that's going to be what appears to be a free Roshan for Nexus Titans. It doesn't seem like there's going to be, excuse me, for the Tilted Boys. It doesn't feel like Nexus Titans are even going to think about trying to contest.
That's pretty scary. Free Ags potentially for Skyward here. That is massive on the Doom. Who do they hand it over to? Yeah, Skyward takes it. So AoE Doom is now ready for free on your support Doom. These fights they feel impossible now for Nexus Titans unless they get their game together. You know, just maintain good spacing amongst yourselves. Prevent yourself from being caught out by the AoE Vortex. Try to kite around the AoE Doom. And this fight can still happen, but It's a lot easier for Tilted Boys to play this game now, Mike, and it's all off the back of Nexus Titans kind of being sloppy in the mid game there.
Sloppy is one way to put it. Top
Radiant's
lane
bottom
Volodka's going to end up defending here on the Storm. Desperate, looking for a Rolling Thunder initiation.
bottom tower has fallen.
Nexus Titans. Remaining grouped up. There's your zip in here from Volodka. Moving in onto the Pango, but a nice duel out has caught the Storm. Problem is the AoE Doom is out. Now the Aegis, I mean, it is down, but the Storm is going to be right back in. At least they have got Skyward. Skyward is down on the Doom. Meanwhile, the LC is going to drop on Zor, so Zor is gone. Onto the Veno they go. Now Nature Lover being caught out. Will force the buyback out from Zor. Nature Lover barely surviving here on the Venomancer for now. Tilted Boys. They do at least get a buyback force from Zor, and that seems to be enough for Nexus Titans. They appear to want to back out of here.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under
You don't want to risk too much. I think having to deal with all of the illusion spam, all of the output right now in Tilted Boys is a tall order for Nexus Titans. So they'll play it safe, back off, keep farming up. There was a lot of push going on down bot as well, coming out from just Ferte using his illusion, so your tier 3 is gone. Your racks are in a pretty unhealthy state from a little bit of split push here. Got the full Blood Torn up now as well for Volodka. So he can get a lot of work done for your team. Full Swift Blink up for Kiritsugu can provide a lot though. So again, a very competitive game too, Mike. Tilted Boys in a much stronger position now to try to clean out. They've got this 70% chance to win. Nexus Titans. I'm not sure what really fixes this game for them. I don't know what corrects this to simplify it, because it just doesn't feel like you have a lot of options. Maybe just Lincoln stacking is really your best bet, but even then, up against AoE Vortex, AoE Doom, it doesn't do enough now.
It certainly doesn't feel like it anymore. I mean, they just can't approach high ground anymore. 5v4, they're just constantly backing off. It's, yeah, I mean, there's a 13k advantage now to Tilted Boys. 71% win chance for Tilted Boys as well. The next Titans. They're going to group up again here on Tilted Boys, up at the top lane. To stand behind Fuerte and start the push. The top T2 tower, not going to last very long here, I don't think. So it might just not be a defense from Nexus Titans, though they are at least grouping up down a bot to maybe start pushing out the bot tier 3 tower a little bit, but it doesn't really seem like they're going to commit for a high ground attempt. They're just going to push out the creep wave and hope that Tilted Boys do respond to it.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And they eventually will. They'll TP back home and make sure that this high ground is defended.
Radiant's top tower is under
Zip in mid lane. Rodka is going to find the Venomancer. The Rolling Thunder's not going to be there to stun up the Storm. Not in time anyway. So now Rolling Thunder's gone. Doom is out. Skyward has committed it on himself. Door will go down on the Rubik.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Nexus Titans, whether they actually start pushing on it is a different question entirely here. They are remaining in the mid lane, but they just don't seem like they're quite ready to go. And this is an LC with 274 dual damage as well, by the way. You know, you feel like at this point they can push a T3 tower.
One would hope, Mike. You've got the overwhelming blink as well, so the initiation angles aren't too bad here for the LC, but and they respect this, although.
Yeah, mid lane, they've got the Pango, desperate and a bit of danger here. Sunder's gonna save him from Kiritsugu's end. Kiritsugu needs to be a little bit cautious though, because now he's completely surrounded. Still rushing forward, he's just looking to die it seems, as Kiritsugu is gone. Onto the techies, Thana, Nature Lover, both looking to go down. Desperate is also looking to drop it seems, as the zip is there from Volodka. And this whole time, While all this was happening, Saul was just hanging around the top lane. Just,
I
you know, I don't know. Maybe a bit too
don't
obvious for me. It's a bit too obvious.
yeah. Feels that way, Mikey.
What is
God,
happening?
takes me back. Takes me back to DPL, CDA, Season 1 and Season 2. Those were times,
the
Mike.
good old days. Yeah.
Radiant's middle
Good old
tower is
days.
under attack.
Haunts us to this day, Mikey. Is side of Tilted Boys, well, we'll get a push down mid.
What a great game for
And-
Tilted Boys.
Yeah, and they're definitely not on tilt. Nexus Titans is what you could ascribe this tilt to, and there's no prescription for tilt here as they are hunting for
No.
more.
I give her Tilted Boys props to them. They've defended about 50 times now.
Radiant's middle barracks.
First racks of the game going to go their way. Meanwhile, top
Oh.
lane, Zor goes down to
That works.
Middle barracks.
Volodka, apparently. And they're under the tier 4 towers. Tilted Boys, they seem like they've actually had enough of this game.
Towers are fortified.
Imagine
yeah,
that.
I can't fault them, for sure. No buyback in the LC. A few seconds after the respawn, but without the LC, how do you deal with Ferte? You probably just don't. You don't deal with his PL at all.
Jump in is out. Onto the Veno they go. Nature Lover is down. They're going to try one last time. So Sky was actually just holding the back on the Doom. And Skyward, I mean, he might drop for this, but a big vortex in from Volodka. Going to catch Tool in the back, and they are just gone. Kuritsugu immediately buying back. Now desperate to fall on the Pangolier. It's literally just the TB left, and the game's just over.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
No GG call yet from Nexus Titans. Kuritsugi pops the Metamorphosis, but just gets a tip from Ash, and it's over. GG's call.
I don't know about this game. Like, I really don't know about this game. Nexus
What do you
Titans
know,
had a
John?
pretty good lead. They had a pretty good lead, is what I know, for a long time, and
Yeah.
then the mid game was. It didn't look like a professional team, Mikey, for sure. It didn't look like the same players from game one. And
No.
the side of Tilted Boys managed to punish all of those big mistakes coming out from Nexus Titans. And, well, they've got the scaling lineup. You've got to support Doom. Skyward had a lot of impact this game with his rotations on that pause 4. And he gets the job done. Really good jumps in from Ush, from Volodka. Berta just farms like a madman. Sure, we had some funny moments there. The minefield sign was pretty hilarious, for sure.
This was funny. I'll give it that. This was the highlight of the game for me. So what the hell's this?
That was pretty fun. And I don't think we'll ever have another minefield sign game like that, Mike. But
No.
fortunately, all the fun in games for Nexus Titans leads to a lot of pain in the end.
It certainly did. It was just a really. I mean, if you'd be like, if this was my team, I'd be very upset after this loss. So this is a really, really upsetting loss to have. Like, with the way this game was going, it felt like it was unlosable. Like, just the amount of time that was given to Tilted Boys to be able to catch up in terms of net worth and come back into this game was ridiculous. Like, I think it was what, 5-6 high ground defenses successfully made in a row, from Aegis up or not, like 5v4 or not. It just didn't seem to matter. Obviously, the Ags Rush and the Techies just did not end up paying off in the end, even though it did look really damn good. Just desperate and Kitsugu, or rather Kiritsugu, just not performing to the level that they should be. The LC having a great game to start with, but just couldn't keep up in the end. Like 274 dual damage, but still ends up losing the game quite heavily. It's pretty rough affair here for the side of Nexus Titans, and I don't know. I mean, the laning stage was pretty much dominated in side lanes. Volodka was the only one who won the mid lane here in the Storm. And this PL felt like he just shouldn't have had a game. But he was just given infinite time to farm. And in the end, the Tilted Boys do pull off the victory here for game number 2. So we are going to a game 3. MVP-wise, Skyward's getting the MVP on the Doom. Doing some great work on the Doom here with this the POS 4 Doom. Aghanim Scepter build up and just made it work. Yeah, there's not really much else to say about the game, honestly, John. Like, you know, it's to say the least, it was a big throw, to say the absolute least. Like, it was Nexus Titans' game to lose, and my God, did they lose it.
Yeah, that was a significant troll. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Even in our time doing Southeast Asia, you know, even Team SMG doesn't troll like that. So
I would love
interesting.
for Nexus Titans to win the next game just so I can ask what went wrong, because I can't see how that happens. I really can't. Anyway, we are going to head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we'll be back with Game 3's draft between Nexus Titans and Tilted Boys. We'll see you all again very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 3 draft here between Nexus Titans and, of course, Tilted Boys, and it is MLP Dota and Dronix Fire. John, game number 2 not quite going the way of Nexus Titans. We do end up with a 1-to-1 series here between these two teams. Any kind of changes you'd like to see from Nexus Titans in this draft phase to try and give them a good chance in game number 3?
Yeah, I think play the game is what I'd say. Play as a team. Don't split up apart when you have a pretty significant lead. I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. It might have had a scaling issue, but again, that ties into playing with your timings here. We'll see if Nexus Titans shake things off. They do have a draft penalty on hand as well, level 2. So we wouldn't have to suffer too much here waiting for them to make their decisions. Nexus Titans do ban out the Morphling and Dying. Tilted Boys take out the Broodmother and Timbersaw. Nothing changing too much in bans. They do go back for the Pugna, but the Techie's already on hand for Tilted Boys. So they've already got a strong support their way. I'm wondering if what combination Titans will look for with the Pugna. Last time we saw it, it did look pretty impactful coming out from Tana. So not too upset by that, but I think Tilted Boys with the Techies opening does set themselves up for some pretty strong lanes. We'll see what Titans decides to follow through though.
Yeah, I doubt they'll go for the Ags rush on the Techies as well, which is generally advised, I think. It's Nexus Titans. Second pickup for them. Obviously, there's a level 2 penalty in terms of draft, by the way, for the people out there, because there was a small update that was had. So we had to do some updates, of course, but you know, some of the players were a bit too slow to the lobby. So draft time not as high, I don't think, for Nexus Titans this time around as Tilted Boys. Gonna see a Bat Rider coming out from the Nexus Titans end. See what Tilted Boys are thinking for this second pickup.
God. Fred is just getting flashbanged by his monitor. See that?
Yeah.
Darkness and light. Darkness and light.
That is a bright monitor, my God.
Good God.
Jesus.
He could just turn on his room light so he wouldn't have his eyes having to adjust it as. But you know, that's a little bit too much for us pro gamers here, Mikey.
Yeah.
No lights at all.
So
They will go with the LC for Tilted Boys, so it looks like a bit of a switcheroo. Get the Techies LC their way on Tilted Boys. For the Titans with a Bat Rider, honestly, I kind of like this lane duo of Bat Rider and Pugna. I don't normally enjoy a lot of off-lane pause 4 Pugnas, but with a Bat Rider, it's pretty solid. Decrept plus Flame Break plus Firefly. Easy kills can come out here. So that's the route I kind of want to see Titans take with this draft. It's flexible enough that you could still run a pause 4 Bat Rider, pause 5 Pugna, but not the biggest fan. I think you get more impact running these two together. See what the ideas are down the line. Nexus Titans respect banning that Spirit Breaker, taking care of the Bloodseeker now as well. Tilted Boys out with the Dusa and out with the Storm. But that is one more combination with the Pugna taken out with the Monkey King as well. Just ensuring that the lane matchup now for the LC is favorable. Titans, what do they want to leave out? Amber still unbanned, Void Spirit still there, Pangolier is still available as well, so one of those probably going to be the target here.
Shall see, Nexus Titans. Final ban to go. We have a mix-up in terms of the bans, the Spirit Breaker, Bloodseeker both being removed. I suppose any kind of Bat Rider count is just being deleted here from the game. 20 seconds reserve time left to think about this final ban out. They are going to get rid of the Doom this time around, so not wanting to have to go up against that pos 4 Doom again, potentially. I suppose Skyward was doing some good work there in game number 2. Next Titans.
Radiant team pick.
They're going to go down the Zeus route. Fair enough. I mean, it did kind of work out for them in game 1, I do believe, so they'll go back to it in game number 3. See how this does pan out for them. I feel like Tilted Boys should have plenty of opportunity to counter this Zeus pick, because it probably is just going to be a mid Zeus. Don't think we're seeing anything quirky like a support Zeus coming out, so plenty of opportunity to try and find a counter for this.
For sure. I think this is still a stable start for Nexus Titans with a Pugna Zeus, so you can sustain the mana quite early on. I like the Ember solution from Tilted Boys into the Disruptor. They've got a way to catch out the Zeus with the Glimpse back. They've got a mid lane matchup that's not too bad. Honestly, Ember, Flame Guard doesn't feel great against Zeus. It just melts, so you might as well just go all in on your usual 0-2 build. Maybe a 1-3-1 to have some catch. And just play with Sleight of Fist. Not the worst thing in the world for the Ember. Zeus can still have a good time, but it shouldn't be completely unplayable here. So, Volodka should be feeling pretty good. Nexus Titans, time to show whether or not the Batrider's being flexed here. This next pick should dictate as to what they might want to do with a Batrider now. And you say no support Zeus, but alright, they go with the Void Spirit, so it is support Zeus coming out here. I'm trying to think of other ways to run this. It's okay. It's not amazing. It's all right, but it's really not the best. I guess the one thing you can do here for Nexus Titans is maybe an early tri lane with your Batrider. Go for an offensive tri lane, get first blood, break things up after that, and get value from your Zeus. But that does require like Decrep level 1, which is not amazing. So keen to see what Nexus Titans does with this. What other weird flex is there? Maybe you run a safe lane Void Spirit, but that doesn't make sense because you picked the Void Spirit for the Ember matchup to have a better time. So probably just a support Zeus. Maybe a support Batrider with offlane Zeus. That sounds worse. Yeah, it should just be support Zeus. Safe lane Zeus with Shard Rush and Moon Shard sounds pretty bad.
You know, I don't think support Zeus sounds very good either. That's kind of my issue here.
Yeah,
it doesn't seem like the kind of meta where support Zeus is going to be, a good hero. I guess maybe I'll be proven wrong here. We might see in a moment.
I can see level 3 of Zeus being nice if you skip Arc Lightning, go for like a 0-3-1 build. Heavenly Jump plus Blood Grenade is a lot of slows, I guess. If you can kind of connect that with a core, that could be a kill in lane. Some aggression, at the very least.
Okay, well, final bans to come out. TB being removed here by Tilted Boys. AM being removed by Nexus Titans. Two more position ones to get removed, I'm sure. They will get rid of the TA on the side of Tilted Boys, and of course Nexus Titans, they do need to make their choices quite fast because they only have 2 seconds of reserve time, so not really much time to think about it after the initial 40 seconds you've got.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Radiant team.
It's hard to tell. Faces Void's the ban out here. Tilted Boys, they've got some quirky options. You're up against potentially the Batrider Pugna lane, which it does feel like they'll always try to run you down by level 2, level 3 here. So I don't think it's that easy to pick up a core matchup for Tilted Boys that works out. We'll go to Slark. That was left till the end. So that is one way to take care of the DOTs coming out from that Batrider. You've got some mobility in the pounce to get some distance between you two as well. And it is a really strong core. Like, I do feel like Slark's still up there in priority on the safe lane when other options are banned out. Nexus Titans, what do you have left up against this LC? Maybe something like an Ursa could come in. There is some kiting issues in this game. You go with Naga Siren instead. So going for the illusions and... I am keen to see what they do with this Zeus. I think overall, very even draft. You have some illusion answers on Tilted Boys just by having the Ember. I think your lineup here on Tilted Boys is a lot more stable. Nexus Titans, thinking through. It is a Zor offlane Void Spirit. It's still the mid-desperate Zeus.
Yeah.
I don't know, like you break off this Pugna Batrider lane. I guess you still get a Pugna Zeus lane, which is also okay. A Batrider plus Naga lane can be nice when you get the net off, so you have some play in your side lanes. It's rather interesting. I think Tilted Boys still have the more straightforward draft for sure. Like Slark Disruptor is pretty nice in chasing down Techies, LC. We've seen the effect of that last time. It can be a really hard lane to play into for any safe laner. You've got Illusion clear already with your Ember and LC up, so it shouldn't be the safest time for Kiritsugu to just spam the Illusions out in lane. Overwhelming odds will be there to punish. And I think when it comes down to Illusion here is the Nog is a little bit more manageable in comparison to the PL. Like, you only really worry about Song down the line, but you can kind of handle that with your draft. So I don't think Tilted Boys is too far off here from stopping that scaling from Nexus Titans.
Yeah, it feels that way. I mean, I certainly prefer the draft going into Game 3 here from Tilted Boys. Not a big fan of what Nexus Titans have drafted themselves, but only time will tell how Game 3 is going to work out, because this series has been rather interesting to say the least already. So maybe drafts don't even matter. It's just going to be all about gameplay between these two teams, and we can head into game number 3 to see exactly how this all is going to pan out. As Game 3 is now officially underway between Tilted Boys and Nexus Titans. Tips already coming up for Nature Lover here. For no apparent reason. Not sure what the Bat Rider's done wrong, but nevertheless. Now Kiritsugu going to have a quick scout around with these illusions, see if he can find himself an Observer Ward, but doesn't really realize they are in a vision because Ash was just watching them. Now they get just cleared out.
That went swimming.
Might get a wasted Sentry Ward out of Nexus Titans a little bit later on. You know, because they do seem to believe that the Obs Ward is there.
30 seconds to battle.
Yep. It's going to be mildly annoying. Then again, it's a Zeus, so you shouldn't be needing too much to get the D wards going here. Just drop their own ward to get vision. It looks like they do want to contest for that River Rune up top. And their level 1 isn't too shabby, so let's see if they do bite the bait.
The battle begins.
Well, it seems like they're not really going to go for the fight. It is going to be a 3-for-1 trade in the favor of Nexus Titans. It seems like Thana was able to get one for himself here on the Pugna. Glimmerback is there, but it's way too far away. So the Slark is not gonna bother. Fuerte just gonna go back to the bot lane instead. So you can see the opening they were looking for to try and go for these kills. Of course, we will start with the mid lane as per usual. You're gonna have Volodka there against Desperate. The Zeus vs Ember matchup. Volodka already looking to just chase the Zeus down with the Flame Guard level 1. Yeah, I feel like the Ember has a pretty good time later on against the Zeus. Like, you're just having that kind of jump to just always get the Zeus picked off before a fight really starts is always going to be pretty advantageous.
Yeah, I think that is really the shining point for the Ember up against the Zeus. The laning phase, not too bad for Zeus. As long as you can keep spamming out your spells, you shouldn't be in too much danger. You've got the Heavenly Jump to bail out Volodka. We very rarely see Embers go for like a 1-3-1 build. So you should be gunning for the good old 0-3-1. 0-3-2, so no points in the chains. If there are no points in chains, then the Zeus is always safe with Heavenly Jump, and Desperate should be happy enough to just farm here.
The top lane, Ash and Skyward getting a little bit aggressive here against Kiritsugu and Nature Lover. Ash is having a pretty damn good time. Like, there's not really much in this lane that you can do about the LC. The Nahagasaran certainly cannot do very much at all, and the Bat Rider can't really either. Like, the support Bat Rider has dropped off quite a bit recently, I feel. The core Bat Rider is still proving to be very, very powerful, but support Bat Rider maybe not as much, as you just can't deal the harassment you once did in 7.33C. I'm kind of just seeing it. Like, Ash just taking literally no pressure here from this top lane. It's just complete free farm for the LC.
Yeah, every time the illusions come in, you just pop Overwhelming Odds. You can line up the blast off from Skyward. Not too much Nature Lover can do to shove him out. Find First Blood at least.
Yeah, Thana ends up picking it up here. First Blood going the way of the Pugna. Thana might actually just deny a courier before he denies himself off, and well, he'll run right towards the tier 2 tower. No, he'll pull the creep wave instead. Never mind. Almost pulled the small camp for the Radiant team just then, but you know, luckily saves the day. He's actually going to do a decent job of stacking the creep waves before he dies, so it should be a pretty big creep wave coming Zor's way very, very soon. Though speaking of Zor, kind of trapped up in a kinetic field right now, just being chased down by Ferte. And, well, Assimilate is leveled up in the end. He just barely hit level 3 to skill that up, though Tor gets a glimpse anyway, but it's not going to matter. Dor does not have enough to finish off the job. Dor might just be dead and will be. Thana able to secure the kill here with the blood grenade.
It's a good feeling for the side of Nexus Titans. Getting a lot out of their lanes. A little bit of pressure onto Desperate in mid. Amber is starting to pull ahead a bit. And he does opt for the value point in the chains. Going for a 1-1-2 build. Maybe the 1-1-3 to close out. Or the 1-2-2 on the Amber. In both cases, I mean, just having the chains is already big. You prevent a safe time for the Zeus to just keep heavily jumping. You can apply a lot of harassment. Lodka should be set in that lane. Overall, Tilted Boy still feeling good across every lane, for sure. Getting a lot of farm out on every core. And that mid lane matchup is really just going to be, I feel like, the deciding point. Like, how good of a game you get in the Zeus here dictates how fast you can play on Titans, as you do have, I mean, Naga's just going to farm. The Void Spirit to an extent will also try to build up. A little bit greedier from Titans, which means, no, Desperate has to really carry through with some momentum here.
Top lane again. Jump is there onto Kiritsugu. Nature Lover still going for the jump in on Skyward. Skyward actually way too far forward. Is going to die. So he did initiate with that blast off to try and secure the kill onto the Naga, but it does not really pan out. Kiritsugu and Nature Lover both able to survive. So Ash, oh no, he won't have enough. Kiritsugu with the raindrops able to survive. Is now Dor down at bot lane again going to drop. Thana able to pick up a secondary or in fact a third kill on the Pugna. And our Disruptor is just not having a game.
It's just not working out right now for Dor. For our Disruptor, I think it's just a little bit awkward for Dor. He had to opt for Glimpse Kinetic Field to have connections with the Slark. But that does mean he can't really trade with a Pugna either.
Well, Frerte being caught by an Aether Remnant here, but is going to be able to barely survive. Thana though on this Pugna, just the amount of harass this guy can just deal casually. The support Pugna, it's so annoying because he has such ridiculous base movement speed. His attack range is nice, his attack animation is nice. It's a beautiful Aether Remnant again from Zor. But going back to the Pugna for a moment, like this hero just ticks all the boxes right now as a support. It is pretty annoying to play against.
It really is. And I think it's again down to that your supports can't do too much there. They do manage to catch Kiritsugu at the very least, so this time the play does pay off from Tilted Boys. Osh finding himself a very big pickup. But I think the big issue down bot's really just Dor without any way of dealing damage back to Thana does mean he's just a sitting duck. And Thana's just not going to be punished. He gets a run around, maybe he gets pounced up, but you're not in any position to trade hits right now in Ferther with how low he is, so you just don't manage to really get this early investment in Glimpse and Kinetic Field going your way on the side of Tilted Boys, and that does give some room to grow here.
Now Ferte is going to go down bottom lane. Thunder God's Wrath coming in from Desperate. And Desperate just doing the math correctly as Nature's Lover. Top lane is going to drop, but they have held down Skyward, so Skyward will go down to boot. Of course, Ash can't really be dealt with at the moment on the LC, so we'll have to leave him be, but still good team fights, good exchanges going on here for Nexus Titans. Like, especially that Slark kill down at bot lane, not going to feel the greatest here for Tilted Boys, and it's a bit of an awkward death anyway. Like, just copying the Thunder God's Wrath and dying, like, that's never going to feel good.
No. Ferta is still halfway to 6, so you can't just reach in the lane. I'm really surprised that Ferta gets these pounces off without his support around to provide Kinetic Field. They at least find that kill onto the Zeus now mid with a rotation from Skyward, so all he needed to do was TP in. You've got the 6 on Volodka as well, and you can just run down the Zeus.
That you can. We're 4-6 right now. And it's just the way of Nexus Titans. Bottom lane, Thana gonna get stuck in a kinetic field for a moment. Pounce is there from Ferte. Dor is dropping low again though. Zor gonna get Glimpse back before he hits level 6, but a nice dissimulate to avoid the Glimpse, and now they're back in onto Ferte, who's dropping extremely low. and he's going to go down. That is without the 6 timing of Zor. Now he has it up, so this is a guaranteed secondary kill onto Door. Stainer, is she going to survive through this, it seems? On 27 HP, he will be alive. This offlane Void Pugna duo has really worked out quite successfully.
I'm really surprised by that. Tana's just doing a fantastic job to ensure that Door's a non-factor there. Not able to come in, not able to look for glimpses, connect fields. They get duel off top though. Not gonna find a win, but get the kill.
Nice little pick up there onto Nature Lover. Verte is still getting tipped here by the Dire side. Looks like the Void Spirit Zor really giving it to him here. See, has had a fantastic game with the Void Spirit thus far. I say fantastic, like he's 1-0-3, but just being able to shut down the Slug this hard is going to always feel good as Verte to back off again. Does have level 6 this time around, so should be okay to back off, but there's just so much damage flying in. Meanwhile, Skyward trying to secure a kill into this Void Spirit. Zor is dropping rather low. Verte trying to chase him down. Now Door shows up with the Thunderstrike to keep up the vision. Zor, glimpse back, is going to die from Door. So they do finally get the Void Spirit down. Even Zor's Courier probably being the bigger deal, going down with a bunch of items on it. And the immediate tip back here from Verte.
Yeah, they overextend quite a fair bit to try to find punishment. They will find Door in the end with movement out from Nature Lover at the least. So a little bit of a consolation prize, but not the one you're really looking for. Still, Nature Lover and Tana's done a fantastic job as the support duos. And with a respawn's coming in, perhaps you can get that play going again. About 2 steps back up for Zor.
Chains out, bottom lane, easy kill onto Thana now. Verte sadly has not been getting any of this perma-agi because he's not hitting anyone. But nevertheless, finding a kill is always going to feel good here for the Slark. Glimpse is back onto the Batrider. Kinetic Field is there. Nature Lover. Still going to be able to run out, it seems. In fact, they're going to try and turn onto Volodka, who put his hand up, Remnants away, trying to get away from Zor, but the chase was on. But Zor is going to give up on that chase. Instead, they'll try and go after Door. They will get him at least. So the rotation from Desperate does at least end up in a support kill for themselves.
And that's done something. From the God's Rat still a ways off. They're going for the chase. They saw him walk under vision here, Vidalka.
Yeah, it'd be a pretty big kill if they can get him. Crepify is out. Sleight of Fist dodge is there, but it's not enough. Volodka is going to go down. But here come the rotations from Tilted Boys now. Back in onto the Zeus. Blade Mail is out. Lifestream being committed to try and keep the Zeus alive. Thana might just drop trying to help Thana out. Or rather help Desperate out. Desperate is going to die. Thana's still trying to run. Life drains up Verte. Forces out the Shadow Dance. But ultimately is just going to die. So 2 down to the side of Nexus Titans. And an immediate smoke up here from Tilted Boys. They just want to keep it going. But I do believe they were under vision during that smoke, so pretty obvious smoke attempt coming in. The Nature Lover apparently wants to make it successful for them anyway. So he'll get caught out, and he's just going to go down.
Yep, getting some good punishment from the side of Tilted Boys. The Titans, again, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive than you'd like to hear. Do you see already the lane switch up for Verte heading up top to deal with Kiritsugu? Not the comfiest of times for the Slark just yet, but it is a much better lane to play into than the rather hard one Verte's had this entire time. Side of Nexus Titans, despite those losses, still are having a little bit of a better time in terms of gold.
Duel out again. Thana being caught, but he got the Decrepify off in time, but it won't matter. He's down. Zor will try and go after Door. Door is going to go down here on the Disruptor. Ash now on the run, and so is Skyward. Skyward still running, should eventually drop the Zoras. Ash in the meantime getting lassoed up, but Volodka's going to try and move in and help out. Volodka, however, is also going to go down.
I sense.
So 4 down now suddenly for the side of Tilted Boys.
Yeah. And they're the ones to get punished for crossing that river quite hard. Feeling confident up against the Zeus, but with the Phylactery up, Desperate does so much damage. Getting the Lightning Bolt out, getting the Arc Lightning down. just the output the Zeus has with the phylactery is massive. So have to respect that. 12 to 15, a 4K, 3K lead coming out here for Nexus Titans. This is a ton of space out for Nagasarn as well. Like Kiritsugu is just able to farm up like a madman now. And again, Yasha up, Ultimate Orb flying out now. Stats are racking up. Your Slark in comparison still a ways off from his own Yasha. Misclick is out. Just Classic did not unbind.
Jewel is there on Nature Lover. Another Jewel victory here for Ash. Mid lane, pings are coming out. Seems like they want to try and go after Desperate.
Radiant's middle tower.
Desperate though? Oh, he's going to farm the camp. Remnants forward. Chains are going to land here from Volodka. They just need the vision for the glimpse back and they've got it. Kinetic Filter hold him into the Static Storm. For poor old Desperate, there is no way out of this. The Nature Lover does show up. Lasso is available. Blast Off is there from Skyward though, and Nature Lover now just going to explode. A double kill for Skyward.
Yeah, not the hero you'd want to feed those kills to, but still some good pickoffs off that chump, off that smoke. Skyward just TP's out, not in range for the song. We're quite there for the end snare. This does manage to bail out in the end. And that's some good punishment coming out from Tilted Boys now. Playing off the back for mid, grouping around Volodka. Could even get a nice fast push off with double damage ready to go on our Ember. And his damage is pretty damn high now. Maelstrom up. Does a lot of output with that Orb of Corrosion. Phase Boot should be next. Side of Nexus Titans. It's a lot more back and forth. You are getting space out for Zor on top of getting that space we talked about for Kiritsugu. So all things considered, you are still farming pretty damn well here. Just have to watch yourself with these random kills. Once they start to rack up, that's when Tilted Boys, as we've seen in game 2, that's when they start to get comfy. When you give them these kills for, well, no good reason at the very least.
Yeah, mid lane, Nature's Nexus Titans, they're going to end up just going for the smoke rotation here as 3. Rotations through to Radiant Jungle. Looks like they're going to meet up with Zor.
Well, that would be a tribute.
No, nothing really happened with this smoke. Like they're rotating through the bot lane, just trying to find somebody in that southern jungle, but nobody's really around here from Tilted Boys. They're just looking to push out the top tier 2 now. It seems like both teams might just trade with the tier 2s. Like there's perhaps no real fight to come.
Yeah, it's pretty open for both sides to kind of work the map right now. The push pacing from the side of Nexus Titans is pretty nice though. And with Nether Blast up, doesn't take too much. Oh,
Bottom lane. Duel is out. Not going to amount to much here from us. Just trying to hold Zor down long enough. For the team to get there is now the lasso has been committed. Volodka is going to be saved here by the press the attack of Ash, but now Ash is in danger. They will secure here with Desperate. The amount of damage he's pumping out as the mid Zeus proving to be a bit too much, as now they've even caught Door. So the Disruptor to go down as well. Ferte and Skyward still sticking around. Kiritsugu has ended up finding the Slark now, so Ferte's set to fall, it seems. So they'll just commit the song to hold him down through the Shadow Dance, and he is just gone. 3 down again for Tilted Boys and Nexus Titans. Looking very good for this game 3 thus far.
You know, looking a lot sharper. You know, they're coordinating as a team. They're looking for these pickoffs together. Getting early activity out in Kiritsugu with a Manta and Diffusal up. So chasing through the gate onto a techies. Only one mine at the least.
He's going to be alright. They give up on it. I don't think they would have had enough time anyway to get through the gate and chase down the techies.
Yeah, maybe a bit optimistic. Still, very even game number 3. Lots of back and forth here. 16 to 18 2K lead up for Nexus Titans. Your big concern now for Tilted Boys is how much Kiritsugu is allowed to farm, because he's going straight for the heart. And sure, overwhelming odds is nice, but Yeah, you can't just safely spam that spell onto the creep wave now. You have to be up in front in that action. So your jumps have to be on point here from Ush. Your initiation with his blink pickup has to be not necessarily perfect, but fairly clean from the side of Tilted Boys, and that can be easier said than done here.
Lush missing out of the duel here mid lane. Chains out from Volodka. Blast off gonna land perfectly from Skyward, catching out too. Mines being placed as well to try and really burst them down, though nobody's dying. Desperate is being survived here thanks to Thana. Volodka's trying to jump in and secure the kill on the Zeus. He is still running, but finally will go down. 2 for 2 thus far, but it might be a complete cleanup here for Nexus Titans. They got Volodka down, they've got Ush down. Fuerte is still trying to fight here in the Slark. And he might actually have himself a Void Spirit because there's no mana left on Zor. Zor will eventually go down, so a 4 for 4 so far. The Ensnare will lock down the Slark. Kiritsugu draining all the mana of Furte. And it should be a full team wipe, but the Diffusal Blade is out. Another Diffusal Blade out here from Kiritsugu. And Furte eventually will tie.
The Nog is just not something you can handle right now in your core to core. If you blink in like this for Ush, you don't manage to nail the Naga, then she's just free to do what she wants.
But now a blast off to hold her down. Kiritsugu. The thing about turning here onto the techies is going to try. Reactive Taser was down sadly, so he could not do much about it as Kiritsugu finds another kill. Chase again here with the remnants forward from Volodka. Volodka not able to get that done, but instead he is going to find himself a Zeus. So Desperate getting caught out now.
This time it's him overstepping his bounds, not respecting that jump, and the response being fairly quick on Tilted Boys. Again, a lot of topsy-turvy back and forth. We're already at 45 kills at 20 minutes in, Mike. Both teams kicking into gear, which is what we like to see. And so far, it's looking a lot better for the Titans in terms of execution. So they've corrected from whatever happened in Game 2. Heart for Kiritsugu not too far off. The Manta for Zor as well on that Void Spirit, not too far off. So you're hitting your item beats quite nicely. Tena does get the Rune Denial, at the very least.
I mean, 3k advantage still standing here for Nexus
Radiant's
Titans.
bottom tower is under attack.
Heart now fully up on Kiritsugu. It's now going to be a lot harder to deal with here. Furte almost has the Ags up though at the very least, so the Slark going to have quite a bit of mobility coming up very, very soon. It's going to be a smoke out from Nexus Titans. Rotation through the Radiant jungle. Wards being placed here by our Batrider. They might find the Volodka Ember Spirit at the bottom lane,
Radiant are scanning.
but they don't have a blink up on their Batrider. They only have a Force Staff, so there's not really a great way to initiate. They just throw a casual way through Remnant down, hoping to catch him, but it was way off.
Just a little bit off. Still space for that Roche to happen here for the side of Nexus Titans. Kiritsugu and Tena getting that done themselves. It's a secondary life ready to go here. Not the quickest Roche, mind you, but it's fast enough that no time to respond here from Tilted Boys. For the side of Tilted Boys, and I mean the Ags you mentioned for Furte, this is flying out now, so you can try to get some plays out here and try to maybe find yourself some openings with the double pounce. See if Furte can start to dig into the back, because you've got to take care of the Zeus, and again, you've got to take care of the Pugna. If Taina's allowed to just constantly decrep and life drain, these fights are really not the fights you want to take on the side of Tilted Boys in a prolonged one. Pugna healing just tends to feel pretty overwhelming if you don't have that burst on hand.
Radiant structure
Nexus Titans looking to move in. Desperate, breaking the smoke, has found Skyward. They even found Door and the Disruptor,
is under attack.
but nobody goes down. They don't have enough damage to finish anyone off. A little bit unfortunate. They will be able to get out. It actually has bought time for Volodka to finish off his Radiance build up on the Ember. So they are slowly finding answers towards this Nagasara in this game 3. Still a ways off from trying to deal with her, but you are slowly getting there.
Yeah, some answers presenting itself at the least. So the mischance definitely going to be something that Naga will be extremely annoyed by. To be fair, Kitsuga is going to have his own miss up with a butterfly sooner rather than later. And he's doing a great job on this Naga to just constantly split push. Really giving space for Tana to keep those Nether Blasts up. See if that Radiance is going to be enough, as high ground's already begun here.
Yeah, they're going to have to make full use of it straight away. T3 tower under siege. Ash trying to get rid of the illusions, has done a good job of it. Problem is you've got Thana right behind this Naga, so Kiritsugu is not looking to fall too easily with the life drain constantly available here from Thana. They'll get him low again, but he's still perfectly fine as now the jump is in for Volodka. Jewel is out. They have caught the Naga Siren. That is one way to start the fight. The Naga is down the first life around. But can they get him a second time? Kiritsugu looking to back off here. Looks like he's going to be fine for now as the song is going to be committed to be able to disengage here for Nexus Titans. They'll even pop a smoke to ensure that the chase is not going to be easy for Tilted Boys. And it seems like they're going to be fine to at least hold high ground. And Tilted Boys, they decide better off just kind of staying in the Radiant base instead of pushing after them. And that was the right choice because they were waiting.
Yeah, they're not going to get punished for any sort of overextension here. Tilted Boys, they understand they still need a little bit more up before they can fully manage the Naga Siren here. I mean, the Ags alone on Ferta hasn't felt like it's been enough to give him openings. It does look like his BKB shouldn't be too far off the mark. And now it's the time when Tilted Boys do go for that smoke. Good line drawn across the map as well into the triangle area. Might be able to catch out Zor. Mind you, he is a highly mobile hero. Oh, not the easiest one to gun for. But with Static Storm back up, with a blast off with Blink Duel, certainly not the hardest situations to find yourself here.
They are still together. Like they could look to push through the bottom lane if they do wish. It is just the tier 1 tower, though they do seem very, very hesitant as they cannot see where Nexus Titans are right now. Nexus Titans, though, hanging around the top side of the map, do not seem too interested in trying to defend this bottom tier 1. The boys again going to be very, very careful with the way they approach this. They are going to get away with it. It's just a tier 1 bottom tower. It's very, very simple. No need to defend here from Nexus Titans. But they could look for a trade, to be fair. They aren't really doing that. Ash now, seeing the Naga Siren, will look to try and remove himself from this top lane. Door's going to show up. Desperate has made his presence known on the Zeus, and well, they do have the butterfly now up on Kiritsugu, so maybe they are going to go for the top tier 1, or maybe they'll just back off and get back to farming.
No, getting that build up. You've got the Naga and Nexus Titans, and you've got some decent scaling from your Zeus. You've got a Void Spirit, which always scales, especially as the talents start to come out. Yeah, real big one, of course, on level 25 with a crit on the Astral Step can feel really nice in trying to take care of these softer backlines. They don't mind this too much for the side of the Titans. Take it slow. I think Tilted Boys are, and also alright in this circumstance, but you do have to be cautious about the Naga. Like, your one direct solution is still just Ush. And he's been doing a great job, to be fair, on the LC. You need to see some of those Blink Overwhelming Odds duel kind of
mid lane,
really hammer in.
Getting jumped, but does get the remnant away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And T2 tower push could get underway very, very soon. They're just waiting for the creep wave to come in.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is
Still a very slow siege. Like, the bottom tier 2 is just being forced here by Forte. Or Ferte, rather. And Yeah, I mean, there's just no defense to come. It seems like Tilted Boys are very hesitant to try and fight at all. Really respecting the side of Nexus Titans. They are going to lose their Tormentor in the meantime. Desperate is going to be able to pick that up on the Zeus. And the Lightning Hands is up and available, even though he's not really going to be able to make too much use out of it. Meanwhile, bottom tier 2 tower does go down to Ferte, so now he's onto the tier 3 bottom tower by himself. There's no defense coming out yet. He's actually going to pounce away just in case, because he can't even believe they're not here.
Yeah. Again, you can apply pressure, but both sides, after a top T2 in game 2, probably just want stronger conditions to come out for gunning for any sort of endgame. We are seeing, by the way, Skyward is going for the Ags once more, Mike, but it's not a rush. At least Artekis already has the aura items up. I don't know if that's as effective against the Naga as it is against the PL. I don't think it is, but we'll find out if the Ags does come out this game.
Oh, I think he's just doing it because he's already farmed the items he needs. Just a luxury item now for Skyward. Makes enough sense.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
The Nexus Titans still not trying to apply any pressure here. Even their 5k advantage, they are seemingly paying a lot of respect here to the side of Tilted Boys. Octarine Core now up on Desperate, so even lower cooldowns now available on the Zeus. So much time has been just given to Tilted Boys though in this game 3. Reminds me a lot of game 2 in that sense. So just you give them enough time, they're eventually going to get to the point where they can fight back. Sverte is going to go through the twin gates here with Door. It looks like they're more than happy to start setting up for a bottom team fight. So Nexus Titans, they are currently hanging around. Mind you, Roshan is up in 2 minutes 15 seconds, so the teams are here a little bit early. Making sure they're ready just in case it was an early Roshan timer. Jump is in. Thunder God's Wrath going to give the vision. Volodka is going to get lassoed immediately on the Ember, so that's a big pick-off. They can find it. Volodka is not able to get out. He's just down. Song committed here from the Naga. Are they looking to disengage? I mean, the Disruptor's down. Door, that's 2 down now. Make that 3 because Skyward's going to drop. Jewel is out on the Pugna, so Thana does go down, but now Ush is getting focused while he's TPing. 4 down for Tilted Boys. They're going for a 5th now. Ferte is able to at least double pounce out of there. Ush will get tipped for going for a Jewel when he's up against 5 other heroes. The Nexus Titans, well, they do have first dibs on Roshan. Problem is Roshan's still a minute 15 away.
Yeah, it's still a bit longer, so might as well, again, go back to the push game, go back shoving high ground. No Pugna to help speed up this process, but boy, oh boy, this Dusa, this Naga is becoming really hard to face off against. Volt Scotty up, Heart up, Disperser next, and does so much damage, way too durable. And they'll just take it, take the top racks, no problems. Maybe just a range, hold on.
Yeah, Kiritsugu gets trapped in the kinetic field. Ferte will go for the Shadow Dance to chase down the Naga Siren. Nature Lover has already gone, and now the Naga's gone. Kiritsugu ends up tying, and now Tilted Boys are fighting back. They end up finding a successful team fight.
Yeah, it's a good hold. At the very least, I mean, your range racks also stays intact here inside the Tilted Boys. The Titans, you're still in a strong position. You're 7k up. Ags coming out for Desperate next. That's going to be big for the middle of these team fights. And maybe just Roche scouting potential. Nexus Titans haven't shoved far away enough from Roche that this is viable now for the side of Tilted Boys. With no Naga as well, that objective is just a little bit too hard to take. Are spotted out by the Thunder God's Wrath at the least. So they know something's up in the Roche, but without Naga for 25, it doesn't feel like this is something you can get done with for the Titans.
Because Roshan very, very quickly going down. Nexus Titans trying to break the gap, but unable to get there in time by the looks of it. To be fair, they still have a little bit of time left, but not much. Scan is out. Tilted Boys, they know they're coming. Techie, Skyward, caught, but not down. Actually going to survive with the Glimmer Capers. Now the turnaround, going to find Desperate on the Zeus. He will drop. Tilted Boy is now going for a big chase. Verte not landing the Pouncer, so could not catch anyone. Thana able to TP out as well in the Pugna. So Tilted Boys, they'll get one mid laner for their trouble. They've got the Aegis up on their end of things, and now they're looking to perhaps go high ground with this.
They certainly can. They've got the output. They've got the security on hand. Not too much to be scared of. Full halberd up now for Osh. Should help in maybe stopping some of the output from Naga as well if you can spot the real one, which you should be able to every single time with the overwhelming odds in the middle of these fights. So not going to be too hard to try to juke around Naga. So the Tilted Boys though, again just looking to take care of the last outer tower down mid first. They want to play it safe and you can't really fault them. And should be able to find out no issues here. Nexus Titans aren't out of it though, Mike, but it is starting to look like your Naga's your main gold sink. If all of your money's pouring into the Naga Siren, your item growth on your Void Spirit and your Zeus has stalled out just a tad bit here. You kind of do want more farm to be spread across the board for Nexus Titans.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't seem like it's going to be happening anytime soon. Mid lane, the Void Spirit Zor shows himself. Pounces there from Fuerte. They break the Lincolns already. Fuerte looking for the chase onto Zor, but doesn't have any pounces left. In fact, he has one now. Needs a bit of vision. Will duke out the Aether Remnant. Does find Zor again. Forcing out another Astral Step charge, but this time Zor's going to be fine. We'll just find a courier for their trouble. So they do have to go sort out the top lane because it was being constantly forced in by these Naga illusions. So Skyward's going to TP back to make sure that this lane is pushed out constantly. I suppose this is the one thing that you can do right now as Nexus Titans to avoid any kind of high ground attempt from Tilted Boys. Just keep sending out these Naga illusions to split push the side lanes. Just something we just haven't seen change in the hero for quite a long time. This is exactly what it wants to do.
Just keep building up. And for the side of Nexus Titans, I mean, you are at critical mass now anyway. I think your Naga doesn't have too much room to grow here for Kiritsugu. It's going to be down to, again, trying to split this farm between your Zeus and your Void Spirit. Ag's not too far off for Zor. You're also not too far off from your Ags for Skyward. So, Minefield Sign going to be maybe doing some work here. Still smoke out from Tilted Boys though.
They're run into the Nexus Titan guys here down the bot lane. Here goes Nature Lover dying to the Tormentor now. Verte gonna find the Zeus. Song is committed here from Kiritsugu to make sure nothing happens with this duel. Allowing the disengage from the Zeus, but Glimpse is there onto Desperate, so he's not getting anywhere. Static Storm dropped as well, right on top of his head. Problem is this Pugna is still just life draining him to survival, but it's not quite enough. He does eventually go down. Now the jump is there from Verte, finding a secondary pick off. Ush eventually going to die. Verte will lose his first life on the Aegis, but now a big blaster from Skyward. Going to take down Nature Lover. They will lose Volodka in the process. But now the Naga Siren, trapped between a rock and a hard place, is forced to just try and fight. She does have the Pugna, but it's not going to be enough. Verte able to keep going. So they found the Pugna as well. Thana being pounced. Not going to connect, but they do have the Diffusal Blade here to slow him down. He will life drain, but it can only last so long. Though I say that, Verte now needs to go for the fight against the Void Spirit, but Zor has no spells left. Zor is down.
Really strong punishment there. Tilted Boys, the side of Nexus Titans. Maybe just not, again, finding the good angles. It's getting harder and harder to pin down Verte. The hard control for Slark isn't quite there, as long as he's got the Dark back ready. And once he's seen Shadow Dancer, AoE output isn't enough either. Onto the high ground they go. They should be able to find us. And you've got the Nimbus around to try to stall Fortify out as well, but no one's there to cut the creep waves.
Yeah, Midrax is going to go down pretty much for free. bottom tier 3 tower being looked at as well here from Tilted Boys.
Dire structures are fortified.
Glyph is going to be out, drag things out a little bit. Now you've got the full Bloodthorn up on Ferte as well, so even more damage and control coming out from this Slark. Now trying to just delay this as much as humanly possible, but very tough now as Ash immediately jumps in onto the Batrider. To force out the song from Kiritsugu, but there's no follow-up to that song. It was just to try and disengage. They'll try with the Aether Remnant. In fact, Ferte is dropping rather low, but he got the Shadow Dance off in time. And he's still got a depth shroud if he needs it. For the Naga, just so many stats being given back the way of Ferte. Kiritsugu, he's down for a minute and a half. This game is looking very tough to come back from now.
It does. It really does. I think for Nexus Titans, again, they play a pretty good early aggressive game. Their mid-game spikes were there as well, but just stepping out of position a little bit is very easy to punish. Ferte.
Still going. Has Shadow Dance in 5 seconds. Just needs a bit more time. But they're going to be fine to pounce out because the duel was there from Ash. So Ash going to find Zor here on the Void Spirit. Dana looking to be in a lot of danger as well. Is going to go down as Desperate is desperately trying to run. He will drop. No buyback available. That's 3 down without buyback. It's only Zor and Nature Lover left against the 5 heroes of Tilted Boys. It's not looking too good in the way of a comeback here for the Dire.
No. Definitely not, Mike. Mega creeps up. You can clear out with Naga, but with these respawns, doesn't feel like they'll have time.
These T4 towers are going to eventually go down. No GG call being made yet. They are still trying to slowly but surely defend this, but the Ancient is completely exposed, and it is about to explode as he's diving Fountain, but there's no point for that. Song committed here from Kiritsugu. I mean, they are really trying to defend all the way. But the game should be as good as over as Ferte just going to pounce the other side, get this game over and done with. GG eventually is called by Kiritsugu, but that's about it. So, Tilted Boys, props to them, John. They do get a 2-1 victory here over Nexus Titans, and that should basically secure their spot in Division 2.
Yeah, I believe that pretty much keeps them safe for the most part. Again, you still have American Goons that can get 2 wins. You still have Nexus Titans that can find a win later on. Although the opponents for the Titans are a little bit tougher left in the tour, so maybe not the smoothest ride for them to look to maintain this position. And for the side of Tilted Boys, I mean, they play fantastically well. They have a lot more aggression coming out of this lineup. Nexus Titans as well, falling back to the Pugna Zeus. Not having the best of times. I think Desperate had a little bit of a slower mid than you'd want him to. On that Zeus, you did get a lot of space out for Kiritsugu. You managed to build up that farm, but they're not able to take the objectives while they're strong, and those opportunities they give out to Tilted Boys aren't enough for them to scale. This Slark, there's nothing to really threaten them here, outside of maybe a really good song from Kiritsugu to isolate the Slark and maybe waste his Shadow Dance, but it takes a lot in terms of trying to coordinate around that, and your lineup just doesn't have the hard hold.
No, it certainly didn't. Props to Tilted Boys again for finding the 2-1 victory. I mean, they had lost Game 1 and Game 2 was looking rather dire for them. But they do manage to pull off the comeback in Game 2, and then Game 3, of course, was even still looking dire for them most of the time. It felt like the Nexus Titans were in full control of the game for quite a while, but just weren't able to really press the advantage. And Tilted Boys is proving to be the better team here today. Props to them. They, again, basically have now secured their spot somewhat in Division 2. I can't say for sure because there is still a chance that things could go a little bit haywire in their next series, but it does seem like out of all the teams, they probably are going to be safe. And well, right now, I believe that makes it so Nexus Titans and Green Esports sitting in bottom 2 place.
I mean, again, you still have American Goons down there as well. Unfortunately, been a rough tour for them, so you have potentially a 3-way, currently a 2-way for that last relegation spot with Grin sitting clearly at the bottom. The path forward for Nexus Titans is going to be a lot tougher as well. They've only got 2 matches left after this one, of course. They've got, I believe, Ravens and American Goons. So one of those could be our tiebreaker decider. Still, the side of Tilted Boys playing really good. We have to give an MVP out. It is going to be Skyward once more. Spectacular performance coming out from him on the techies. Just being really active, going back for the old aura buildup as well, not rushing anything silly like an Ag second item. And it does pay off to have all of that sustain in the middle, especially the pipe, right? You're up against a Zeus, you want some magic res, you want a barrier. It pays off dividends here to keep them alive.
Yeah, absolutely. Props to him. I believe he gets both MVPs here for game 2 and 3. And, yeah, he's been doing some fantastic work here on the heroes he has been picking. So props to Skyward. Definitely a fantastic performance here in this best of 3 for him against Nexus Titans. Well, I'm looking forward to speaking to somebody. I believe we are actually going to be speaking to Skyward in our interview as well. So we can get some insights from him as to what's been going on with the team and exactly what's been going wrong with the team, because this is a team to me that's been looking really good in the games that they have played. A lot of single victories, but just not able to find too many series wins from what we've seen. And you kind of question what the problem has been for this side, because again, I feel like they have got the ability to be a pretty good team here in Div 2, but it just hasn't worked out their way throughout the tour.
Yeah, I feel like maybe some corrections and say team decisions in some circumstances. It feels like I don't think their drafts have been bad at all. I think the side of Tilted Boys have been drafting pretty damn well for the most part. They've had a lot of heroes that they can toss onto Skyward as well. So I think it's really just down to gelling as a team, and we are in week 3. This is around the time where you'd hope that they've gelled together. It does show up in the series at the very least. So going forward, I think you are right. There's a fairly solid chance that they are the ones to stay, along with maybe American Goons, but who knows? Again, it's NADPC, it's Div 2. Anything can happen here, just like anything can happen in that game 2 a while ago.
Yeah, you never really know. You never really know. Looks like we are not having interviews, sadly, so we won't be able to talk to anybody, which means, Jonathan, we are going to have to head off to a short break. And of course, right after that break, we'll be back with our next series. In fact, we won't go to the break yet. We'll look at the schedule first, Jonathan. I'm kind of rushing here. Ravens versus The Cut is coming up next. That is going to be the series after the short break. Now, this series is pretty important for both these sides, because both these sides are still fighting to place top 2 in the standings right now. I mean, they are 3-1 tied up in 3rd place together, so they need the win if you want a chance at securing top 2 there. So we'll see how that works out, as we are going to head to a break now, and right after that break we'll be back with our game 1 between Ravens and of course The Cut. We'll see you then. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our next best of three here between Ravens and, of course, the Cut and MLP Dota and Onyx Fire. John, we've got the pretty hype matchup here today between these two teams, of course. They are fighting to not be tied in third place right now between these two, and they are fighting for their spot to not be, or rather for their spot in top two. I was about to say relegated, but they're nowhere near that. Fighting for a spot in top two here between these two teams, and well, they're still in for a good run to try and get there as well, as both teams are sitting at a 3-1 scoreline right now. But a win over the other would probably mean one of them will have zero chance of making it to the top two, and the other team will still hold the chance of making it to top two, as we can have a look right into the team comparisons.
Yeah, and this, as you mentioned, this should be our more competitive match of the day, although the first series did go the distance, was pretty competitive in that sense. The Cut looking a little bit sharper in terms of overall activity, but you are taking fewer deaths on Ravens overall, so it feels like it's a bit more efficient for Ravens in terms of what they get out with each life or with each death they give away. They are getting a little bit more out of that just from the values here. Again, very close overall. Curious to see if that reflects in our XPM, GPM, and building damage as well, as I do expect that to kind of be aligned, and it looks like it should be pretty much on the mark. Just a little bit more building damage for the Cut. So this should be a fun one. You know, the bars are all pretty similar. The teams are in a very similar standing. This is pretty much an early tiebreaker for us to figure out who will kind of try to contest into that top two spot. And well, it's going to be interesting. I think both of these teams have shown a lot of promise. It's hard to say who's the stronger team. I think on a good day, both of them have looked strong.
Yeah, I dare say so. They have looked very strong on, you know, in other series, I should say, as we can look at the player comparisons between these two teams. See where we go. We do believe we have the pos 3s here between these two. Italian and Gangster, and of course Ade is the player comparison. I think both these players have been looking relatively strong throughout their teams, and I'd say in particular for Ravens, Italian and Gangster pretty important here. Like, seems to have a lot of influence on how the games go depending on his own performance. So looking forward to seeing how he does perform here. And of course, Ade, not too far behind in terms of stats. He's actually pretty darn close. So the two offlaners, you know, obviously have a lot of impact in this game, number one, here between these two teams. And I think in particular, again, for the side of Ravens, I think the Italian and Gangster is quite important in terms of having a good performance here for this game.
For sure. I think Italian's kind of set the tone multiple times on his offlane. I'm curious to see what he does play this time around. He's had a really wide pool. Probably one of the wider pools, actually, overall on Ravens. I think they've had a lot of heroes coming out under safe lane and under off for Argus and Italiano. Like, the one player who's played maybe the smallest pool, relatively speaking, at the very least, is RRL for Ravens. So the wideness of that pool for Italiano and for Argus does lead to some interesting drafts, and I think that's what I'm looking forward to here for the Ravens up against the Cut. The Cut, of course, again, they've been promising. We've seen a lot of play coming out from MTD. I think he's been a really promising player here for the Cut. He's always had some spectacular performances on mid. That does deserve, like, say, a Timbersaw first phase ban just because of that, and the flexibility Italian has running that offlane as well. I think he's had really good times on the Zeus as well. Like, that's something that stands out for MTD. He makes that Zeus really shine. So there's some unique bans that might be a factor here for the Ravens in this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't blame them for just respect banning heroes like the Zeus, because, yeah, he really does seem to pop off from this hero quite a lot here, MTD. So we'll see once the draft does get underway exactly how this game is going to go. Yeah, if we were to choose a favorite between the two, I want to say Ravens look like the better team from the games we have seen them in. So the Cut have looked, you know, pretty. I don't want to say unreliable is the right word to say, but they have looked, you know, pretty inconsistent to say the least in the games we have seen. Some games they look incredible, and other games they just don't look like a team. So I'm curious to see how their series against Ravens go, because they can't really afford to drop a game. Like, against a team like Ravens, they might just 2-0 them if they're not too careful.
Yeah, could be a 2-0 if Ravens wake up on the right side. I think you are right. The Cut has had a little bit more up and down performance. We'll see as we start digging into draft. The initial ban's already coming out. Ravens taking care of the techies, which has been still really popular despite some touch-ups. The cut as well going for the Undying ban, so nothing too strange. Broodmother being taken out, and the Dusa as well. So, not too special. The two Ravens do pick up the Timbersaw that we're talking about, so you do have a very safe opener here for their side. Again, they've been running that on Italiano, and they can run it on RRL, but for the most part, it is our Italiano Gangstar hero. So that should just be your solid offlane already, and you can't fault them for just instantly going for that. It's been really steady for Italiano when we do see him pop off on that Timbersaw.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been a popular hero overall, I think, as well as the cut. Gonna go for something we haven't been seeing much of recently. The Clinks has come out. This hero, when 7.33C first started, like it felt like this support Clinks was just incredible. In fact, I say 7.33C, I do mean just 7.33 in general. Clinks just seemed impossible to go up against, and now you've gotten to a point where most teams don't really seem to care about it too much, as they do go for the Doom as well in the cut. Which is none too surprising seeing this hero pop up as well.
Yeah, I like that lane duo if you are running the pause 4 Clinks here. I think there's a lot of play with the Doom. Just the Tar Bomb slow plus the chase down you can get out with Scorched Earth. If you can get the early investment in your Infernal Blade, you have a lot of output on the side of the cut. Not too many answers just yet from Ravens. Granted, down the line, shouldn't be too hard to burst down a Clinks with a Timbersaw. You have a lot of physical armor to kind of compensate for the physical output that the Clinks will want to put out, so your Timbersaw is pretty fine frontlining here. Issue is you're probably not going to lane against Clinks, so it should feel pretty steady still for the cut. I mean, if you run a pause 5 Clinks into the Timbersaw lane, it's also not that bad, as the first 2 levels for Timbersaw will feel pretty bad. Like, just a Blightstone start in the Tar Bomb from Clinks can still slow down the Timp early on. Ravens will just pick up the Morphling. This is a hero that you and I were talking about a lot in the last day of the DPC, just never showed up in the last series, but this hero is a very stable one. Granted, the cut, again, has an answer in the Doom, so pre-Lincoln Sphere with an early blink pickup for the cut, and that can be a nice steady solution for what Argus might want to get out to here on Raven's end. But to be fair, we've seen the Clinks kind of, we've seen the Morphling kind of fade in and out just a bit, right? Like, it's still the hero that feels really oppressive once you've got the Ags up, but when the enemy team has a lot of answers, or when the enemy team has a lot of illusion heroes as well, that's one way to counteract this, then the Morphling can still have a rough game in some matchups.
Yeah, I mean, I think they just go back for the Morphling comfort, at least for Ravens. You know, it's still proving to be one of the stronger positional ones in this this meta. You know, you don't care so much for the Doom either, because you just go into the Lincoln Sphere build up. Pretty standard for the Morph. The cut, one more ban to go before we can continue these drafts.
5 seconds remaining.
Just focus on the mid lane right now, but by the looks of it, the cut do get rid of the Ember and the Storm. Then the reserve time to think about this this final ban. Don't think any team is quite as concerned about the Void Spirit anymore for some reason, so I highly doubt we'll see that kind of ban coming out. The cut probably just try to make MTD's life as easy as humanly possible. So the games that he does pop off, it does look like they're having very, very easy games. So giving MTD a good lane is probably the smartest way to go about this.
Just make sure he's comfy in this matchup. Take out the Spirit Breaker. AA is the solution now for that Morphling pickup, and we have seen this be highly effective. Just blast into him. Morphling won't have counterplay, so you've always got the solution. Heck, even the Timbersaw is not going to be enjoying that. And with the Tormentress up, of course, AA always has a solid shot of getting a free shard. His shard with the Ice Blast and the Cold Feet feels very oppressive. So I like this coming out from the cut. You still have solid lanes to play with. Your one issue right now in the cut is there is a lack of hold. I mean, that is a Timbersaw and Morphling up there. You have solutions for the regen, not so much for their mobility here, Mike. So you have a lot of leeway on Ravens and kind of looking for that backline here.
Ravens. No supports being picked up yet, so I imagine these next 2 picks should be something along the lines of 2 supports coming out. Probably just hold the mid lane here till the last pick. You do want something to do with these supports that have been picked up by the cut. Like, you don't really want to allow this AA or free Ice Blast this game onto the Morph. Really not very advised here if you are Ravens. Still thinking about it. But go down the Mirana round for now for Ravens End. No, Wake Me Up does enjoy playing the POS 3, POS 4 Mirana quite a lot. If it is going to be POS 4. They're going to go down the Elder Titan route, which is something that we don't get to see too often, but this hero can feel pretty annoying to play against if it's in the right hands.
Yeah, I think
10 seconds
I would prefer
remaining.
the AT to lane with a Timbersaw. I think that can get to be a
5
really
seconds
aggressive lane
remaining.
really early on. 2 beefy heroes up front. We have seen Mirana with Morphling, and it's just a stable farming lane. Mirana can buy space for the Morphling, zone out a bit, maybe deny off a few creeps, farm off the camp as well, or just Starstorm to harass. Not the worst thing. I do like this support duo from Ravens. The issue is you don't have the best combination for the arrow. Like, the Stomp is there with a sleep, but it's not the most stable arrow combination. You don't have the option for Ember. So it could be a little bit rougher in trying to maximize that Mirana in terms of, like, jumping the back line. But again, in a way, a Morphling and a Timbersaw can reach into the back line as well. It's just, it puts them at massive risk of just getting blasted. So it's a bit of a trade-off there. With these 2 supports, you also have really good rotations onto mid. If you can afford to leave your side lanes, the cut will just go for the Bloodseeker pickup, and that should just be a very stable lane. Bloodseeker in AA does have a lot of kill potential as well. Lots of slows, good magic damage coming out in lane. And it's a Bloodseeker solution to Timbersaw. Like, we've seen this lane before. First few levels can feel pretty good for Bloodseeker. Once you're kind of secure in the Timbersaw, though, it's a lot harder to try to shove him out. And it's a lot harder for you to just walk up and try to CS. So lane management's the big one for this matchup. How well you can ensure that you get the denies off before the Bloodseeker last hits is going to be a big factor for Italiano and sustaining True here.
The final banouts to come. Ravens still looking to ban mid laners, and quite frankly, so the cut. Like, unless MTD is going to take the mid Timber, which is doubtful at this point. Other mid laners to come. Looks like the Ravens want to get rid of the Lina. The cut have been already focused quite a bit on the mid lane here of
10 seconds
Ravens, just trying to shut down as much as they possibly can.
Dire team
RRL, of course, on the mid lane here for Ravens, as they do get rid of the Bat Rider now. One more ban each.
I always enjoy seeing the Lina ban. And we did see the effect of that the last time around we were casting NA, and Lina does look reinvigorated with a magic build. I understand that respect. I wonder if they let the Zeus slide through. And they will. They ban out the Quamp instead. Maybe for the cut, take care of something like the Void Spirit, unless they expect RRL to play like the mid Morphling here, which is still a very remote possibility, but certainly not out of the realm.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Of it coming out.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
They get rid of the Wind Ranger, which we have seen RRL play quite a bit as well. Ravens final pickup.
Radiant team pick.
Oh,
Huh.
they're gonna go for the Axe pickup, so it looks like it might just be a mid Timber.
Okay. It's a stable enough lane, but truly the cut here can just go for a Zeus. Or
Zeus
a
is
Puck.
banned, John.
Oh, it was banned in the second phase, alright. Maybe a Puck could slide
10
through.
seconds remaining.
Void Spirit still there, but you're tempting the Void Spirit versus Timbersaw matchup, which Timbersaw does enjoy. There's some funky picks as well. If you want to save yourself from the axe, maybe an OD could be something, although that here has been really dead.
Your final pickup, all the time being used up here by the cut, trying to figure out exactly what the smartest pick is here. Very hard because you don't know who you're laning against in the mid lane anymore. The Ravens are doing something a little bit cheeky, but the best guess is you are probably laning against the Timbersaw. A lot of the big MTD heroes we tend to see are banned out, being the Ember and the Zeus both being removed. So MTD, what do you want to play now, sir? So the answer is going to be the Death Prophet, which this hero has felt very dead. No sides have been trying to pick this up at all. So I'm not sure how this is going to go. MTD will play the mid DP. In terms of win rate, we don't really have too many stats on it because it just hasn't been picked very often. I don't know whether I even believe in this hero right now. I don't think I do.
So across all regions and divisions for Tour 3, it's been picked 20 times with a 30% win rate. And I believe most of the time it has been going maybe offlane, every now and again mid. I think this matchup mid is all right for a DP. It's not amazing. Kind of have to go up close to get your Spirit Siphon off, so RL should still have opportunities to try and whirling that. At the same time, there is a lot of magic damage in that mid. MTD can trade perfectly fine. He's not going to be too scared. Good cat cam right now from D-God in the background, along with the Yoda, of course, still standing there. Just wanted to point that out. But there's some good tempo on the cut. There's some good push timing. I think Ravens has a lineup that, honestly, it's pretty scary if they do pop off. I think a Morphling with a lot of farm here only has to worry about the Doom for the most part. RL on the mid Timbersaw, if he does take off, he can start to apply a lot of pressure just from his presence. And Italiano on the Axe, it's a bit of a wild card factor. We've seen Axe pop off before. You have a lot of things that can attack you here as the Axe, like the skeletons can attack you, so you can kind of dive pretty deep. But all of these cores are susceptible to the AA, so there's a lot of value already just from that early AA pick for Empyrean.
Yeah, I suppose there is. Good luck how funds are coming out. I think it's a good Axe game. Like against the Bloodseeker AA lane, it doesn't feel too hard to go up against these two as an Axe. So it's I think he's gonna have a pretty good time here on the Axe. No issues for Italian a gangster against Scourge McDuck's Bloodseeker. We shall see though. Anything could happen. But generally speaking, I think with the Mirana support as well, it should be pretty easy to just kind of get the initial farm you want as this Axe. Even if they throw the Clinks bottom, which might be a little bit more annoying, I still think you're just perfectly fine. Especially once you have the Vanguard up, you're just not going to feel the damage anymore.
30 seconds to battle.
Yeah, I do feel like the AA is not too bad in that lane as long as you can trade blows. It's really down to Wake Me Up's positioning on the Mirana. Like if you don't manage to shove the AA away, then a couple of cold feats, a couple of ice vortexes with the Blood Right feels pretty stable for Scourge McDuck to get some consistent magic damage off. And the magic damage will not care for the Vanguard. So as long as you play with that harass early on and just keep playing with that harass into these early fights, then the Axe can feel a little bit locked in. And it can feel a little bit uncomfy jumping up. There's also value now for Scourge McDuck to go for an early shard. Like this is a good game for it. Just having that 1.8% max health is pure damage onto literally two beefy cores with a Morphling that wants to kind of play around with his beefiness as well. Bloodseeker does feel pretty secure in some circumstances. It's a lot of very circumstantial back and forth here.
It could be concerning once you have the Blade Mail up on the Axe, though. I think it's the what is it, John?
Carry gets the Spirit across. We haven't seen any of the ET players go for this, but it's going to have a lot of damage going into that lane. Always nice to see.
But it is one of the strongest suits of the Elder
reaches him.
Titan in this patch. Like with the Twin Gates, you can do that. Plenty of damage being provided now to Kara, so B-God's just going to cop all of this. It's a lot of damage onto the Clinks, but it'll be okay to stay in the lane, of course. Let's have some regen available in the Clinks. Should be just fine. He was almost expecting a bit of a tough lane here.
You can maybe take a peek at that mid while we're at it, or on that Timbersaw up against MTD. And that Death Prophet already looking like a pretty solid start for MTD. Again, there's a lot of magic damage to dish out here, just constant Crypt Swarm spam. If the Timbersaw comes close, you've already got the Spirit Siphon to threaten. You will not have chains in this lane at all, as we tend to see on the mid, so no way of really just running away from that magic damage again, and a lot of lifesteal for MTD. So I don't expect the DP to be shoved out at all. I think this is maybe one of the more challenging Timbersaw lanes. At the best, it just develops into a farming lane, which you don't mind at all in the DP. Once you hit 6, you can just go for a tower push, no problem.
We'll see how it all pans out. The bottom lane's the one I'm probably most interested in here. Just want to see if they can actually deal with the axe very well this bottom. Italiano Gangster, I think he's going to just continue to be perfectly fine here as this AA pick, like Empyrean. Obviously, one of the AA pick against the Morphling. The Ice Blast does very well against the hero. Does well against Timber as well, of course, we know that, but whether he can actually help this bottom lane is going to be a different question entirely. So far, no first blood being drawn between either side. Both sides just happy to secure that initial farming stage. Could be quite a pretty quiet laning stage between these two teams.
It comes down to your duos as well. Like, Morphling doesn't necessarily want to get too aggressive with the ETA. The Doom kind of just wants to farm up with the Clinks. It's not like you can gap close on a Morphling all too safely. And the bot lane as well. It's going to be a little bit more poke and prod. I would say, I don't think the A is that bad into this lane. Again, it's more down to waking up to try to zone out Empyrean. Like, Blood Rage is Battle Hunger is nice and all to try to zone out the AA, but he can poke and prod really well with Chilling Touch. And Cold Feet into Blood Rite is always a little bit of a scary threat. Scourge McDuck doing a great job of just managing his lane so far. As long as he doesn't get spun on too often, you're pretty happy here as a Bloodseeker.
That's not what I'm worried about. Like, I think the axe just getting the initial quick farm is going to be concerning the Scourge, because once you have the Blade Mail blink up, it's pretty hard to go against it as the Bloodseeker. Targus getting jumped a little bit is going to be just fine. Go for the Tango regen here. Be okay to stay within the lane. It seems like Arde's having a pretty damn good time as the Doom. B-God. Doing a very good job now of just zoning out Kara. This is the stage where you hit level 3 as it clinks. The damage output starts to get pretty annoying. It's Kara trying for a chase into Arde with the Blood Grenade. Arde has the Scorched Earth back up, so now Kara's the one in danger. B-God will go for a bit of a chase. Doesn't quite have enough damage yet, but eventually will. So that last Tar Bomb doing just enough damage to secure first blood here for himself. Nice little pick off here from our Clinks.
Now that's a nice little take. You're low on both heroes though. At least the Ring of Halt is up for Ade. So you can just sit around there and kind of farm up. A little bit of a dive here from MTD. RRL already very low.
Yeah, but he has the level
Not
2
enough,
chain,
though.
so he's going to be just fine to be able to get away from this. So respecting the amount of damage the Spirit Siphons have been dealing to RRL, we'll go for the chain max as well. Let's make sure there's not going to be any free kills going to the way of the Death Prophet. It's fair enough. Meanwhile, top lane, Ade again being chased down here by Kara, but the slow is there from the Tar Bomb. And it's not going to allow him to continue moving into the Doom.
Yeah, you're still getting some good farm out. It is good spacing for the Morph, although Argus' CS has slowed down a considerable amount. Like 21 to 9 in comparison to Scourge McDuck at 32 to 3 and arguably a harder lane. Does not bode too well. Bloodseekers can farm pretty fast once the Maelstrom's up. And there's not much I do. I don't think Italiano is going to contest that farm all too early in the jungle until the Blink Blade Mail is up, as you mentioned. And that's still after Vanguard as well. So it's still a lot of time that you have to wait for the axe to be online to apply that pressure. And considering that your Morphling will sit back and farm for quite a fair bit as well, I think the tempo is kind of lining up here for the cut as they will look for some punishment.
His power rune's being picked up here. Empyrean able to take the shield rune away. It's just a fight between him and Wake Me Up. Meanwhile, mid lane, rather the top jungle, MTD able to find Kara in that dire jungle, so a nice easy pick off for him. Does have the level 6 timing now. Not sure if he's too confident of being able to push with this though, to be fair. Like, it is still a Timbersaw you're up against now with almost level 7. The Chakram's still going to make it very, very hard to push into the tier 1 mid. So we'll see exactly where MTD intends to go with this this level 6 timing. Whether he's going to just wait for RRL to disappear out of the mid lane, or whether he's going to try and rotate to another side lane and just try to get the push out that way. Hell, maybe he doesn't even pop Exorcism. It's kind of hard to know at the moment because he doesn't really have the best options.
Yeah, he doesn't. Yeah, he's doing a fine job though, just pinning RRL mid as well. You managed to get the Wisdom Rune steals on Cut, so both Wisdom Runes going your way. Empyrean might have to sacrifice for this, although looks like not quite. Doesn't manage to force Wake Me Up to bounce around a little bit.
Wake Me Up's taking too much damage. Yeah, he tanked the Ancients. Empyrean though, he's also gonna mess up. Yeah. His Ice Vortex aggroing the creeps. Unfortunate.
It helps you, then it turns against you. You gotta watch your back. Trust no one. Not even neutrals.
Especially not the neutrals. So, I mean, it's 3-0 right now. The Cut's way. Pretty nice start here for the Cut. Mid lane, RRL again being chased down here by MTD, but it doesn't... It's gotten to the point now where the Spirit Siphons aren't doing anywhere near enough damage to the Timber to care. MTD actually just building into a lot of ATOS here on the Death Prophet to try and have the lockdown against the Timber.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So there is a lot of value in this game. In fact, like even against the Morph, against the Marana, a lot of ATOS can do some great work. Rotations are coming top lane. Kara and Wake Me Up going to be around. Argus is already there on the Morph, can provide the extra damage they're looking for. But it does seem like it's going to be rather hard to actually get to initiate here at the top lane, because it almost feels like the Cut are ready for this.
Yeah, they're just keeping Ade up front, B-God hanging the tree line. And the Doom is a little bit harder to kill off with a Vanguard. Not the ideal target to jump. Kind of the same story with the Taliano with his Vanguard, so not really going to look for the all-in commitment. Love these forward wards coming out from the side of the Cut, spotting out this movement as well in the jungle. They see that Wake Me Up is hanging around the area, and that does lead to that defensive formation up top, and just cuts off any angle. Like, you can't really jump at it. It's a Doom with Vanguard. It's a little bit too tanky. The passive nature of the game does feel pretty good for the side of Ravens, though. Admittedly, again, you're waiting for your axe to farm up. You're not being punished for that. You're not able to get off too much aggression with the early exorcism up on MTD. So no push, no ganks coming in. And that works in the favors of Ravens. I think the Cut, their timings are lining up, but they're not able to find openings. So the farm game continues, and that's what you want in Ravens then.
At least Scourge McDuck is farming quite effectively here on the Bloodseeker. Helena Gangster has queued up the blink into the Blade Mower now, which again is going to be pretty nice against the Bloodseeker. Not much Scourge can really do about it. TD. Chase here on Takara, but can't really keep up with the older Titan with all that bonus movement speed, so he's just going to get out of there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Things are still going very well for the Ravens, all things being said and done. Like, there's a 1k advantage towards the Cut, but my issues still stand. Like, this Axe is finding way too much farm. Top of the net worth right now is Italian a Gangster, and he's just free farming in the triangle right now. Blast off is there, rather the Ice Blast is there, top lane onto Argus, but he's fine to walk out of there. Very nice stomp from Kara to ensure that they cannot pursue. They're going to start trying to pressure the top tier 1 tower, and it looks like they'll get away with it. I don't know if Ravens care for this, because Ravens are finding the initial farm they need on their cores to get going. And there's the blink up now on the Gangster. So he'll be able to move in very, very soon.
They can start to try to get that jump onto Scourge McDuck. No saves in your sports here. And that should lead to some nice kills if he does find the angles out. Should be showing in the creep wave. No, not quite. It's still coming out in the courier. Let's see if they figure out that timing here. The cut, again, with the objective, feel good, but it certainly isn't enough. They need more. The fact that MTD's camp mid is, I think, holding them back a little bit. Although with the Atos up, surely that's when we start to see some plays here from the Death Prophet. It's flying out now. You need to reel in more from the map. Italiano with a smoke though.
Mid lane, they've got the call out onto MTD. The dunk is going to miss though. MTD, he's going to turn
Just
out with
healing
3
up.
Spirit Siphons, healing up all the way. Ice Blast to fly onto RRL. He is going to go down. Oh no, they barely miss out. How unfortunate.
It's the blink timing lining into the Atos timing. You know, just too many stats on MTD, durable enough with a maxed out Spirit Siphon. They won't get much of a push from the Exo here onto mid. So there's one boon here for the side of Ravens, but that's your blink reveal on the Axe. Not lining up the way you'd want it to. That should mean the cut should be able to respect that, you know, start to declump a little bit on these engagements when they don't see the Axe. Not allow a big blink call out and just kind of play it safe. So the item timings are met, but it doesn't line up into the kill you'd want. You even drag in Argus to help out on mid. Just kind of stalling him out from keeping that free farm going. And the cut, more than happy to just go back and build up. And to be fair, you know, we did mention that the slower pace favors Ravens. The one thing the cut does get out is lots of farm for B-God. He's working onto the Solar Crest, doesn't feel like it's too far off. And having that way of softening up, something like the Axe, something like these supports in that Plinks, it's gonna feel really damn good when you do get called. Like, at the very least, you can always try to dish some damage back on the Axe when the call is down.
Oh, Ice Blast again down at bot lane. Italian Gangster getting caught by that. Arrow actually going to hit MTD, but Gangster, well, he should eventually drop. He's getting very, very close, and the final hit will do it. B-God able to secure the kill. He might die for this. He'll try to fight back, though, with a 3-man silence from MTD, buying plenty of time. So they will get Wake Me Up down as well. 2 down for the price of 1. The cut doing some fantastic work. I do like this this Rod of Atos into the Ice Blast setup. It's working very nicely here between these two.
That's the one thing. That's the one thing they lacked in their lineup: hard control to set up for the blast. But MTD's build up, understanding the shortcomings of their draft, compensates for that weakness, and they've been able to just build off on top of it. Managed to get everything they could ask for. They've got the Arcane Rune secured by Ade here as well. So MTD's going to have a great time popping the next Exo. Ravens, nothing quite lining up. And this is the one time where, you know, this Axe starts to feel lackluster. It doesn't pop off. It's not finding kills. It's still finding farm. But it's soaking up a lot of space that you could leave instead for your Timbersaw. You could leave instead for your Morphling. And you're left with no activity right now in Ravens. I mean, they tried it one time with a Blink Arrow. Doesn't pay off. And they just feel like, all right, we don't have enough. We'll go back farming. But inside of the cuts start to approach their critical timings at that point. And this is a Doom with Midas Vanguard going for the Guardian Greaves, more sustain to prevent the blink calls from feeling too amazing if the Doom's around. Again, the Solar Crest fully up now for B-God. Your Bloodseeker pretty much free farming here with a Maelstrom into the BKB next. Everything lining up. Even Travel's already up for MTD, means he can maintain that chase with the Spirit Siphon quite easily.
And TP's back down to the bottom lane here from MTD. Actually has a Arcane Rune as well, so they could try to make the play onto Argus. That'd be a big one. Everything up. Ice Blast can be thrown out, but no, they messed it up a little bit. Still, it won't matter. They don't need the damage from the AA Ice Blast when they got the passive to land. MP just ensuring the Ice Blast does connect with the passive. It's enough. Like, that's a Morphling kill now going the way of the cut.
And the response is there from the side of Ravens, but just a bit too late. The TP here is down bot. They're smoked up, but not going to be able to get anything. Maybe you catch Empyrean. That's just an AA, not the biggest target to gun for this massive commitment. And that space up top for a tier 2 to potentially get pushed in. MTD ready to go with the Exo. Argus again shows up here.
Could be another nice big one. They don't have Ice Blast this time though, so it should be a little bit more challenging, but not quite. Silence into Doom will do the job. Oh, well, the Cutter's just not giving Argus a break. He's top lane Ade. He might drop for this, but it's well worth it. He's done his job. See if they can get the rest of them out. Wake Me Up also going to go down, so it's the same duo dying again. And the Cutter, they're just out of it.
Good hit and run. Really good flank coming out from MTD. And that came off the back of them sensing that smoke down bot. They change positions. They kill off Argus 2 times in a row. Like, this is not a good feeling right now for the Morphling. He TP'd into that lane. He has to wait for him, run around back to somewhere to farm. And he's bottom net worth core. This is the last year you'd want to be in such a low position in net worth, but Side of the Cut's done a fantastic job of just applying that math pressure, even finding Kara now for free as well. Like, this Clinks, with that Solar Crest up, it's just a huge nuisance. Your supports aren't exactly the tankiest, and well, the other tanking's not exactly mobile enough to try to get out of there.
Certainly isn't. 5k advantage now the way of the cut. Bottom lane, Ravens are just grouping up again to try and get a bit of a push going, I think. They might be feeling a little bit weak for that now. Like, Argus is just looking at his net worth on the Morphling. It's just so depressing to look at. It's fallen so far behind. Scourge McDuck's almost got a full BKB up, so he won't be worried about anything very, very soon. That's the BKB timing is there for Scourge. Like, seems like you definitely just want to group up and get going. Tier 1 bottom tower, though, is going to drop. Raven's able to pick that up for free. So no defense to come here for the cut. They'll let them have that one. They were grouped up in the mid lane here, the cut, but they have not tried to make any kind of play towards the Tier 1 mid. So they might look towards RRL. If they do land the Rod of Atos into the Ice Blast once again. And that's RRL gone another time. It's just so easy once they get that little combination up.
Oh.
Jump in. They've got the Blade Mail Blink down and telling the gangsters they got MTD down. Are they gonna run? Will be okay. At least they do secure one kill. Now Scourge looking for Eruption. Not gonna find one, but won't need one either. Kara is down. Ice Blast actually landing on Argus. That is not something you see every day, and Argus just cannot catch a break as the core comes in. Italian a gangster trying to save. Couldn't even find a dunk. Wake Me Up trying to run as well, but Scourge will just chase him down. Oh, everything has just gone terribly here for Ravens.
Again, it's a challenging game. Like, sure, you've got this call play to make, but the Cut are disciplined enough to stay declumped. And again, all your cores are susceptible to this AA blast. Every single one just falls to this combination of Atos and Blast. We're not even looking for massive team fights coming out from the Cut. They're just running down one by one. They know the side of Ravens aren't ready for the clump up. So they just punish them for trying to find some farm. And this gets scarier and scarier as the game goes on. This kind of counter scales up.
This Rod of Atos pickup from MTD was absolute genius, honestly. It's just the amount of setup he's had now with this. It's just worked perfectly here for the Cut. The Ravens, they've got to get some kind of plan going because they're AK behind now in this game number 1. It's starting to feel like they have a draft where they can't be the ones being hunted, but the ones being the hunters here. This just hasn't been the case. We have not seen many jumps in at all from Ravens. Even now, they're playing quite passively, just trying to bide some time. But the Cut are the ones that just want to keep moving. So completely understandable. So you feel like you're the much stronger team right now, so they would just keep going. Bigot's going to find Kara, looking for an easy pickoff, has got one. He might die to Gangster, and he does. But there's no calls happening here. The dunk again missing. So they do actually find Ade now. Telling the Gangster gets out of there. Ravens, they'll just keep going. Meanwhile, MTD trying to find the morph, but there's no follow-up Ice Blast this time around because Empyrean is just being chased by RRL. Suppose it's kind of the trick to avoiding all these jumps is just chase the AA.
And that's a little bit of maybe a greedier play coming out there from B-God, looking for that solo pickup on Kara. Not expecting the follow through from the rest of the team of Ravens. They managed to find a bonus Doom kill off the back of that. So a nice win for the side of the Ravens. That does reel in a little bit their way, especially since you don't lose Italiano there. Italiano going for his BKB is going to feel a lot better once that's up. And the Lincoln's already being up on Argus means that combination play onto Morph is a little bit harder to pull off. You need someone else to kind of pop. Or at least you can start with Spirit Siphon to pop into the Atos. Could be the way to go now to try to pin down. But Argus should have enough of a response that if the silence isn't out on Morphling, then should still be able to strength shift in, release before the blast comes on. Shall see the side of the cut will just go straight for Roshan. You've got the Clinks, you've got the right click from your Bloodseeker, you can get this done. The Elder Titan Spirit does scout them out though.
It's going to be quite dangerous. Moonlight Shadow is going to be used up here. It's going to be seen underneath the creep wave though, so they know they're in this right now. Arrow's going to give a bit of vision onto the Roshan. Earthsplit is going to be there to try and zone them away. Roshan's still very, very low. They've got to try and make a play soon if Ravens want to try and contest this. RL throws a Chakra in, Italian against it. He's got a two-man call out. They've already blown up Scourge McDuck. Scourge is gone.
They got the Aegis.
But they've got the Aegis as well. The Morph has picked it up. Argus, he will lose his first life, but it won't matter because he has a second. 3 down for the cut. B-God also getting caught, is going to drop, trying to take Wake Me Up with him, but it's not going to be enough. 4 down now. The only survivor is MTD, who barely TPs out in time. Well, this is what I was saying, John. Like a blink call in with a Blade Mail on the Bloodseeker, he's just dead. And that's exactly what happened.
And they find the angle this time. They've got to nail it every single time. I think for the side of the cut, you just don't have enough just yet to sit through that output on the X. And you have to respect that. They clump up a little bit too tightly in the pit area, right outside Roshan's dwelling place. So, again, just the vision game coming out. The arrows, the stomp, kind of holding back the cut. The stomp did force them to go into that position walking outside. They combined that well from the Ravens to get that blink in. For the cut, pretty big loss. You don't have Aegis. You took it away from Argus at the least, but you don't have that tool now to go for the tier 2s safely for the rest of the tier 2s and maybe threaten high ground. And even the gold did go the way of Ravens. Like the last hit onto Roche was a dire last hit. So you get the gold and the Aegis. You don't give anything away to the cut. Cut, they've been pretty on point, but you have to respect that. Maybe some sort of save can come out in itemization. I'm not sure if you can really go for E-Blade on anyone, but that could be one way of stopping the axe from being highly effective. A Ewel's could be one answer as well. Although no one really going for that. Maybe Empyrean down the line, but for now he's opting for a Glimmer Cave. They won't smoke up though, not dissuaded too badly by that fight.
They're going to try and make something happen again. Again, they have to be the aggressors here. They can't really afford for Ravens to jump in first. Kara has a Ghost Scepter now to survive the initial onslaught of B-God, but he's got a Shards up now. With the Burning Barrage being up, it's going to be a lot easier to just take him down through that. RRL be fine to avoid the Blood Right. It seems like they're just going to push out the side lanes now, Ravens. They don't really need to allow themselves to be caught here by the cut. Rather just push out the side lanes and just keep the farm going. That last fight was with their Axe and Morph still behind in net worth. So once they've officially caught up, it's going to be a lot easier for them to try and make the comeback this game. You're not even at the stage yet where we have an Ags queued up on Argus. That Ags is just such a game changer now on the Morph. I imagine he'll be looking to queue it up after this Mantra, and there it is. He does queue it now.
Yeah, should have a lot of good forms to turn into, Bloodseeker being the big one. Minus Agi plus minus 70 attack speed is pretty significant. Although, to be fair, the Bloodseeker with 175 on Blood Rage shouldn't be too bad off with the steal. I think it's one of the less impactful heroes for the stat stealing aspect of the Morph, for sure. But it still makes it a lot harder. The Bloodseeker is just not durable enough to last through, really, meaning mainly this onslaught from Italiano. So they need to find a way to get around that. Do have lag issues, but the G is given. So we should be able to get back into the game. In this game for Ravens, it does feel like it hinges on Italiano. Like, he does have to land that blink call every time, but he does have his own BKB up. He's very well protected in the middle of these fights.
Radiant's middle
Side
tower
of the cut has to really respect that. They've taken a step back in aggression, just going back for farm, wanting some of their own BKBs to be up and running first on Ade. MTD, he's got the Sanj up, looking for the Kaya next, or perhaps something like the Heaven's Halberd.
Dire's top tower
Could be one way to go about it.
Oh, mid lane, RL. Awkward scenario, but he's going to be fine. They don't have enough damage anymore for him, even with the rupture. Just pops the pipe and walks away.
Radiant's middle tower
Tier 1 mid tower is going to be denied.
Dire's top tower
And Ravens, as soon as they see that deny on the Tier 1, it just seems like they're not interested anymore. They're just happy to walk away, knowing that they got the objective they wanted in the first place. The cut. Still hanging about looking for a fight, but this is all that Ravens need to do really, is just not allow them to make the jump first. So make it a pretty awkward kind of fight to start here for the cut, and well, the cut, they're going to find nothing for this time that they've invested.
It's mass TP, trying to find some punishment for the push, but not having the combination on hand does hurt them quite a fair bit. 5k lead still stands for the cut, but the Ravens have managed to, again, claw their way back in with some good calls coming out from Italiano. Italiano just looking for his own Lotus Orb now to have even more up front here. It can be harder to shove him out once that is up and running. Bika, though, going for a Nullifier.
Dire's middle
Could be
tower
something
is
to
under
help the
attack.
cause up against some of these cores. Take away some of the mobility. Lock them in a little bit better. I'm surprised that Bigod didn't opt to go for his own Atos. Maybe like a Atos Gleipnir for himself as well. Just having another way of locking in a hero and getting the Ice Blast on could be one way of getting that done. But yeah, just opting for the Nullifier instead. More raw damage to look for those pickoffs solo on the Clinks. And the one thing that you can't fall back on here for the cut is split push. I mean, you've got the Clinks, Skeletal Army comes out, you force a Fortify, but you're not committing too much for that push. And that tower should still just fall.
Will. 2-2 tower going to go down. No defense to come here from Ravens.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom T2 now going to be focused here from Ravens' end of things.
Attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The cut not looking to defend either apparently, but they have smoked up.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Smoke going to amount to nothing, however. Maybe preemptively in case Ravens decided to try and come in for a fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The cut, they've come to a real standstill here, not feeling too confident to try and make anything happen. Not sure how much this favors them though. Like it starts to feel like yeah, Dota Plus is actually sitting at 57% win probability for Ravens at this point. I think the longer the game goes on, the better for them. I don't think it really gets too much worse for them as time goes on here.
Yeah, it doesn't get too much worse. I think the one ace factor you do have on the cut is, again, your Clink set can scale up for B-God. Basically a semi-core right now. You've got perhaps this AoE Doom that can come out from Ade. I think that's one thing that you don't deal with all too well on Raven's End either. If you are two melee cores that are tanky that want to keep casting spells, AoE Doom's gonna make short work of that. If Ade decides to farm that up after BKB, could be that one of the tools that is there for the cut to keep that scale.
MTD. Woo! You saw the flinch from Ravens. They just wanted to jump in, but they didn't have the angle to go for it. Still waiting. Maybe a bit of a fight to break out over this arcane rune. MTD. Looking to move in and pick it up. RL was there as well in the timber, but doesn't go for it. Realizes it might have been a bit too hot.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Still a very passive game now between these two teams. There's your Ags up though in the morph. So Argus, he might make the call to go. It might be around that time. believe they are looking for a smoke attempt here, Ravens. Mid lane is where they are. There's a smoke on smoke situation. Top lane, however, Begon does break the smoke of Kara. Dust is there, but it will not reach the Clink, so Begod's going to be just fine to break the smoke and run out of there. Now they know the position of Raven, so the cut could try to make a play. MTD is going to be spotted here by Italiana Gangster. TD running to the top right corner. Begod, meanwhile, finally being spotted. Still, Invis is going to be able to run for now. RL will chase him down. Call is not really there. Italiana Gangster looking to get out of there as well. And neither side ends up starting a fight. Just retreat immediately.
Yeah. No need to take too many risks here. Roshan's probably where we'll see a big fight break out, respawning in a few seconds. He'll spawn down south, daytime, for the next few minutes. It's going to be a pretty nice objective for both sides to gun for. Full Sanjin Yasha up and running for Scourge McDuck, going into the Basher next. And that's when things can get a little bit nicer here for the Bloodseeker. Again, not the smoothest, but still have some options. Hex for MTD coming up afterwards now as well, with the Shiva's done. For the side of Ravens, you're going for the Ags now on RL. He's got his Lotus Orb up. You've got a Lotus Orb being farmed up by Italian as well, and he does spot out Roshan. And the call it's made for Ravens to head down bot. Should be able to clear it out fast. The cut, they have a TP point, but it doesn't feel like they can get there in time.
I mean, Roshan going down very freely right now. Empyrean does at least get an Ice Blast in to give the vision, but it's way too late. They were not expecting this. They're still trying to get towards the Twin Gates and see if they can fly through here, but they've got to cancel. I mean, you can see the Twin Gates kind of happening. Ravens would have been well and truly prepared for a big fight had they gone through those gates. Instead, now they've got the Aegis up and they can move through the bottom lane, see if they can perhaps find a T3 tower. Alternatively, though, there's still plenty of outer towers to take here for either team, so you might as well just go towards the mid and the top lane instead. Or perhaps even look for the fight top lane.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They can gun for anything. They're in control right now on Raven's end. That safety net up for Argus.
Doom is out. They found themselves RRL. He's a bit of a tanky boy, but not quite tanky enough. He is gone. Scourge McDuck will take him out. Meanwhile, they did lose B-God on the Clinks, but it's still a very good fight here for the cut so far.
Is under attack.
It seems like that's going to be enough. Not feeling too confident to keep this fight going. They will retreat. That'll be bad. I think after you see the Ags usage on the Bloodseeker, like Scourge McDuck just didn't want any of it. Knowing how much weaker he just became due to the Ags morph, he just decides to get out of it.
Now play it safe. Like, they already commit all their big spells. The Ice Blast only clips once. You really don't want to take the follow-up fight with all the regen on hand. I think that's the bigger thing. Less so the Ags, because Scourge McDuck still managed to rip apart Mersaw in pretty good speed with his output, but really just the fact that you only clipped one on Ice Blast. That's what you really need to land on the cut to win out these trades with an axe, with a Timbersaw, with a Morphling. It's all down to Empyrean. Doesn't have a shard up yet either, so it's a little bit harder to find that follow through once that is committed. Maybe with the next Tormentor, you do get that shard up and running for your AA. That should make the fights a little bit nicer here. On the side of Raven, so don't mind again playing a slower game. Your Morphling's going to continue to scale up. Your axe has a lot of itemization angles to take. Your Timbersaw is waiting for its Ags. You really don't mind too much. I think the side of the cut need to be a little bit. Empyrean is just slowly melting to the Tormentor from afar, but
yeah,
all right, he's fine now.
I don't know if they can take it with two. They might need a third. Yeah, here we go. They'll have it done. Took them a little bit more time than they would have liked, but they will get it done. Shards up on MTD.
I think the AA shard's a lot better. just
You
because
think
you're
so?
relying so much on the blast. Yeah, cold feet is pretty big in trying to lock in. Just AoE cold feet from a range. So it's follow through control after the Atos.
Radiant's top tower is under
Can be
attack.
pretty impactful. And the fear is pretty nice, but again, you're much more reliant on the Ice Blast anyway for these team fights.
Well, top lane, the push is coming from Ravens.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They go for the tier 2 top tower. The Silver Edge almost up now on Argus.
Radiant's top
Here goes the
tower
top tier
is
2. They
falling.
might even just go straight for the high ground because they've still got a minute and a half of that Aegis timing left.
Radiant structures are fortified. Dire's bottom tower is under
Glyph will be forced. They aren't going to retreat yet. They've still got plenty of time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Argus just jumping right back in.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
He's going to pop a smoke here. So on the retreat, just waiting for the creep wave, they'll use a smoke. Lines being drawn towards the bot jungle. Scourge McDuck, he'd be a great target if they ran right into him. Instead, though, pings are coming out mid lane where they'll find B-God. He's just going to invis and go away. Scourge McDuck has TP'd out as well. And so nothing really going to come out of this smoke rotation from Ravens.
Yep. Pretty big item pickup here for the side of the cut. They've got the Hex up. So more control to kind of lock in someone. Heck, even just hexing the axe when he jumps in and calls if he doesn't BKB early. Could be one way to get that done as well here for the cut to take some more fights. More tools coming in. It's not as straightforward for Ravens, so both sides have to take some pretty specific angles here.
Here we go, the cut. Gonna move in. Aegis does now officially expire, so the timing was very good on the cuts end of things, but sadly they do not find the initiation they wanted. Like Ravens are going to leave the area now, just go towards the opposite side of the map. Can't, and even though they're holding AK net worth lead, it just does not feel like they're in the lead at all. A Ravens 65% win probability is still sitting their way. One good team fight will knock that up to like 70-80% instantly. It's literally just this AK net worth that's giving the cut still a decent chance here on Dota Plus's end of things. Ravens down to the bottom lane now. I'm gonna see B-God. Mind you, he does have help around. B-God just very, very pesky, just very hard to catch with the haste rune now. He's gonna be able to back his way out. And neither side's gonna find each other again. We're gonna have one of those situations where they just kind of run around in circles, not able to see each other here. And it seems like, obviously, the game's going to turn into one of those games where we're waiting for the next Roshan once again.
Still all about the Roche. BKB up and running now for Argus, so a little bit safer up front. And some of the control that you have in the cut just kind of disappears at this point. And it becomes a lot tougher to try to find all of these kills. Like, you can find maybe one of the chorus, but not all of them.
Well, I guess he'd be a massive pick. MTD's being watched right now by Kara. It's a matter of who gets a jump on who. RL, he's going to chain right in. MTD being targeted immediately, but there's the Doom out. Does Doom himself in the process, but doesn't really seem to mind as now the Axe does jump in for a call. BKB was there though, so the Blade Mail is doing really no damage. Still, Scourge needs to be careful because Argus is getting right to work and he cannot man-fight them off. But he got the Axe down. They will even find Wake Me Up on the Mirana. Ravens are still trying to keep this fight going. MTD jumping into RRL now, going after Kara on the older Titan, but he's fine. Instead, it's B-God to drop, as RRL will continue chasing for more. But both Scourge and MTD are running a bit too quick. The MTD, he did turn around, trying to use a Scythe device on the Timber, but the Linkers did block. Nevertheless, it ends up being a 3-for-2 trade in the favor of Ravens. That was actually a very strong start for the cut, but they weren't able to really capitalize after the initial kills.
Yeah, again, just awkward from the cotton that they don't really clip anyone once more on that Ice Blast. They instantly get the reflected Doom out from Lotus Orb usage of RL. Very quick on the fingers there to transfer that onto him. And, well, it's hard to take that extended fight without the blast landing onto him. It's just a lot more difficult. The Bloodseeker can still have control in these fights for sure with the BKB. And that does keep them in that engagement quite a fair bit more. But I think I don't like that Ade is going for the Halberd. Sure, it's pretty important against Morphling, but surely AoE Doom is just necessary here. Because you keep getting Lotus Orb back. The Doom has a lot of impact just spamming his spells in front. Like, you actually do want to get more usage out from Infernal Blade in these engagements. Roche does begin. Smoke out from the cot.
Run right into Ravens. Argus, you'll break the smoke of everyone. There's no jump there because they actually had the Doom available. They just did not want to use it without breaking the Lincolns on Argus. Just holding onto the high ground of the Twin Gates again. Roshan is now officially up. Argus might just jump in and start getting it done. The cut now forced to try and be the ones to initiate. They do have the Ice Blast if they wish to use it to try and scout out here against Ravens. Problem is you are so reliant on that to actually kill off this Morphling. You can't really afford to use it just for that capability. Roshan now officially going the way of Ravens. And the cut just need to run. They could try and fight, but it's pretty tough.
Yeah, they're holding position where they have vision. Maybe they get a good angle in for this initiation. But the Ravens aren't going to be tempting fate either. They know they're hanging around the area. They back off. They correct their lanes up top. And just don't give any openings out to the cut. Net worth lead goes the way of Ravens now. Very marginal, but is a significant showing from the 6k lead the cut was maintaining a while ago. And this game is just getting harder and harder for the cut. Like, yes, you are basically completely farmed up in B-God. He's going for his own Hex. But the BKBs are making it really hard to play into. The blasts from Empyrean haven't been consistent. It's causing a lot of issues here as well for them to face into Ravens. And sure, you are getting a lot of output now on Scourge McDuck, but it always feels like it's on a knife's edge as to whether or not he can kind of withstand through the onslaught of the sustain and damage that the Ravens does have on hand.
Yeah, it's just so important for him to get the BKB off before the fight starts, because once he gets called into the blade mill, he's just dead. It's a pretty tough game for Scourge. That last team fight, at least he had the BKB already going by the time Italian Gangster got the call off, so it didn't really make a difference for him. But even then, like, just trying to man fight Argus is proving to be impossible here for the Bloodseeker this game. It isn't too surprising. Like, this Bloodseeker hero isn't exactly known for its scaling potential. It is at that level now where it's kind of struggling to keep up. You are at least going to hit a nice timing on the level 25 soon, so you do have the 2 Rupture Charges coming up. That could cause some havoc here for Ravens, but, you know, even that's kind of, like, questionable as to whether that's going to change anything.
I feel like double Rupture can be pretty big. Like, it is the turning point for Bloodseeker in trying to play into the late game. And he has gotten a lot of EXP, so it's not the worst time in the world to hit that double Rupture. My main issue right now is really just looking at Ade. Like, the Doom is good, but again, it's down to the fact that you can only do one. If you could just get your Ags up, I think that's what changes the game right now. He does have the gold for a buyout, but wouldn't have buyback. Smoke, Empyrean does break a little bit of it.
I'm telling you, Gangster going to see him there just in the last second. Get in for the Battle Hunger, but does not get in range for the call. Finn is there. RRL going to really start to chip away with the Chakram. This is the tier 2 mid tower just going to drop for free here to Argus, it seems. No real play for the cut. Still 2 minutes 45 seconds here on the Aegis for Argus as well. So there's plenty of time to look to go high ground. For now, they'll just retreat and, reset, come back a little bit later on. But it certainly feels like they are just a much stronger team at the moment. The Cut certainly have the potential to fight back, especially in a high ground defense. But even then, I think it's just very tough. Because even if you get a good jump in, you've got to be worried about this Elder Titan just constantly stomping you with this Astral Spirit. This can be so detrimental in the middle of a team fight. Is B gone? Not going to be able to skip this creep wave. They are quite nearby here, Ravens. He'll stick around and skip the next one. This is the Cut not feeling too confident of being able to defend here, though a nice Hex out has caught the Morphling. Ice Blast is going to land as well. Maybe they can find this kill. Argus, he will waveform away for now. The Clinks is right behind him if necessary, as Italian the Gangster had jumped in. A big Earth Splitter, and there's your Aegis going down. They have got the first life.
Cost them a lot of BKB usages, but you do stall out in the high ground. Ravens still hold on to 2 cheeses, so they have some solutions here if they want to try to force the issue. I do like that Imperium has the RNG luck to get the Spell Prism for himself, so a lot more uptime on the Ice Blast is going to be big in helping them get some tempo here on the side of the Cut. But really big play. And it's basically just MTD blinking forward, breaking Lincolns, getting the Hex off, allowing that Ice Blast to come in and allowing them to find that kill. Does leave the side of Ravens wanting for more. Hex up on RRL, so he should have his own control and does jump in now and start to play around all of this control coming out. I'll go for the Tormentor. Very even map state right now. All outer towers being taken from both sides. And one factor now is that the split push of B-God is something that I feel like that needs to be emphasized now from the Cut. If the Clinks can just constantly shove in a wave and prevent the Ravens from clumping up, that's where the Cut can find opportunities. And we'll see, for the most part, the Cut right now is sticking together in the same general area of the map. So are Ravens. So neither side really wanting to tempt fate too hard here.
Things are out. The Cut seem to want to try and jump in. I know exactly where Ravens are at the moment. Prepare the high ground with some observer wards.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ravens retreating again. It's not going to stick around this area. Push out the top wave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Kind of the name of the game when you're playing up against the Clinks. There's just going to be constant split push coming in. So go ahead and address the top wave. Not feeling quite ready to push into the high ground. Now Roshan's still a while away from respawning the next time. The Cut, they could think about grouping up for a smoke now. So Empyrean is going to bring one out on the AA. Moonlight Shadow, though, going to be popped mid lane. Ravens going to secure themselves a shield rune here on RRL. They'll head up towards the top lane now. So maybe it's all about let's just deal with the top lane instead. Bottom lane has been pushed in, so they don't have to worry about that. The Cut, though, they are going to go for a 5-man smoke and hope for a good team fight. They're going to run into Kara here. B-God getting the vision. Nullify it immediately, so the Elder Titan is just immediately bursted down. RRL going to be chased down, but Italian Gangster is there, holding down Arne, but the call is not going to be enough damage. Italian Gangster, he'll be followed. Scourge McDuck, he is just melting to the damage of Argus. He cannot fight back as a Bloodseeker. B-God is gone. That was a great start of the fight. They got 2 down immediately. But then you just see Scourge McDuck die just instantaneously to Argus's damage. And now suddenly the team fight goes the way of Ravens. They're onto the high ground, it seems.
They've got the opening. They bought back onto 2. They want to get something out for their trouble. Buybacks available for the side of the Cut. MTD.
They jump in again from MTD. Ice Blast is going to land. Cold Feet is there as well. but he's still perfectly fine to just walk away as MTD. Well, they're going to commit the Doom here onto the Timber. RRL, he's just going to hold the high ground on the staircase. He's fine.
They've got the cheeses available as well, so they get a reset out for Argus. They get to try again.
Radiant's top
They
tower
shall.
has fallen.
Hex out again, MTD. He's been doing so much work here for the team. Ice Blast out again. They have got the morph. Argus still perfectly fine though. They cannot follow up. In fact, RRL is just going in by himself at the moment as the Timber.
Radiant structures are fortified.
It seems like this top lane of Barracks may be left for a little bit. It's very, very low. In fact, never mind. Argus again going to jump in on his own, forcing a refresh out from Ade. So refresh orb was committed here by the Doom, just in preparation, but again, he had no way of breaking Lincoln's. So needs to rely on the rest of his team to break the Lincoln Sphere before he can actually commit the Doom, and it just never happens.
I think all things considered, though, for the cut, they do manage to hold on without being forced to buy back themselves. So they hold on to their melee racks. They only lose their range, which is probably the better option to lose out here for sure. It means that your creep wave isn't going to shove out as hard. And you have a little bit more room to still try to play this game. Ade now trying to go into the Ags. That's going to be the one item with the double Doom that feels good. Doom yourself, no worry about the Lotus Reflect. Have that way of stopping the morph, stopping the Timber Saw, stopping the Axe from doing what they want. Smoke out though, Ravens. They've got a good angle here.
They're run down bot lane. Does he go for that creep wave? Seems like he's going to reveal himself, trying to bait the side of the cut in. Roshan has been started, by the way. He will root up the Morphling illusion, then realize later on that that was the wrong target. Moonlight Shadow popped. Stun is out. They have caught Ade. Hiding here is the side of the cut. The Scourge McDuck immediately caught. He was the only one at the front. Empyrean has gone a boot. Ade just popping the Doom while he can on the Axe, but it's not going to do too much. Oh, wait, what? Argus goes down. All right, never mind. Argus is down. Scourge McDuck has brought back. Kara in trouble now. Should drop to boot. They do at least find B-God. The Morph fought back, but Argus is trying to get back through the Twin Gates to help out here. RL in the meantime being attacked, but does have the Ags up. Empyrean barely surviving on the AA. Zade still being chased down. Will refresh again. Has another Doom available. Look at and Argus is down. What is happening?
Oh, God, yes.
What?
Oh, he got
How does he
clipped. I think he got clipped for the blast. It didn't look like he should have been, but...
No, I don't think he did, John. I think he literally just died to right clicks.
He maybe didn't juggle around with strength gain, doesn't respect the output coming out. There's a lot of percent-based damage here on the side of... Well, some percent-based damage coming out from the cut. And they get controlled up. Like the buyback gambit doesn't work out, and... I mean, that's
That
such
is
a big
insane.
opening, too. Scourge McDuck in the worst spot possible to break that smoke. In the tree line, broken up. And they still managed to find a follow-through. Ridiculous. Like, Empyrean managing to live to get multiple Ice Blast usages was also really big. The output from B-God's just insane, even though he dies pretty fast as well. Like, they lose their top racks fully, though, with a shove in, and the tier 4 is exposed, but they can rush in themselves now.
Yeah, they certainly can. There's no Morphling. They know that for a fact. No buyback available, so they're going all in. RL going to try his best to defend this. I mean, I'm going to need to see some form of a replay of that last fight, because I'm so confused as to how that happened to the Morph. So wake me up now. They're just going to ignore him. Screw the Marana. Let's go for the Ancient. This is it's over. RL's called it. GG. This is a game that the Cut very well know they probably didn't deserve to win. And, I mean, Argus, obviously a pretty big mistake there. You see the shocked faces of the Cut. I gotta see what happened to Argus in that last time he died, because he bought back, he went through the Twin Gates, and then next thing I know, he's just dead.
Yeah, maybe being a little bit reckless. I don't think it's fair to say that the cut didn't deserve to win that. They kept it as close as they could for a long time, and maybe they lose their tempo a little bit there. Sure, the matchups were a little bit rough. The ways for the cut to find those fights were a little bit rougher as well, but they make it work. They execute on top of that very well. I mean, the fact that you lose your Bloodseeker first and you still find that fight, you made a few big mistakes there for Ravens. Hopefully we'll see in the highlights just exactly what that was. But
I want to see what
play
happened.
a really strong early game.
I'm going to see how this happened. I'm honestly so confused. Because he must have just not strength walked properly. We'll see the earlier highlights. The cut, we're off to a very good start this game one, I'll tell you. And MTD was doing some fantastic work with that Rod of Atos build-up. The Ravens eventually just, as the highlights do go on, started making the big comeback. And their draft was starting to look really unstoppable, quite frankly, here. Like, Ravens just, at these later stages, just felt like they just couldn't lose. Roshan, this wasn't the one, for anyone wondering. We're still waiting for the next one to come up. But this was the one where Argus does take the Aegis away. Did actually get the Roshan kill as well as the Bloodseeker kill. So that was a really nice play from Argus. But where does it all go wrong?
It's really the right.
This one.
This was it.
All right. So Scourge McDuck goes, he buys back. But where does the Morphling die a second time? That's my big question. He dies once here. That's fine. Then he ends up having to go through the Twin Gates, I believe. Like, where is this Morphling? Yeah, he TPs to the Twin Gates in the top left corner. He's going to come down to the bottom Twin Gates. Oh, we don't get to see. Oh, that's tough. Well, I don't get to see how he died, Jonathan. That's a little bit upsetting. Nevertheless, MVP, Jonathan, it's going to go the way of MTD. He did a fantastic job on the Death Prophet. And you know what? I think this Death Prophet hero is not very good right now, but he made it look really good in this game one.
That he did. He had a really good matchup against Timbersaw. He controlled his lane really well against RRL, and his itemization was perfect. Just going for the Atos, setting up for all of those early kills, allowing the side of the cut, finding a lot of early momentum to play with. And just kind of playing off the back of that, like we've seen MTD again play these mids that are maybe less meta and kind of pop off with him. I am curious about what he plays in the second game, but his decision making in this first game was on point. And he really did set up for the cut to find a lot of those early pickoffs that it feels like they wouldn't have been able to find otherwise if he didn't go for the Atos. I think the big mistake in that last Roche fight was that as a Morphling, you tried to jump. So you get that kill in Bloodseeker, you tried to jump Empyrean. He got the Ice Blast. It doesn't clip you on the damage, but it pierces debuff immunity. He got the active on. So when he's switching around morphing, he's just losing HP and not gaining anything back. I think
So
that's
you
what
know
killed
that
him
for a
the first
fact?
time.
Oh, the first
I'm pretty
time.
sure.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that's what caused his first life. He didn't in that
But
fight. I mean, I don't think he even had to buy back. He shouldn't have died in the first phase.
Right, but with the second time, we don't know what the hell happened. Well, we'll look at a replay later on, I guess. Anyway, we are going to have to head off to a break. And right after that break, we're going to be back with our Game 2 draft between Ravens and, of course, the side of the cut. We'll see you all again very, very soon. right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our Game 2 draft here between the Cut and, of course, Ravens and MLP Dota and John X5 once again. John, welcome back, sir. Game 2 draft is already underway, so we can get into it. Of course, you saw Ravens losing game number 1 here against the Cut. What do you think they need to change up here in this draft for game number 2 here, John?
For Ravens, I'm not sure what it is. I can't really say it's the offlane, since we did see Italiano with impact. Maybe an offlaner with more laning presence. It felt like you didn't really get that much in this matchup. Scourge McDuck was allowed to farm up a little bit more than you'd like. The mid matchup as well was a little bit forced with the Timbersaw, right? Like they had this option to still flex Timbersaw offlane. Instead for Italiano, pick a different mid. Instead, MTD gets to run his DP up against the Timbersaw, which had a really good time. MTD again just getting that early 8 was allowed the side of the Cut to pop in. So I feel like just the offlane. Like if Italiano had something else beyond Axe, or heck, if he had the Timbersaw himself, it would have been a lot better. You see, not much different on the openings though, even in the bans, except for the fact that Ravens do ban out the AA now. So you don't have that straightforward answer for the Morphling and for the Timbersaw on hand. I'm keen to see what the Cut does now, because without the Morph, I feel like a lot of that first game would have fallen apart. You're going to have to find a solution for all of this region on hand here.
I mean, it's literally the, it feels like the same openings from what we're seeing between these two. Running it back a little bit. My goodness. By the way, I mean, I already kind of talked to you about it, but the, in case anyone did miss, the reason why the Morph died the last time was he got bashed by the Bloodseeker. So never got the opportunity to... Well, I'm not sure if he had the shards up. Maybe he did have the opportunity to strength morph, but we're already past that game, I suppose. So it doesn't really matter anymore. Final bans to come out between these two. Hopefully the rest of the draft looks a little bit different. They're not just intending on going for the, the full-scale run-it-back kind of situation. But this time around, the Cut will not have the AA to go back to. So a different counter to come out here from the Cut to try and deal with this this Morphling. Props to Empyrean, was doing some great work against the Morph Timber. But we'll see what they do try to choose to deal with them this time. So you won't have the Ice Blast. So what other options are we looking for?
There's no straightforward answer for that one. I don't think it's a really smooth way now. Well, Silencer could be a good solution until the BKB is up or the Manta's up. That's one way from the Cut. We have seen Empyrean again play these big team fighting supports from the backline really well. I'm more curious now about the core. Without the AA, I don't think you want to go Bloodseeker at all. That is just rough. That's just asking for trouble into Morphling, as we saw as the game scaled on. I mean, it felt like you did get a bounce back in once you got the Basher up. You can kind of get some work done. You run around the map, and theoretically still a Bloodseeker losing 20% of his stats and 70 attack speed isn't as bad because you have Blood Rage. So you can just steroid your way back up there. Ravens, they pick up the Pugna for themselves, so going off with that strong support on hand for themselves could lead into maybe some combinations on mid, or even just Pugna Morphling is pretty nice, considering that you're not worried about any healing reduction here, so you can always top up your Morph, always top up your Timbersaw in the middle of these engagements. And you have really good push. That's something that it felt like Ravens didn't quite have outside of just the right clicks of their Morphling. This time around, you have a lot of ways of taking objectives.
Monkey King.
We'll go down the Monkey King route now for Ravens, something a little bit different. So perhaps support Monkey King is what we're looking at for Ravens. It is pretty flexible. It's hard to tell exactly where everyone's going at the moment. Just see what the Cut try and do to deal with this. What position they believe it'll go into.
5 seconds remaining.
It's there is some weird flex here. You could run again Timbersaw off lane, Italiano, Argus safe lane, Morph in a mid Monkey. You could maybe run at support, and you can kind of switch around Monkey safe lane mid Morphling as well. A couple of ways of going about that. I do feel like with the Monkey King, you want the lane into the Doom. So more than likely you run safe lane Monkey into Doom. You run the Morphling mid, and then the off-lane Timbersaw. It is a little bit greedy for a tri-core. I suppose you can itemize in the Monkey King where you don't want to go Battle Fury, you go for like Echo Saber, Harpoon, Diffusal, Ags, BKB, something like that. Not necessarily in that order, but you can play a faster core into Morphling and a faster core into Monkey King and have the Morphling be your big win condition. And again, it's going to be another high armor hero when the Wukongs is out. The Cut don't have enough team fight, it feels like, outside of Global Silence to help you control. You don't really have magic damage as well. You are mainly physical, especially with the Clinks right now. Wonder what the solution from the Cut will be. It doesn't feel like there's anything that really simplifies this draft for them. Maybe something like the Lena Core can come in here before it gets banned out. Just get MTD a big, bursty hero. They go to Quap instead. Still a bursty hero. Still has a good matchup against any of these heroes on mid. Does have a decent matchup against, so it covers all 3 bases here. And it does fit in. I like the tempo that you can get out with the Quap, the Shard, and the Ags. They do feel really good. So, not the worst thing in the world to have. It can be annoying with having a high mana cost spell into the Nether Ward, though. That is always a little bit of a laugh when Pugna gets that off.
Certainly is. Final bans to come out. Bit of a think about it here from Ravens. I mean, they are looking to ban out any kind of position 1s that they think will do well against the Morph. We have seen TB picked up pretty often against Morphling, even if we used to consider Morphling a bit of a counter towards Terrorblade. It hasn't really felt that way as of late. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see the Cut go down that route, but for now, Ravens, they're going to get rid of the TA. Has actually been quite nice against Timbersaws in the mid lane with that level 1 Meld Strike. There's the Lena ban out as well.
I'm a bit surprised to cut down out the Lena themselves. Maybe expecting the Monkey King to just go support and nothing too fancy.
It must be though, right? Like, what would the mid Monkey King do this game? So like, I don't think it can't be a mid Monkey King. I don't think. I mean, it could be. I could be wrong.
I just don't know what it
does.
A different mid outside of Quap, it could have been, but it should just be Safe Flame against Doom again, and it's really just down to where the Morphling is, or because you pick Monkey King and you're up against a Doom lane that just feels good. I don't know if you want to give that up and have the Morphling lane to Doom again, because that was maybe a slower start than you'd want there for Argus. So if you do run Monkey Safe, then that's just Morph mid. Monkey support Safe Lane Morph is still fine, but I worry that you just repeat game 1. Argus had lowest net worth for like 10 minutes. 10 to 15. Didn't have the best time to kick off that game.
No, he certainly didn't. Ravens. It's kind of hard as well after that game 1, right? Because you need to mentally reset for Ravens after that game 1. Because again, I feel like that's a game that they would have felt like they should have definitely just won. It's a bit of a tough loss for them to have to swallow here, I think. So now you've got to force it to a game 3 to have yourself a chance of beating the Cut. Who, props to them, are still looking very, very strong in their own right. 20 seconds reserve time left for this final pick. They're going to go down the Pango route, so it is going to be the support Monkey King coming out. Bit of an interesting support duo in the Pugna Monkey King. It's just not something you see too often these days around, so Raven's switching things up quite a bit. The Cut in the meantime, they'll see the Pango mid. They do need a safe lane of their own now, something that will do decently well against the Morph. They're going to go back for the Bloodseeker. Alright, here we go again.
Interesting that they go back to the Bloodseeker again. It has scaling damage for sure. It does take a while for you to hit that ramp. In comparison to when the Morphling starts to hit his late game stride, mid to late game stride, the Bloodseeker needs a lot of items and levels to kind of keep up there. So I expect Ravens to have another spike later on in the game. And for the side of Ravens to actually have a better early to mid as well. Like their lineup does look pretty damn good. Support Monkey with Timbersaw is alright in the lane. I don't know if the Bloodseeker will be too scared Although to be fair, trying to trade with Monkey King is always a nightmare. So it's not going to be smooth going for Scourge McDuck. The one thing you get as well for Ravens with Monkey King and Pugna is that you're not too scared of the Clinks rotating. Especially the Pugna. Like, you can at least decrep and threaten with Life Drain. And for Wake Me Up, he can scout out the Clinks as well in the jungle. So you have some vision to deny B-God a lot of aggression here. But overall, like, I'm not sure if the Cuts draft will cut it this time around. I think Ravens should be able to scale up a lot safer. They've got more activity. Italiano is playing the Timbersaw. So that's already a lot better in comparison. I feel like he's going to be a lot more active in his lane. And that should set a good tone here.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It should be a fun game number 2, I think. The Bloodseeker pickup, like, you look at the draft of Ravens and you see how much value the Bloodseeker has because they're up against the Pango and a Timber and even the Morphling. But I still have my doubts about this hero, even with all the value that is there for the cut. It could be a much more challenging game here against Ravens for game number 2. Let's see how it all pans out because, you know, today's been very, very weird with the games that have been coming out here from all these teams. So I think it's very, very hard to predict anything anymore today at the very least. So let's see how it does go. Game number 2 is underway. Of course, smoke on smoke scenario here in the mid lane as Ade and, of course, Kara are going to run right into each other, but not going to amount to too much damage being dealt.
I love it when you resist. Does this hurt?
Highly doubt we'll see a level 1 team fight, though. Now that I've said that, maybe we will.
Perhaps. There are enough wards to cover if there are any movement here from the cut. They should be able to see and set up for themselves. Nice forward ward here from the side of Ravens, though, to watch into that cliff area.
30 seconds
And you
to
see
battle.
Scourge mucked up, kind of lining up as well. And that should allow maybe some cheeky plays coming out here. Still, I always find it funny. Like, Bloodseeker can win the match, Mike, and you're still like, shit hero.
I honestly don't believe the Bloodseeker won that game. I'll be frank. I mean, he got it back. Anyway.
Yeah, but
I'm not gonna,
even in the
I'm not
end, the
gonna be
fact that they found a
insulting
Morphling kill
just to-
first.
The battle
What's that, Jonathan?
begins.
Nothing, it's fine.
Well, there's the 3-for-1 banner in trades. Scourge McDuck able to at least take 1 for his team. This Monkey King is currently hiding as a tree right now. Scourge is right by him, by the way. He just doesn't realize that there's an MK there. So he's getting away with this. I'm not sure what the idea is, though. What's the intention here with this tree cosplay? He's still there.
It's information, I guess. He's just scouting around, seeing if any shenanigans are up. Maybe snipe a courier? Well, none are on their way. So, looking maybe for a creep pull. Is he blocking the camp? He is blocking the camp by standing there.
I guess he is. There you go. Italian a gangster might not
And now
be
he
too
just
happy
blocks it
about
with
it,
a
though.
ward.
He would go for the pull. That's what he wants. He'll go for the pull.
Yeah, that's fair. Goes for it in the end. This bot lane, first few levels, not going to feel the best for Italiano. Then again, and Scourge McDuck also has to watch his spacing there. Still, taking a look at mid, MTD on the Quap up against RL and the Pango. This should be pretty smooth for the Quap. Not too much threat from the Pangolier. You can always shadow striking, always scream of pain when it comes too close, trying to look for a shield crash, and feels pretty good for the Quap. Maybe a level 3 RL can start to poke a little bit more with Swash, but overall the Quap has more uptime and more aggression. Rune control's the big one to dictate this lane. Your supports on both sides can do some good rotations out.
Empyrean will TP away, realizing the Jingu was procced here on Wake Me Up. Does not want to stick around any longer. Does end up getting himself out. You'll get the level 2 timing here off this creep wave thanks to the Monkey King, and even another pull here from the Italian Gangster. He's gonna hold the creep wave behind the tier 1 tower. Scourge McDuck will try to do the exact same thing. A lot of creeps being denied here down at the bot lane by Ravens. Top lane's not going extremely well right now for Argus and Kara by the looks of it, because Ade is just doing a lot of work here already on the Doom. It's got that mana burn creep as well to make matters worse here for Ravens, so chances are Kara's just going to have no mana throughout this laning stage, though as I say that, jump is there onto Ade. He's going to be okay. He'll be able to barely walk out, but is left with very little HP and no regen to speak of, so needs the gold for the Ring of Health, and does now have it, so he's fine. Oh,
What?
Argus. What were you just saying to me about
What?
Bloodseeker being better than Morph, John? What were you saying to me? How do you die like that? You tell me, John.
Sometimes you have buttons in your heroes that you press, and you press them, and an auto attack flies out, and you die. He was. I'm pretty sure he was morphing into Aji.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, that's interesting.
You know what? I can't talk it. I can't play Morph. Who am I to talk? You know? It's a hard hero. It's a hard hero.
It is.
You know, it happens.
It's a hard hero. It's a hard lane again. That's why I was surprised they put the Monkey King support, because I feel like Argus had a pretty rough 15 minutes of the game that you might get more value from just having something else. So at least
There
he
you
finds that punishment onto Adena. That's something.
Get some.
Yeah, some revenge. Some revenge. It's something to make up for it.
Yeah.
So, 1-1, evening out the scoreline. The cut, finding a little bit of a better time starting off with, again, in terms of CS across the board. Like, you're having a great time for MTD once more mid. RL, not really able to do much to contest the Quap, and that's aggressive.
Yeah, he got the water rune. Yeah, it certainly was aggressive. Not expecting B-God to be around, and I think RRL still surviving. B-God, though, going for the dive in, but can't get it. Wake Me Up, a very nice rotation from the MK. Able to secure a kill for himself here in the Clinks and make sure that RL remains... I'll hold my words there for a second, because RL has died. Another aggressive swashbuckle means he ends up dying, though Wake Me Up is just going right for the dive in past the tier 1 tower. Primal Spring now.
Ooh.
MTD is still alive, though. Wake
He's
Me
gonna
Up
get it.
trying to get the kill, cannot get it.
Oh my god. What the hell?
Top lane Arde's gone as well.
MTD. I mean, MTD just broke their ankles there, Mike.
He
Just
certainly
finds
did.
boat. He doesn't even use the Scream of Pain. It would be silly of him to die right now, but he's playing on the edge. He's not even backing off the madman.
I don't want to talk about mid lane anymore. I don't want to talk about it. I'm done with this lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It sounds like you feel like you're traumatized, Mike. I mean, to be fair, I think we both expect a lot from Ravens, but this is kind of insane what MTD's doing.
It's a great game, you know. I expect a lot from both the teams, John. Anyway,
Yeah, this is maybe a little bit more on one end than the other end of what we're expecting here, Mike. As,
perhaps.
again, rather even to start off. A little bit of a smoke run here from Wake Me Up. Scourge McDuck gets his courier picked off, but he's still farming really well on Bloodseeker. Granted, Italiano is having a much better time on the Timbersaw now, so he's having a lot more impact in comparison to the Axe, which had to bail into the jungle once Vanguard was up. So I'm liking that. Just the fact that you can contest a little bit better is good. RL forced to roll against MTD.
not gonna find anything. Imperium was behind the tree line, so no vision of the silencer either. B-God in the meantime, getting caught here by Wake Me Up and Kara, so he's gonna drop. MTD gonna be fine. We'll blink away. RL also just gonna walk out of there. So a nice little pick off onto the support clinks. Not the craziest kill in the world, but it's something. Obviously, the power rune denial away from MTD is the more important aspect of all that.
Yeah, and he's been popping off a little bit too hard in the Quap. The Arcane Rune would have allowed him to maintain even more of that aggression, so nice thing to take away.
Scanning.
And again, for the Ravens, even though it's not the smoothest laning start, it's still a lot better than game one here. Scourge McDuck wants to steal the rune. Not often you see the Pos won't run up for that one.
Oh yeah, Pos actually forcing him out as well. You don't see that often either. He's down. I mean, these wisdom runes are very, very important, but I don't know about a Pos 1 dying to a Pos 4 like that. Not a very good feeling.
Dire's turret has been killed.
It's a move. It's a very interesting prioritization there from Scourge McDuck, missing out in CS, sacrificing his life. You're not going to ask those questions on Ravens. They rotate a couple of heroes, they find a kill, It does free up the lanes a little bit for the cut. MTD again free to do what he wants on mid. Ade being allowed to farm up top, rushing the Midas this time around. On to Doom after the Vanguard. Keen to see if he'll go back for the Aura. Guardian Greaves right after. And then wait out for the Blink. Or if he rushes something like the Blink and looks for aggression. Because it does feel a little bit harder to force these fights on the cut. You don't have the AA threat. You don't have that connection to just burst down these tanky heroes now. So it's a lot tougher.
Mid lane, while the mid river. Got the clinks. Wake me up. Big trouble. We'll get the TP away. Be God is the one to go down. RRL still going. Might just find Empyrean, but he's been slowed up by the Shadow Strike. Gets the shield crash off anyway, so Empyrean will drop. MTD is still trying. Does have level 1 blink available. Wants to try and get a kill before he leaves, but he cannot do it. The Pugna does survive just barely. And even a nice regen rune sitting there for RRL after all this.
Yeah, they still managed to find a power rune anyway, so RL gets to camp that lane. 2 supports being sacrificed. Not even finding the Monkey King. At the least, you found that earlier kill on Argus up top. That was Doom committal out from Ade, but he manages to nail a bigger kill in exchange for all of this activity off the map. More than happy of trying to slow down Argus once more, although again, Argus is having a better game than game 1. Scourge McDuck falling behind in comparison to our Morphling farm right now. And all constant aggression mid to MTD.
Oh, wake me up. As for a mischief dodge, not going to really pan out in his favor. Wake me up will go down. Kara, in the meantime, trying to survive with the Decrepify, though MTD is still waiting on the high ground, looking for initiation with the Scream. We'll get it. MTD, though, he's going to give his life away, perhaps, but nice. Shadow Strike on RRL. It's going to force the Rolling Thunder out, and RRL needs to leave. MTD doing some fantastic work on the Quab. So RRL is still going to find himself Empyrean. Now B-God going to get to work, dealing really no damage, but the Rupture is there. Scourge McDuck. But hold down the Pangolier. And RRL will be punished for going so far with the Pangolier.
They dance around him. Force out a lot of moves. Very patient from MTD to look for that opportunity to get the Scream off. Still doesn't find a power rune though. That's a rough time for the Quap. Just not a single power rune going their way. And good movement out from Wake Me Up. Again, a lot of emphasis on mid. Leaving the side lanes open. Italiano has been profiting off this really well. Should find that bot tier 1 once the Fortify fades. So you are getting stuff out from the off lanes for sure. And again, in the end, despite losing mid a lot more, this is a lot of room for Argus to farm. He's not being shut down. Italiano's popping off with the Trimbasaw. His itemization and his timings are on point. And the cut, they're still in the game. It's not too far apart, but their lineup does take some time to reach that momentum. Midas finally coming out for Ade. The farm will ramp up, but again, you're going to wait for a lot of farm on your Bloodseeker, on your Doom, before you can really start to feel comfy here.
Yeah, absolutely. Mid lane, MTD. Currently being watched, but does blink away. Sorry, Jonathan, my dog's barking right behind me, so give me 1 second.
Ah, beautiful. No problem. You can listen to me instead of Mike barking. Mike and his children, or his doggy. Just like a child anyway. Ravens, smoking up, looking for some aggression up top. Wake Me Up along with Kara, looking for the angle in. Ade is going to be a really soft target by himself here. Does not back off, and they should find it. They get the stuns, they get the life drain. Nice and simple kill to find onto the Doom.
Hello again.
And already that smoke paying off. A lot of impact from Wake Me Up. Hello, Mike.
Hello. What did I miss, Sean? Looks like a Doom died.
How?
in the offlane.
Just a smoke kill. Yeah, nice simple smoke kill. Nothing too exciting, Mike.
No. Well, it looks like there's a 1k advantage in the way of Ravens right now. 7-9 their way. Pretty even game, to say the least, between these two teams once again. Not too surprising based on what we saw in game 1. Eagle now hanging around mid lane, having a look at the Pangolier. Rupture's going to be there to give the vision off, as RRL's going to go for the Rupture TP, rather the roll TP play, but it's not going to work. Could not make it out. Scourge McDuck, again rotating on the Bloodseeker, which is pretty unexpected. What is it, John?
You're right. It was a Rupture TP play for sure. That's exactly what happened there. I just wanted to make sure you know you were correct, Mike. That is correct. Nice recut. Not to Wake Me Up.
Wake Me Up, being chased down. Wake Me Up should just be gone. MTD, life train, but it is not going to help. Sonic Wave from MTD, not messing around, as Kara is actually left to run. The Blink level 1 cooldown pretty long, so MTD won't bother trying for the chase into the Pugna. Already got the kill into the MK as it is. And so this mid lane's been where all the action's apparently been happening. It's a lot of action's been happening this mid area, but in the meantime, Argus has been finding complete free farm on the Morph. You look at the farm compared to, say, Scourge McDuck, there's like a 2k difference already in net worth, which is pretty massive between the position ones. I think Argus still feels confident in the hero matchup between the two.
For sure, especially when you have net worth advantage. Like the lane just coming out a lot better for Argus with all the attention in mid. And Ade's still finding farm. Midas and Devour maxed out now. Should be able to get what he wants, but it'll take time. And that is time that Ravens is happy to use as well, as you get to build up on Wake Me Up, going for the Atos on the Monkey King, more hold. And that is something you lack here on the cut. Instant Doom out onto Argus though, and he didn't sprint morph.
No, he certainly did not. Argus is down. RRL. Well, he's going to try and chase down and punish somebody for this, and it's going to be B-God and Ade both dropping. But I think they'll actually be pretty happy with the fact that they've killed the Morph. He was just basically free farming this whole game, so, you know, even though you lose 2 for that, might be considered worthy for the cut.
For sure. It drags everyone up top as well, so you free up space for Scourge McDuck. The farm, you free up space for MTD to push in net, which he does find. So overall, you're happy making those sacrifices. You have to be a little bit cautious for Argus if you don't see that Doom. And that was him just hiding in the tree line, not even a blink up, just in the trees, and gets the Doom off and finds that kill. Invis Rune now for MTD, could go hunting. Argus again gonna be a prime target.
They see him though. TD not going to be able to keep it up as B-God now going to be chased down, though they missed the Boundless Strike. Not something I was quite expecting there, but maybe a bit of a misclick onto B-God, so they won't be able to lock down the Clinks.
Middle tower is under attack.
Seems like Ravens more than happy to just kind of sit back for now and just get that farm going once again.
Yeah, I don't think you're too unhappy about just getting free farm. It's the side of the cut that really needs to apply this pressure. They will smoke out once more with B-God and MTD. See if they find the angle in this time around.
Alright. Did not get the memo. Is caught. We'll go for the live frame, but is down. Still, they have got MTD locked down with a Decrepit Fire, but he blinks away. That it's B-God to get caught out. So 1 for 1 of the supports. Obviously, they would have liked a bigger kill than the Pugna, but that is what they get kind of stuck with, and that's what they'll take. The idea is to just slow down Argus as much as possible, because this Bloodseeker is still having a bit of a tough time keeping up in terms of net worth. But to be fair, Scourge does have the Maelstrom up at least now, so it should escalate quite a little bit.
It should. It's just slow going. And I don't think you're going to be able to out-farm the Morphling anytime soon with how much more mobile he is and how much faster he clears out these camps by virtue of his right clicks. Ravens, again, they're playing the game really well to drag it out like this. They're preventing the cut from finding any of the pickoffs they'd want. MTD is rushing the Ags though. Good forward wards here, but immediately pinged out by the side of the cut, so they know something's up. Should be able to get the D wards off on Empyrean sooner rather than later here.
Radiant's middle tower.
My concern is how much Italiano's been able to farm up. Full Kaya Sanch up with a Vanguard, going for the Lotus Orb next. This Termisaw is not going to be easy to pick off in comparison to Game 1 with the Blast. Like, you have good damage output on MTD for sure. Whether or not that's enough with a Termisaw who's managed to farm this much, it probably isn't to get that instant burst. And that just makes it a lot harder, again, to take these wider fights.
You feed the flayed twins.
A bit of a down period here between these two now. Argus will have Kara to just kind of follow him around, make sure that the Morphling does stay alive, and he can just kind of tank any ganks that are incoming. Don't know if you saw, by the way, Jonathan, but we'll hold that thought because Argus is going to run right into Scourge with Dark.
Radiant's bottom tower
Just kind of force him away from this farming area. It's denying that farm from the Bloodseeker. And, Argus is still, even though they're both quite low in net worth, these two position ones, still well and truly ahead of the Bloodseeker for now. As top lane, Global Silence has been popped. Talion a Gangster, still going to be able to get out just fine. Ravens look for a chase to try and punish anyone. Going to find Empyrean so far in the silencer, but Kara actually the one in danger because MTD stuck around. Kara still life training off the illusions. He's going to survive a little bit longer, but Ade does take him as now they've got Argus locked down with the Doom, chasing him down, and he is just gone. Sticking around to fight has not panned out for him. So Tiliana Gangster also going to drop. Pretty rough engagement once again for Ravens.
I actually don't understand what happened there. Like Empyrean, I felt like it was a low int play to pop Global Sounds, but it becomes a high int play because he survives through and gets all that int off. I don't know.
Yeah.
Literally, it didn't look like they were set up for the jump in. Like, what was that? Then it just works out. It's like, all right, what's happening?
It's just one of those days, John. It's one of those damn days. Wake Me Up's going to drop as well on the Monkey King, so that's really 4 down. While we're talking about wacky stuff, John, I was going to say, did you see the fact that apparently Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg want to fight it out in the cage now? This is not a joke.
You're telling me this is the Martian versus the Lizard Man? This is the fight of the century. I would watch it.
I would too. I'd pay good money for that.
The spaceman or the lizard people? This is the fight that all the conspiracy theories have been out for. I can't wait.
Well, apparently,
I'm getting front row tickets, Mike.
Elon Musk has been, kind of prompting it for ages, from what I've seen. Apparently, Mark Zuckerberg recently said he's ready for the cage now.
What? No, imagine. This is the Mark Zuckerberg playbook. I know this. I've seen this. I've read the script of life, Mike. What will happen is the fight will happen. It's going to happen in the metaverse. Oh, the stonks will rise. The NFTs are back. Let's go. Buy me some metaverse property right now. Oh,
you
God,
can look this up if you think I'm joking, John. I'm not joking. This is actual. This is an actual thing right now.
No, I know you're serious, Mikey. You're not creative enough to think of this shit.
MTD, Sonic Wave almost kills off the Monkey King. In fact, he does get him in the end. MTD, he has the Ags up. I didn't even realize. So that is a pretty quick Ags in the Quap, and he's already finding some impact with that.
Just able to get that burst play going. Gold Sans this time pans out from Empyrean. They find a nice pickoff. 4K lead coming out from the cut over these pickoffs. One more to go.
Yeah, Kara goes down.
I do not think decrepping the Clink stops that kill. Unfortunately.
No. Certainly does not. Not when you got the Skelly boys. TP's coming in. Wake Me Up. Gonna get a lot of vision here for his team. They see the big target in Scourge. Mind you, he does have a BKB, but will be forced to immediately pop it. Wake Me Up doing a good job of at least wasting the BKB, and now perhaps they could go for the chases. Wake Me Up gets stunned here, trying to jump through the tree line. The cut, they are still hanging about, but they're trying to avoid any kind of bad fight right now, and really any fight seems like a bad fight when the BKB's down to the Bloodseeker. Kara trying to heal up Wake Me Up. MTD, though, seeing an opening, has jumped in, but it may cost him. They got the Monkey King, but it's not going to feel worth it right yet. Scourge McDuck. A TP away. He's going to make. He's all right. Meanwhile, MTD actually ends up killing off Kara in the end. Shadow Strike with the Ags again.
Yeah, that Ags is a very fun Ags to have with Shadow Strike and Scream of Pain. Finds a kill from the grave. Still a big pick-off for the side of Ravens, even though it does go 2-1. That is just 2 supports being sacrificed. And you're more than happy with that. Pin down MTD a little bit more here. Looks like they might gun for the Tormentor now on the side of the cut. So we'll see who gets lucky here. The
Tormentor's happening on one side, but Roshan's happening on the other. I think the Roshan probably considered a bit more worthwhile for your time.
For sure. Scans are out, but they can't make their way down in time soon. Not the quickest Roche, but not the slowest one either from the Ravens. We'll have a secondary life to pad out Argus here. So have some security in their belt. Only about 400 gold away from the full axe as well for our Morphling. So he's going to have that much more favorable time turning into the Quap or the Bloodseeker now, if he is allowed to. And we shall see. 6k lead still running for the cut on the side of Ravens. I mean, it's not all doom and gloom, to be fair. I think that 6k lead really just comes down to the fact that B-God is 4k above the next support. So that's pretty much 4k of the advantage accounted for there, just purely on the Clinks. But now this is a semi-core Clinks, not to be underestimated.
Alright. MTD gets a jump away, but there is going to be a run of Atos out to lock him down. So MTD in a spot of danger, has another blink up, but will get stunned before he can use it. Still barely gets away with it. He's fine. They could not burst him down. Are Scourge, they will chase that RRL. They've got the Pango again. Italian a gangster now, going to go for a run. He's okay with the chains, should be able to create enough distance here between himself and the cut. But there's 2 down for the price of nothing. MTD surviving throughout all this damage. And the cut, well, they're suddenly onto the T2 top tower.
Straight for the push. Italiano just trying to deep-push as best as he can. Scourge is pretty low up front, but still has the BKB. MTD backed off as well. Argus just split pushing bot, taking a tier 2 of their own.
Well, they're going to go for B-God on the Clinks. B-God will drop. Consolation prize here for Ravens. It's really going to feel bad, though, for Ravens. Like, the fact that you've got the Aegis, but you still just can't find a good team fight for yourselves is not going to feel amazing for the dire end of things. And the cut, now with the 7k advantage, should be feeling very, very good about themselves. Dota Plus is in their way this time, 65% the way of the cut. So Argus is playing very far forward. I suppose you just trust the fact that Kara is behind him on the Pugna.
I just realized, I never thought about this, Mike, but
Yeah.
when Morph turns into an int type, you lose 20% spell amp as well.
That's hilarious. Argus is going to jump in. Scourge actually trying to man fight here. Argus continue going. They found Kara already, and now B-God will go down. There's a Rupture on Wake Me Up. He will just TP away. Still a favorable fight going the way of Ravens this time around. Only really losing the Pugna. Bit of an awkward fight as well for the Bloodseeker, trying to man fight the Morph. Especially when the Ags and the Aegis is up here for Argus. There wasn't really a high chance of him losing that fight.
Yeah, I think at the least you weren't the one that was morphed into. So again, Argus in the Quap form doesn't steal your attack speed. You're not the one losing out in stats. And it is a little bit more playable for the Bloodseeker in that sense in the core to core. It's only when he turns into Bloodseeker where you outright just lose, for sure. In type, not the best to steal for the Morphling into the Bloodseeker. Still, you are happier with a favorable trade for Ravens. And again, they're managing to stall out a little bit more. Yeah, poking, prodding, and Scourge. I feel like Bloodseeker Scotty should be something they pick up against the Morphling in this game, for sure. Maybe after the Basher. That could help you in that core-to-core a lot more. We shall see, as both sides are kind of jostling around the jungle.
Ravens are waiting on the low ground. The Cutter holding high ground at the moment. Wake Me Up is going to jump in. Get the vision for his team. They don't see MTD yet behind that tree line. MTD moving with a Shadow Strike with the immediate jump out. Meanwhile, towards the right side, RRL, he just gets caught. RRL is just down immediately. Argus now, he's lost the Aegis. Here we go again. Stun's gonna land and he is down. Oh no, they found Wake Me Up as well. Yeah, it's... Yeah.
this is for Argus. Just doesn't get the strength morph. He had a Manta as
No.
well to purge off Global Silence, I suppose, but gets chain stunned into his second life. And Aegis is for naught. 11k lead for the cut. I have to say, they've been on point with the tree cuts here to deal with Wake Me Up as well. Like, he has just not been able to be a happy camper in the tree line. The monkey is just suffering from deforestation right now, Mike.
Yeah. Might be around that time where you just decide to buy a shard on the Morphling, right? Like, just be able to use the shift while you're stunned. I don't know. They need some kind of answer at this point. Like, if the reaction speed isn't going to be quick enough, you may as well just be able to use it while you're stunned up. You know, give yourself a chance at least.
Yeah,
You're
I'd agree
12k
with
behind
you.
now. It's looking tough anyway.
It is, overall. I am very keen to see Ravens if they can stall out for more, because I don't see a high ground coming out anytime soon here from the side of from the cut until at least next Roche. So you have time. To be fair, I am looking at pings right now on the console, and I do see that Argus is playing on about 105. Maybe enough to impact some of those inputs. Maybe.
Well, that is a fair point. That is a fair point. 100 ping on a morph can be pretty tough. Then again, maybe
Yeah,
it's hard to say don't pick morph into a pro match though. You just got to kind of deal with the hand you're dealt.
That's true.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's a fair kind of defense for Argus. He's on 105. Give the guy a break.
Yeah, I was just making sure because it looks so funky. And it's like, all right, Argus is on ping. It's playing on a much further geographic location. So
Reminds me of me, John.
It is a little
play
bit
on
tougher.
105 ping on SCA.
Yeah. That's your excuse every time, Mike. If it's not
Excuse for
your
what,
team, it's your
Jonathan?
ping.
I've been winning,
when
Jonathan.
you don't have a good time. Yeah, all right, Mikey. All right. I'm sure you have.
You can see the record, John. Don't pretend like I haven't. The cut. They'll go through the twin gates towards the bottom side of the map. Big group up here from Ravens, though. They are still trying to be the ones that get aggressive. MTD in a very similar spot to last time here. Ravens may be getting a bit of deja vu. They're going to get out of here. Wake Me Up, the only one left behind. Was spotted, I think, from Ade, who actually landed the stun, but he can't get the tree chop. Because he doesn't have anything like a quelling blade, but they could just do this. Who needs to cut the tree? Just kill him in the tree. Burn the tree down.
Yeah. And burn the monkey down on the tree and leave the tree intact. Save nature, Mike. Because that is what they do in the cut. And the side of Ravens, well, I mean, it's not like they're completely out. Again, they've still got this late game scaling with Argus. They've still got a lot to grow into here for RL as well. And Italiano is inching closer and closer towards his Hex, only 50 gold off. So you will have control. That is going to be the key thing in these fights. If you can maybe get a key Hex off onto, say, Scourge of McDuck or MTD early on and chain stun and get that kill, the fight opens up for you. Argus? Interesting position.
What need have I for invisit? Oh.
Side device now up on our Timber. Only the Gangstar got some nice lockdown coming in. Casually waiting, trying to get the surprise reveal here with the side device. Oh, Wake Me Up. Already caught. Egon doing so much damage. Hills are there though. He is going to survive for now. The MK, but the Sonic Wave out from MTD, jumping right in. He has been caught though by the Rolling Thunder, but MTD is still fine with the Lincolns to be able to retreat. Italiano Gangster, I believe, tried to use the side device on the Quap, but it went right into the Lincolns and the Doom. That is going to make sure Argus cannot do anything. So now it looks like a completely one fight for the cut. Running it again all over the side of Ravens. 5 down. And the cut are just looking fantastic in game 2. I mean, this game is starting to look very unlosable.
It is certainly looking that way, Mike. 32-16, high ground push begins as well. With a Clinks on hand, this does not take too long. The creep wave will have to come up, and there you go. Backdoor is gone. No Morphling for 30 seconds. No Timbersaw for 40. should be able to find, I'd say, even 2 racks here. It's not going to take too long with B-God around, and they will gun for it. And Ravens, their high ground hold is there once they're back up, but it just feels difficult. They will pop 4-5 B-God hanging around. Still wants this objective, and they'll still find it anyway.
Yeah, mid racks. Gonna go down very, very quickly.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
2 racks is up now, is the cut. And cut now, just looking for that final lane of barracks. 25k advantage. No need to rush it at all. Like, you can just wait for the next Roshan at this point. In fact, it's already up, so just go for it.
Tribute.
Ravens are the ones that need to find a response to all this. B-God just casually starting it himself as the clinks because he can. That's where we are with this hero right now. There's going to be a smoke up. They know that the side of Ravens are coming, so they could just put a nail in the coffin right here and now. Be a big jump to come. Even the Ags being built up on Scourge McDuck, so he does have the Blood Mist now available. Well, Ravens are going to try and start Roshan. Scourge, his smoke is broken. Kara the one to break it. Netherwood already being removed. Argus will be very careful here. He'll morph into the Bloodseeker, but he's already caught by the Doom. And the Global Silence was committed just in case they didn't get the Doom off. RRL being forced to roll TP away. But now Roshan, yeah, GG's called. They know they can't make the comeback here in this game too. A bit of an unfortunate loss for Ravens. But the cut, they find a pretty convincing 2-0 victory, at least for this game too. And they've got to be feeling very good about themselves here, John. This was a big matchup for them to win, because now they have a pretty damn good shot of trying to get up to Div 1.
Yep, they've basically tied their scoreline with C-Dub, and that should lead to a very interesting time as we start to figure out who will be in our top 2 here in the NADPC. Big win for the cut. They played really well in game number 2. A lot cleaner than it was in game 1 with a lot of back and forths there. Even though they ran it back, right? Like, it's Bloodseeker up against Morphling. Theoretically, Morphling can outscale. It's a lot easier for him, but you find your openings. You manage to really use your Global Silence and Doom very well. I think in this game, they've just proven that control is more than enough to handle the Morphling, and they just run it off the back of that. Not enough defensive items there coming out for Argus, and just not opting for a BKB, I think, hurt him. Like, he was very reliant on trying to Manta dodge everything and just waveform out, dodging out Doom as well, but just difficult to get that kind of play, especially with Ping. Like, we saw him get caught off guard a ton of times when it felt like there was maybe a little bit of a tighter window to respond, but some window to respond for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I just this game too was very convincing from my perspective, at the very least, for the cut. Like, it just much cleaner for game 2, and certainly looked like they deserved this victory over Ravens here in this game too. Just complete domination. Ravens just seemingly having no chance against what the cut have gotten. I do wonder, like, you raised the ping issue with our Morphling Argus here. I do wonder, like, how much that did impact him, because, you know, having the reaction speed on the Morph, you know, that 100 ping can make a huge difference. There's a lot of questionable times where we were like, well, where's the strength Morph? And it just never came out. It'd be a bit of a tough pill to swallow here for Ravens, because now with 2 losses on the board for themselves, they probably are not going to be in the running for trying to get up to Div 1. At the very least, they probably will still remain safe in Division 2, no matter how many losses they have now, because they've got enough wins to probably stay up. But, you know, not being able to qualify to Div 1, I say that as a guarantee. It's not, but it's pretty tough now to expect yourself to have a chance with 2 losses.
Yeah, it's hard. There is a road for that, assuming that C-Dub and Ravens take an additional loss each, which is likely, because C-Dub still has to play wildcard, and the cut still has to play wildcard as well, actually. So if C-Dub and the cut both take a loss each, and chances are we expect that up against wildcard gaming, then Ravens, as long as they don't take any further losses in their next series, can open it up. So there is still an opportunity for them, but the cut, again, playing very well here in game number 2, playing very well in the series. MTD our MVP once more. Like his Quap just had a really good lane once again into the matchup of the Pangolier. The way he played his lane, man, the way he would decide to go in and out, weave himself in these fights was just incredible, right? Like he ankle broke them on mid, finding 2 kills, playing on Knife's Edge. Like, he is such a promising mid laner, and it shows up here.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of MTD. I think every game we've seen him in as of late, every game we've seen him in throughout 2 or 3 have just been fantastic. So I'm not too surprised to see him on the MVP twice in a row. We do have an interview with our boy. Empyrean is here to speak to us once again. We can throw to him and see exactly what he has to say. Mr. Empyrean, again, congratulations on a 2-0 victory here up against Raven. So how the hell are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. This was probably the second hardest team yet to beat, so I'm glad we took a 2-0. Our next biggest challenge will probably be wildcard, so I'm looking forward to that.
That leads me into my question, actually, straight off the bat here, Empyrean. Like, you guys have a game up against, series up against Grin up next, which I think it's fair to say you guys should win that series against Grin Esports. But then you have Wildcard, and Wildcard will be the team you have to beat to basically, I'd say, guarantee yourselves a spot into qualifying to Div 1. How do you prepare for Wildcard? Like, do you think that they're significantly better than every other team in Div 2, and do you think you're going to have to prepare a little bit more for this team?
No, I don't think they're significantly better. They've been dropping games to a lot of teams, so I think if we play our best, we'll certainly be able to beat them. And I think our series will even be competitive. I don't think they're better than us. I think we're probably about the same. We can definitely beat them.
No, I think I actually tend to agree with you on that. I have been seeing they have been looking a little bit weak some of the games, so it's going to be an interesting series.
Yeah.
Talk to me about game 1 of that last series we just watched, Empyrean. It felt like, to me at least, I thought Ravens had that game in the bag up until that last Roshan fight where we saw a dieback on the Morphling. What was the mentality for you guys? Like, did you guys think the game was looking a bit rough, or was it still in control for the cut? What happened?
I think we had the Roche position, but what was really strange was that our Bloodseeker was hiding in the trees, but they could see him from the high ground, so they just jumped him and just hexed him and bursted him, and he had buyback, and they went on me next, but I kind of missed my AO, but it barely clipped the Morph with BKB, and then he just died from full because he turned into Doom. So Morph had like 1500 HP and Doom had like 4000. When he turned into Doom, he only had 1500 HP left, so he basically lost 2500 HP turning into Doom, so he just instantly died to the A Blast, the first life. Oof. And then he bought back and came back and then just died again, and the game was just over. We knew we had buyback advantage. It was the same as the game versus Tilted Boys. They used 2 buybacks. We just let them take our racks, and we positioned for Roche and positioned to try to win the game with the buyback advantage we had. Because we knew if we kill the Axe or the Elder Titan, we'll just win the game. So we just did that, and it worked out.
Okay, go on, John.
All right, Empyrean. I know you guys, you already told us that you're looking forward to your wildcard match. Do you have any words for your friends in wildcard? You're a very polite fellow, Empyrean. I don't know if you have any strong words for them, but do you have any words for them to watch out for?
No, not really. I don't want to give away anything they should watch out for, because we might use it against them. But no, those guys, a lot of them are my friends, so I don't really have anything bad to say about them. Been playing custom games with some of the players, so they're very friendly, nice people. I just hope for a good match.
You're too nice, Empyrean. You're too nice. You're one of like the only 2 nice people from the Degenerate server. The other one being really logical. So I don't know how to prod you on. I guess looking forward to the rest of what's left for us here after Div 2. Of course, we've got the regional qualifiers for TI. Is that something that you guys are also kind of looking forward to? Like using this as like a training ground for that next step, perhaps?
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, but it's in a pretty long time, so I don't think we've really thought about it that much. It's in, I think,
That's
September or something, so we haven't really thought about it very much at all.
Wow, all right. That is a lot further along than I expected. So I guess we'll just see what happens by then. Hopefully you guys continue to sharpen up and we see a good showing there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Empyrean, always a pleasure speaking with you as always, and we'll see you next time. I'm sure we're going to see you again very, very soon.
All right. See you guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
That was the lovely Empyrean Jonathan. Apparently, nobody else on the team wants to do an interview, so we get to speak with the Empyrean himself. I mean, luckily he's a great guy and he actually has something to say to us. It'd be pretty awkward if we got someone that was just answering with one-word answers every single time. But I do have a feeling Empyrean's just going to be back the whole of 2 or 3. So, you know, we'll keep asking him questions. We'll see what the guy has to say. The poor guy just has to keep coming back, because we do get to see the standings here on the leaderboard. Of course, Wildcard's still sitting in first place, naturally, as they have not played today. C-Dub is right behind them in second place, now tied with the Cut. So the Cut were in third place earlier. Now they're tied in second place with C-Dub. Of course, Ravens moving down to third place with that 3-2 scoreline. Tilted Boys have moved their way up today after their victory over Nexus Titans. And Nexus Titans, sadly, have moved their way down. And then, of course, you have the Goons. And you still have Grin Esports sitting in final place. Grin is still that interesting team to me, John, because I feel like they look amazing some games, but they just can't get a series win going for themselves. So curious to see if that's ever going to happen here in 2 or 3. But as you can see, there has been some shifts in the standings, at least for the Cut and for the side of Tilted Boys. There's a schedule for the next day. Wildcard up against C-Dub is going to be a huge matchup. C-Dub, if they could somehow win that one against Wildcard, then we'd have a very interesting scenario where we would not have a clear-cut couple of favorites for top 2. And speaking of Cut, the Cut versus Grin Esports is going to be right after that. And speaking of favorites, John, the Cut should be the favorites. So every time I say that, it ends up going the other way. So perhaps I shouldn't say that for the Cut's sake. But nevertheless, that is how our next day of NA Div 2 is going to pan out. So it's a very exciting day ahead of us.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that one. I think it's so sad with Grin as well. This is a team that both you and I really want to talk to. 1, for their choice of usernames, and 2, for the fact that they've been really close to finding wins. It's just, maybe we'll get a series. I'm hoping we get a series out from them, of course, up against a Cut. A very tough opponent, especially when they're going for promotion. But that is going to be a little bit of a short break until that one, Mike, isn't it?
It certainly is, Jonathan. We're gonna head off now, Jonathan. The day's over. We're gonna have a day break and we'll be back for some more NA Div 2 action. So thanks everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you all again in a couple days. Bye-bye.